struck off the coast of Northern California. This map here, provided by the U.S. Geological Services, shows just how far off it is from the California coast. Now we're going to bring in our Brendan Minchef to give us the latest. Hey, Brendan.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Tracking the breaking news, that tsunami warning's out. You may have gotten a shake alert. Shake alerts looks like they've gone all the way down, been issued all the way down towards Fresno, Tulare, and then up in the far northern part of the state. There has been shaking reported into Butte County. We've gotten reports of some lights shaking in Butte County. Now, the important thing is this was a 7.3 magnitude earthquake, about 60 miles off the coast. You see it there where the shaking has been. We got Rob up there in the back updating our earthquake maps for us. 7.3 earthquake, about half a kilometer deep. That is an incredibly shallow earthquake, and these are the types of earthquakes that can cause the tsunami waves. And so we do have that tsunami warning, which is issued from the coast of Oregon. You see it there, everywhere in red. Coast of Oregon, down Cape Mendocino towards Fort Bragg, also down through the San Francisco Bay Area, all the way into Santa Cruz. Now, this tsunami warning is going to continue to be updated. This is not something that gets issued and then left alone. This is something that seismologists continue to look at and update as we get more info and the earthquake waves go through the seismometers. Now, again, this is magnitude 7.3, so there are potential tsunami threats inbound for the Northern California coast. According to the U.S. Tsunami Warning Center, Fort Bragg in just 9 minutes could see some tsunami waves. Crescent City at 11:20, San Francisco at 12:10 may see some impacts from tsunami. Now, we don't know exactly how big these waves could be at this moment. We're not necessarily talking about massive waves. Tsunami waves could be a foot, it could be 2 feet, which in that case would obviously cause relatively minimal damage. But the the advice is, if you're in the tsunami warning area, if you're along the immediate coast, you evacuate inland, you get to higher ground above and beyond designated tsunami hazard zones, or move to an upper floor of a multi-story building. So again, if you are right on the coast, you are going to want to move inland. And again, this is a 7.3 earthquake. This is a very large earthquake that occurred maybe 60 miles or so off of Cape Mendocino, and you see that there. But again, it's not just the magnitude of the earthquake that we are concerned about. It's also the fact that it was half a kilometer deep.
So let's break that down. So
Yes.
it's a half a kilometer deep.
Yeah.
It's not that far offshore.
No.
Does that all lend the possibility that there would definitely be a tsunami, or more likely a tsunami, since it's that close and that shallow?
The shallowness of it, yes, is what's important. If it's really deep under the ocean, the wave has more time to disperse through the water. But when it's real shallow, that shaking already starts shaking the waves at the surface when we're talking about half a kilometer is a third of a mile.
So how soon would we know? I mean, we have this happened a while ago.
Yes.
How long would it take for a tsunami to, say, get large and hit Santa Cruz?
Well, it depends on a few factors, and I am checking for the latest updated info right now from the Tsunami Warning Center. It depends, but like I said, that timeline right now from the National Tsunami Warning Center was giving us roughly until, let me double check the numbers here, roughly until 11:10 for Fort Bragg. So that's just 6 minutes we could start to see some higher waves along the coast. And again, this wouldn't necessarily be a 20-foot wave, but still a 3-foot series of waves coming through. It could be fairly significant.
Yeah, and a large stretch of the coast is being impacted by this, like just so many areas into Oregon, you said as well, right?
Yes, that's right. So this tsunami warning, you can see it in orange there. I know it's highlighted in dense fog, but the orange color is the important part. That goes all the way down the Oregon coastline, down through Cape Mendocino, down through the Bay Area, and San Francisco Bay also impacted by this. So you could see waves increasing up through parts of the Bay and even parts of the Delta there. You see the orange. Yeah.
So it says through Sunday, almost to noon, for a tsunami warning. I mean, we're sitting here Thursday late morning.
Yes.
So this is incredible how long the warning would be extended for, based on the fact that it just happened.
Yes, and this is not something that's going to last until Sunday. This is just, they're putting this out. They're giving themselves time. This is an event that lasts a matter of hours,
right?
Not days.
All right.
Okay, that is a very, very wide area. That is up in Eureka. Obviously, that's northern California. For it, Brendan, to affect Half Moon Bay, Santa Cruz area, that's the southern boundary that you're talking about.
Yes, but it's important that this is not, tsunamis are not linear, right? It's not like tsunamis move just east-west or north-south. You got to think of it like a circle. The epicenter, like what we see on the maps in a second there, when it kind of circles around, we've got, the red circles off the coast. What that's showing us is that the waves propagate in a circular motion.
Is it like an outer band of a hurricane?
Somewhat like that,
Okay.
where the waves are going to move in all directions away from the epicenter. So even though this earthquake occurred off of the coast of Cape Mendocino, those waves are going to move southward down the California coastline in towards parts of the Bay Area, in towards parts of Monterey Bay as well. You see the circles there. Think of the earthquake like that circle where it's propagating out from the center. That's why we've got those extensive tsunami warnings.
I'm just going to jump in here. Brendan doing a great job here, so he's going to get more information. A couple extra things about this. There is a history of tsunamis in this part of the coast. There was a large Alaskan earthquake back in the 60s that did create a tsunami and essentially destroyed a big part of Crescent City.
It was awful.
If you translate what a tsunami is, it's Japanese for harbor wave, and that's why it might be a little overdone as far as the shading here for the San Francisco Bay. But all low-lying areas, especially that are open to the ocean, that are narrow and confined, it magnifies the effects, because essentially when you have a tsunami, it's an earthquake, the whole water column moves at once. As all that energy starts getting translated through the ocean, it gets magnified in these harbors, in these bays, and that's where you tend to see the biggest rises in the sea all at once, also the most damage, and unfortunately the most deaths to people. So anyone that has any connection to a harbor, to a low-lying coastal area, even in the bay, really needs to be paying attention to this.
Yeah, and some of the areas that could be most impacted if you're in the Bay Area, excuse me, if you're in the Bay Area, family in the Bay Area, talking specifically about San Francisco, Ocean Beach, very low-lying. That's somewhere that if you want to be up off the coast of Ocean Beach at this point. The Embarcadero is another place, very shallow, right up against the water. The wharf, another place. You want to be kind of away from the water. You want to make sure you're scooting away, right? The advice is to find higher ground, get away from the water. Do not be right up close to it. And the other thing, too, is we talk about this with the hurricanes. And Walt, I know you worked in South Florida for a while, so you know about this. With storm surge, one of the things we see, the wind kind of blows the water out of the bay, and so it looks like the bay is emptying, right? So if you see water receding, if you see water being much lower than what it normally would be, that is a sign that the wave out there is generating strength.
Reloading.
Reloading, essentially, and you need to get away from the coast. Again, we're not necessarily talking about a 20-foot wave here. So, I mean, this is not necessarily like Indonesia 2004, but this is something where you need to kind of back off the coast and find higher ground. Better safe than sorry.
Right.
Another thing, we have somewhat recent memory with this. If you remember the Japanese earthquake, right? Immediately close to where the earthquake happened, obviously that was where the worst of the destruction was, with all of the towns completely getting wiped away, some of the worst damage in those harbors again. But we had damage here in California from the Japanese tsunami. Made it all the way across the ocean. Obviously, it takes a long time for that to happen, but a tsunami wave will travel literally hundreds of miles an hour. Brendan, you pointed out some of the timeline as far as when it could make it as close to the San Francisco Bay by about noon or so.
Yes, so sooner for areas like Fort Bragg. In fact, Fort Bragg right now, the USGS and the Tsunami Warning Center saying right now, 11:10, so it's 11:09, so essentially right now, Fort Bragg could be seeing some tsunami waves. Crescent City up on the far north coast, 11:20, so just another 10 minutes there. And then San Francisco Bay, about 12:10 or so. And that would be specifically for the city of San Francisco, but you would factor in another 5-10 minutes for other parts of the bay.
Exactly. And just going back to the damage that was sustained in California from the Japanese tsunami, it was not in these rocky areas along the coastline. They saw a couple feet of change, not that big. In fact, tides can move water by a couple feet. But where the damage occurred was in the Santa Cruz harbor, because that's where, again, all of that water gets shoved into that very narrow inlet. These things have a lot of things that can be damaged. Of course, boats will float, but as they bang around against each other, and the docks, which in some cases were not movable, that was really the spot that took the brunt of most of the damage. It depends on how it's oriented. That one was the most open for all of the water to come in. So I would really be worried for places like Dillon Beach is a spot that I would be worried about. There's campers there. Where are they going to go? They camp right along the beach. Also, Tomales Bay, right in there. That's open. Again, you have to think about the geography and where that water is most easily going to get into. Those are some of the spots that I'd be really concerned about.
Yeah,
right now.
I would think, and I know our control room is probably on this right now, trying to maybe pull up a webcam or an earth cam somewhere around Eureka or somewhere south of Eureka, maybe Fort Bragg. We might be able to see out into the ocean to see what possibly might be coming. Rob, you mentioned Santa Cruz, and with the Japanese tsunami, the amount of trash that came this way, it was amazing what washed up on the beaches. So it wasn't just also the waves or the damage to Santa Cruz Harbor and the boats, but you're washed up and it's like all this refuge from outside of Tokyo.
Right, and I will tell you right now, I can guarantee you that people on the other side of the Pacific are watching this as well, because first stop is California. The next stop are some of the outer islands, Alaska, Canada, and eventually it might be 12 hours from now, but also into Japan. Now, the magnitude for this is not the same as the Japanese earthquake and then the subsequent tsunami. It's not the same. However, there's a lot of water moving, and we are the closest to it.
And I do want to jump on that as well and say that the Tsunami Warning Center is tracking not just the coast of California and Oregon and CONUS, but also Alaska and Hawaii. And they do say that although there could be some additional waves of an insignificant height, there's no expected tsunami in Hawaii.
Okay.
So if you're in Hawaii or you have family out there, Hawaii should be fine. This is something right along the immediate coast that we're watching. I'm also looking at buoy data right this moment, and there is one station near the epicenter of the earthquake that is reporting some marginally higher waves. It is in technically tsunami mode, but the other buoys off the immediate California coast are looking good. I'm told right now we do have a look at San Francisco. If we can go ahead and pull that camera up, there it is. I mean, as you might expect,
It's going to be a
quiet.
while, I think, before we get to that, but it's a good cam to keep an eye on for the next half an hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. And again, it's about 12:10 is when that Tsunami Warning Center is forecasting that we could see some higher waves. And I keep checking for more bulletins from the Tsunami Warning Center, and there's no more coming in right now, which I don't know if that's necessarily good or bad. But I also want to say we've had some more earthquakes occur here in Northern California, not just that now, let's see, 7.0 was the big one that was just off the coast. We've also had a 5.8 near Cobb, California, which is, more inland, North Bay area. And then we had another one, a 3.3 near Ferndale, and a 3.7 near Petrolia. So these are some aftershocks from the big one. I don't necessarily want to call it the big one with capital letters, but the bigger one that we saw off the coast at about, I don't know, Rob, that was about 10:45 or so that we got those shake alerts. And speaking of shake alerts, I do want to reiterate, a lot of folks got the shake alerts. We were sitting here in the studio about to get mic'd up, and we got the shake alerts going off, and we were like, oh my gosh, what is this? But we did not personally feel shaking here, I think, at ABC 10, but we did get reports, again, from the upper Sacramento Valley. I'm looking at the USGS map right now. Minor shaking, some reports from Metro Sacramento. Nothing in the San Joaquin Valley. Good part of the Bay Area, especially San Francisco, did have some very minor shaking, but some light to moderate shaking was felt up through the coastal range from basically Mendocino up towards Humboldt, as you might expect.
So as far as observations, in our other newsroom, the lights have been moving around. Both.
Really?
Yes. Now, this is not something that is severe. There's no damage. There's nothing falling off the walls. There's nothing like that. But lights moving in unison all at the same time tells you that we have seen some movement here as far south as Sacramento. The other thing that we did was we asked people, friends and family, hey, have you seen anything? Have you felt anything? Yeah. And I specifically asked a coworker, hey, ask them right now if they're seeing water splash around in their swimming pool. When I first moved here about 10 years ago, there was an earthquake, and it happened in the middle of the night. And then after it happened, my wife, who's from Montana, said, was that an earthquake? Me being from California, I said, absolutely. And we listened. and then you could hear the sloshing of the water in the swimming pool. So even here in our local area, you may have observed things like this, maybe gotten the warning from the shake alert, but these are some of the things that are being observed far, far south of where the epicenter is.
And I do have an update here. This is a BART alert coming out of the Bay Area. So it says BART service has stopped in the Transbay Tube in all directions due to an earthquake detected. That was at 10:58, so right before we came on air. But yeah, definitely seeing impacts right now in the Bay Area in terms of the BART right now.
Okay, and speaking of that, so here's some video just coming in of what I was just describing. So this is the water moving in the pool. Again, this is not massive, but the only way for this to happen is for the ground to be having at least some movement. The water is relatively stable, and then both sides of this are going to slosh it around. So this, I'm sure, happened in unison all across Sacramento County, where this video is coming from.
Yeah, again, Sacramento County here. So even if you didn't necessarily feel it, things that are suspended, like our lights in the studio, chandeliers at home, obviously waves in the pool. I mean, these are things that are a lot more sensitive to these types of quakes. And this was a good, this was a fair distance away, truthfully, from Sacramento. I mean, this was well off the coast of Cape Mendocino. You see it there. That star out there off the coast, that is the epicenter of this earthquake, the epicenter being the origin point where it occurred. So, but this was strong. And 7.0, again, for the folks in the back, maybe we can update that CG at the bottom, 7.0 magnitude earthquake now. As the waves from this earthquake kind of go around the globe, we get a better idea of what exactly the strength of the quake was.
7.3 or 7.0, it's still one of the strongest that we've seen here in a long time. Now, it has to be said, this area has been very active over the last several years, but usually you don't hear about it because these have been, although strong in the 5 to 6, even 6.5 range, they've been very deep in the ocean, and that really does nullify a lot of the impacts. But the thing that caught your attention, Brendan, right away is you said, oh my goodness, this one is very shallow. Yeah,
this was a very shallow earthquake, which is pretty different for a lot of these North Coast quakes. This was only half a kilometer deep, now officially 0.6 kilometers. Essentially, that's a third of a mile. That's nothing when we're talking about undersea earthquakes and these types of shallow quakes. There's a lot more that goes into it, truthfully. It's not just about shallow, it's not just about magnitude, it's about the type of earthquake, how the quake occurred, but anytime you get a shallow quake, it's a kind of an immediate kind of light bulb that, oh, we need to be thinking about tsunami.
One thing too, by the way, everyone watching us now, thank you. We appreciate this, and we're getting information from verified sources. Just to let you know what's going on, I went on social media just to see. Don't go there right now. People are latching onto the trend, and there is a lot of things that are not being filtered, that are not being verified. It is not a great source of information, to be honest with you right now. In fact, you're going to get a lot of misleading information.
What would be a good day to go on social media, Rob, and to get that truthful information?
I would say especially not today.
Especially not at this very moment.
Especially not at this moment. So this is all information coming from the USGS. This is information coming from the Tsunami Warning Center.
The National Weather Service.
The National Weather Service. The data that you're seeing on your screen right now is verified, coming directly from them to us, put on the screen. This is not something that we just hand drew on there. This is really the areas that they feel with their data and with their planning and everything that they have. Also, they are coordinating with other tsunami warning centers across the Pacific right now. That's the last information that I saw, that this is the best information we have. And as it goes, the magnitude will change, the epicenter will change as they get more information, but this is what we have at the moment.
I'm looking at Casper Beach right now, which is around the Fort Bragg area, and it's a pretty good shot that I have here, and the waves are going nicely. There's nothing out of the ordinary, but Fort Bragg would be an area, obviously, south of Eureka that we're going to keep an eye on. You mentioned Crescent, which really got slammed many years ago. You can go online and see all the photos of what happened there. There's a beautiful town. But right now, it does go all the way, Oregon border, all the way down to Half Moon Bay and Santa Cruz.
A couple things have changed since then, Walt. In Crescent City, they did not have this network of data, of buoys, of coordination.
You mentioned the buoys, which is great, because you could have buoys 300 miles out into the Pacific, and they're going to give you readings as to what's going on with waves and or a potential tsunami, correct?
Yes, and there we go. So this is, now, let's just talk about a couple things here. Is this Pacifica?
Pacifica. This is Pacifica.
Okay, so there's a couple things happening right now. more than likely what you're seeing because of the wave period. This is really, I spent my entire life studying wave period and things like this as a surfer, so let me explain what's going on here. There is a large Pacific Ocean that we've been talking about that can't get in here. That's why we don't have any rain. From peak to peak, that's called the period of the wave. So for when you have big, large ocean swells from a big storm out there, it might be 14 seconds between peak to peak or trough to trough. It might be 18 seconds for a really big swell. And then sometimes when it's really windy, it'll be a much shorter period swell. It'll be 6 seconds. It'll be 7 seconds, maybe 8 seconds. This, to me, knowing what's out there and what we've observed recently, more likely than not, what you're looking at is just ocean swell that you get on any given day. Well, you spent a lot of time in Pacifica.
I was there, I was there last weekend, and this is what you see when you're there in Pacifica. This is, the kids will be like, hey, we're going to get the surfboards out. This is a day for that. This is a very popular area. Nick's Restaurant is down that way. The pier, I think, is just to the right. But obviously, I would ask you and Brendan this. You're looking at these waves, which I find to be fairly normal. At what point in the next 15, 20 minutes or an hour would you go, this is the, I said outer bands of the hurricane,
right.
But what would make you think that this is something that is from this earthquake up in Eureka?
So what's very unique about a tsunami is that what you're looking at are waves on the surface. These are created by wind far away. It organizes itself. Then you see the steady period of waves, the corduroy of the ocean. That's what you're looking at now. When a tsunami is actually affecting an area, that whole column of water starts moving at once. It moves in two directions. Initially, from most observations, it might recede for a little bit. That's what draws in a lot of the problems. We saw that with the Asian tsunami. We saw that with the tsunami in Japan. The whole water column will recede because it is being pulled away as it's getting magnified. Then it will all come back at once. So you're going to have two things. You're going to have the ocean waves created by wind on top, which is normal, but then you'll start to see just the sea level rise in general. Now, along some of these more steep areas, it might be only a foot or two, but for very sensitive areas, a foot or two of rapid rise of water could cause some problems. That might be washing over the road, and then you throw in the ocean waves on top, and then you really are looking at almost equivalent to a storm surge situation, but much, much worse. Now, this is along open coastline. You will see the magnified impacts of this where it's really narrow and confined, as I mentioned right off the top, but if you're just joining us, most of the damage, and you'll remember this from the Japanese tsunami, most of the damage, the really extreme changes that happen all at once, really are in those narrow bays, those harbors, those inlets, tidal areas. Those are the spots that can really all of a sudden go from, hey, what's going on here, to we can't get away fast enough.
Yeah. Also, we've been on the air here, right, like 23 minutes. So, Brendan, I know you said it at the top of the show, but what should people do if they are in those tsunami warning areas, if they're watching?
Yeah, for sure. And sometimes I think Fort Bragg is one of these places, there are sirens that may be going off when there's tsunami warnings issued, and that tells you to get off the coast. Similar to like a tornado warning siren. But if you're in a tsunami warning area, evacuate inland to higher ground above and beyond the tsunami hazard zones. So upper floor of a multi-story building. If you're right on the sand, somewhere like Ocean Beach, get up over that seawall back into the parking lot, and then get in your car and drive a little further up the street there. Off the beach, away from harbors, marinas, bays, and inlets, like Rob was talking about a couple of minutes ago, those kind of narrow channels in some harbors, in some bays, inlets. Even if the general tsunami wave height is maybe a foot or two, when it enters some of those narrow passages, it could increase to 4, 5, 6 feet in height, just depending on how much force is behind those waves, how narrow the channel actually is. So it's all about getting off the coast, away from the immediate coast. Again, if you are stepping in sand right now, you are too close to the potential tsunami. If you can see the water, maybe it's 20 feet away, 30 feet away, get off the immediate coast. And I hear we have a camera. Jill, what was Pacifica cam again? Again, these are normal waves. I've been watching the buoys off the coast, and Fort Bragg should be a bellwether too, because at this point they should have already been impacted by some of these waves, and I've not seen the buoys off the coast of Mendocino increasing that much in height. There's still just the one station well off the coast, closer to the epicenter, that's reporting tsunami heights right now. But the water has increased by maybe a foot or less at this point. But that's something that we've still got to watch. Fort Bragg's impacts would be different than somewhere like San Francisco or Pacifica. In this case, tsunamis have a lot to do with the terrain, kind of like when we're talking about weather. Hills are different than valley. Well,
Would you be surprised, Brendan, based on, and Rob too, would you be surprised that since this is such a shallow earthquake, not far off the coast of Eureka, that something wouldn't happen? I mean, this is almost like, or is this just, it could or it couldn't?
There's so many factors that go into determining whether we see a tsunami or not. And it's not just how shallow something is. It's not just the magnitude of the earthquake. It has to do with the type of fault that we're looking at, the type of earthquake, whether it's a slip fault or something else. So we're just going to have to kind of wait and see. But certainly the shallowness of this earthquake is something that, like I said a minute ago, kind of immediately triggers a red flag where it's like, this is something we need to watch.
Right. And if we could, let's go back to the map, because I think this is really where it should switch here in a second here. In the booth there, it's CG6 is what we're looking for. So that's the magnitude, been upgraded to a 7. But the map really is telling, because that is the most current data. And from the experts that literally do this every single day, the fact that they have portions of the delta in this warning area, that's really important information.
Okay, so we do have an update from the Tsunami Warning Center. They just put this out. They've revised the magnitude, as Rob just said, to a 7.0. This was 45 miles southwest of Eureka, 215 miles northwest of San Francisco, and they still are keeping the current times with tsunami. So Fort Bragg should have already seen tsunami waves. Crescent City may be seeing them right now. And then San Francisco still looking at 1210, but they are not giving us any additional tsunami observations to report, which may mean there is no tsunami. But the tsunami warning is still in effect, so that means you still need to get off the coast, seek higher ground. But the positives there are that we're not reporting waves yet. So that means either we don't have a good way to report them, or nobody's seen them, or they're not actually there. I believe we have a video from Land Park. Let's go ahead and pull that up if that's the case.
Land Park, which should be safe from a tsunami
Safe
today.
from a tsunami for sure. That doesn't mean we didn't see shaking. In fact,
there
we
may be
have,
some residual of
there's
this.
that video. Another pool, Rob.
Okay, so what I'm looking at here is I'm looking at the pool deck. Okay,
Here it
so now obviously people use this pool fairly often. You know this area, you know this location, Walt. But what happens? It looks like they're reviewing maybe some security video going back to when it happened. But as the ground moves, it will slosh the water in these pools, any body of water. But why pools are very specifically good at showing some of the impacts of a very far away earthquake that you may not feel with your feet is that obviously it's going to move the concrete around there even just a little bit and then create a wave, bounce it off the sides, and you get this sloshing effect. It's obviously several hundred miles away from where this earthquake is. Now, this is not damage, but this is one of the visual things that you could tell that clearly something big happened far away, and there you could see some of the water moving as they backed up the camera to figure out exactly when that happened. This would be roughly, my assumption, right around 10:45 this morning.
This is the pool at Park Terrace Swim and Tennis Club, and I will tell you that I know that pool well. That pool doesn't come up to the lip.
Yes.
The water sits down. It's not one of those, infinity pools.
Right.
So whatever spilled over had to have been shaken pretty good for it to get over the lip like
Exactly.
that.
It's specifically designed to cut down on the sloshing.
What
that
we
you
just
have clear
saw,
lanes. Yeah, so it's going to absorb a lot of the action, but clearly it couldn't absorb everything there.
Yeah, thank you to Megan Boss for sending that in. She obviously runs the place, and she was out there and was like, wow, I better roll some tape on that.
All right, so we're just getting in a lot of new information here about evacuation orders right now. So this is out of the Berkeley Police Department. So it says evacuate now. People in the tsunami zone are in immediate danger, must evacuate now, stay east of 7th Street. And this is a lawful order to leave now. So in the tsunami zone, we have the Berkeley waterfront. We have Tom Bates Fields, West Frontage Road, I-80 Freeway, Aquatic Park, Harrison, Gilman, Camellia, and Page west of 5th Street, Jones, Cedar, Virginia, and Delaware west of 6th Street, Hearst west of 5th Street, University and Addison west of 4th Street, all areas west of 3rd Street, and then Potter and Folger west of 7th Street.
Okay, and I just want to say that this is very important. Okay, so our eyes focus on the immediate coast, the beaches, and areas nearby. We are talking about a mandatory lawful evacuation in the Berkeley area. So this tells you they have a strong feeling that the water is going to be moving into the San Francisco Bay. Berkeley's the East Bay, folks. And remember, once it moves into these confined areas, it's almost like taking a whole bunch of water and putting it into the bowl. It has to spill over the top. There's nowhere else for it to go. So for our local viewers, if you live in the Delta is connected to the San Francisco Bay. There is a lot of water coming into a very confined area. Clearly on this map, which again might be slightly overdone just because it's done at such scale, but people in low-lying areas in the Delta, and the Delta is by definition a low-lying area, there is a lot of water moving in. There's a lot of uncertainty about what it will do. So I would immediately take this as an early warning. Once it moves in, there is not very much time. These tsunamis literally move at 100 miles per hour or faster. And once it moves into these bays, it is very uncertain exactly how this will how this will unfold is what I'm trying to say. And you need to really take this seriously.
All right, I have one more here. This is from Senator Mike McGuire in California's North Coast. So it says, if you're a resident in Crescent City and Del Norte County until further notice, there's a mandatory evacuation order in place due to a tsunami threat. All residents should head to higher ground immediately and follow local OES and sheriff office instructions. Once again, that's from Senator Mike McGuire.
All right, we've just been told the U.S. Geological Service is going to have a press conference coming up in just a few moments. We'll continue to watch for that. So let me ask the dais this. If Berkeley is being so proactive,
Yes.
right, would it possibly, could there be a tsunami that hits Berkeley with a force and does not hit north, say Fort Bragg? Would it not come down and Fort Bragg says, we're getting it now, Berkeley, you really need to stand by now? Why would it hit Berkeley, say, first? Brendan?
Yeah, so it's not like a storm, and I think this is really different than when we're tracking a storm on radar. This isn't something that could, miss one area, hit another with kind of similar impacts. Because Berkeley's East Bay, because you've got the Golden Gate, which all that water's gonna funnel through. Your wave height in Fort Bragg, and I'm throwing numbers out there right now. The wave height in Fort Bragg maybe is a foot, right? But as that water works its way down, funnels through the Golden Gate, which we know is a very narrow passage, and works through the bay into the East Bay, maybe the wave height at that point, by the time it gets towards Berkeley, is closer to 2 feet or 2.5 feet or something. But this is what we're talking about. Go ahead.
We got to dip into the press conference now. Let's find out more from the USGS.
Can see also the forecast for aftershocks. A lot of people like to know what they can expect for the future. So we do expect magnitude 5 or above in the next week in different probabilities, and this also will get updated.
Along the coast of Oregon or Northern California.
Great.
No,
Great, thank you.
They are issuing a tsunami warning.
Hold on a second. I'm going to mute everybody here.
California, all.
Okay, sorry about that. Bob and Christine, you'll need to unmute your lines again. Well, thank you for that, Christine. Bob, can you give us an update on what happened with Shake Alert here this afternoon?
Yes, and just to let people know, one thing that we're, of course, ultimately concerned about is human safety. We want to make sure everyone is safe, and we want to ensure that people know what to do if they feel shaking or if they get an alert, drop, cover, and hold on. And for this, we have the Shake Alert Earthquake Early Warning System. It was activated for this earthquake, and we see that alert deliveries occurred to cell phones as far north as Lincoln City, Oregon. So that's north of Corvallis, all the way into the Cascades region, and to the east, excuse me, and then alert deliveries all the way south to Salinas in Central California. So this is what the West Coast Earthquake Early Warning System does, is it lets people know that shaking is coming from an earthquake. And so we know the system was activated. It actually performed as designed. And we're trying to get some updates about the extent of the alert deliveries that happened. But we're getting multiple reports on our social media channel at USGS_Shake Alert on X to find out what people actually experienced.
Okay, thank you very much, Bob. Just a reminder to keep your microphones on mute if you're not talking. But I'll go ahead, and if there's anyone that has some questions, we're willing to take those now, but please do use the raise hand function and I'll call on you. All right, Hannah, it looks like that you're up. Are you able to unmute your mic? Yeah,
Hi.
there we go.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you so much. Hannah Hageman with the San Francisco Chronicle. So I just want to clarify a couple of things. It sounds like the 5.8 magnitude earthquake that was inland off the 101. Christine, am I right in that did this happen, or do we not know what the magnitude of that earthquake was?
So the magnitude was overestimated. So it was actually a much smaller event. The last I heard, it was reassessed as a 2.5. As the seismic waves from the 7 came in, there was a triggering for that event. It was a very small event. So the specific magnitude might get reassessed, but last I looked like 5 minutes ago, it was as a 2.5 for that. So we have one large shock, the magnitude 7, and all the other earthquakes except one are under 4 after that.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
Yes.
And then can I just really quick following up, you were mentioning a bit on the risk of aftershocks, Christine. Can you clarify what the situation is with that and how to communicate to people what we know about the risk of aftershocks?
So when there's a large event like this, there's disruption, and we do expect aftershocks. And the general trends are that the aftershocks will decrease in intensity, so how large they are, and their frequency, so how often they happen with time. Right now, we do an aftershock forecast that's on the page I shared in the chat. There's the aftershock forecast there. So, right now, as of now, for the next week, we can expect a 6% chance or so for a magnitude 6 or larger. And as you go down to smaller magnitude, like 5 and above, the probability is closer to 40%. So, but the general concept is that earthquakes are expected following a large one, such as a 7, that's a major earthquake. They'll decrease in intensity and what people feel and in frequency over time. And our page gets updated regularly with the aftershock forecast, because as you can imagine, if we have a slightly larger one that follows very soon, it's going to change the pattern of expected aftershocks. So I hope this was clear enough.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Do we know anything about the origin of these earthquakes? I know that this large 7.0 is what I expect close to be to the Cascadia subduction zone. Can you speak at all to the origin of potentially?
Yeah, so this area is very seismically active. There's actually 3 large tectonic plates that connect there. So it is expected to have large earthquakes, and at the confluence of those plates, that really where the stress goes and gets released through these earthquakes. So it's not surprising to have large earthquakes in this area. Magnitude 7 is quite large. But then again, this is one of the most seismically active area that we have on the West Coast.
Sorry, just to clarify specifically the Cascadia subduction zone you're speaking about.
Yes, there's 3 main plates, the Garda plate, the Pacific plate, and oh, that's embarrassing. 3 plates. I'm sorry about that. I will gather the proper information on the specific plates. But yes, it's the Cascadia subduction zone that ends in that area, and then you have the Pacific plate and the Garda plate there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Christine, and thank you for the question, Hannah. I just want to point out that we do have some information in the chat that will be useful for you in your reporting. There's the earthquake event page that you can click on and get different products in there. Again, I just want to remind you, if you have any questions, go ahead and use the raise hand function. And I think what we're going to do is, if we're not getting a lot of questions right now, I think we're going to take a break and then come back in about 20 to 30 minutes, and we'll send out another email when we're ready to do that, so you guys can get some more information. This is a good opportunity to ask a question if you have one right now.
All right, this is the USGS with an open press conference as we're dealing with the possibility of a tsunami warning. You are looking live at Pacifica, which is, for those of you who don't know, it's in the San Francisco Bay Area, right around the San Francisco International Airport, resort area, a good place to do some surfing and sightseeing. And we've been watching the coastline. Anything you, Brendan and Rob, see in terms of what we've been talking about there?
Well, there was one thing I saw a few minutes ago right before he took that press conference, and there were folks walking around on this camera. You could see them right up against the water. That is a big no-no. We are, frankly, this is not like weather. We don't have radars. We do not have extensive data off the coast. So we don't know what this tsunami may look like. And I just have to throw that out there. We don't know. You see a car there in the bottom corner. Get away from the coast. If you have family and friends out there anywhere along the Northern California coastline, whether that's Bay Area, the Mendocino coast, up towards Humboldt, text them, call them, tell them to get away from the water. We don't know exactly what the tsunami may look like. I would say I'm not expecting a 20-foot tsunami, to be fair, but better safe than sorry. Get away. Just move to higher ground. This is not a time to be sightseeing.
So we're looking at this live picture from Pacifica, right? And you say people need to get away. So it could go from this to something completely sinister in how short of a period of time?
By the time you see the tsunami, it's too late.
Okay.
You need to be...
It could be any time now.
We could see it now.
In a worst-case scenario.
In a worst-case scenario, I'm not expecting...
It's not like the skies are going to grow dark or anything like that. We don't have that kind of a warning.
But you could see it, maybe you could see it on the horizon at some point. And then by the time that you already see it coming, it's too late for you to get away. Because, Rob, you said these things move like 100 miles an hour.
Exactly. And it's very deceptive because the wave, you don't see it because the wave will not break until it enters shallower water. So that's really just like any breaking wave. Notice that there's waves in the ocean. You just don't see it until it actually is thwarted up by the shallowness of the water. Then it becomes a breaking wave. A couple things too is getting away from low-lying areas. Folks, it's not just the beaches. It's the delta. It's anything that's close to the water that is low-lying. One specific place that I'm thinking about right now that I would not want to be anywhere around is Highway 37. That's from Vallejo out to... that goes right along the top where the Sears Point racetrack is. That is a low-lying road that on a high tide day, and even a lot of wind, is not a place you want to be, let alone anywhere that where, even if it's quote-unquote only a couple feet, it gets magnifying certainly at the end, and that's a road that I would not want to be near.
Yeah, and I want to say the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office has tweeted, they have, or X'd, or whatever you want to call it, they've posted on X, formerly Twitter, update, this is what they said. They are saying, update National Weather Service reports no longer tsunami watch warning advisory, no need to evacuate. That is not true. The Weather Service is still advising people to evacuate. I'm not sure why this was posted. I'm not going to call folks out, but that is not true. The tsunami threat is still very much there. I am in the Slack page with the National Weather Service in San Francisco, and they are reiterating to media right now, quote, the warning is not canceled for the Bay Area through Santa Cruz County. Again, that is directly from the National Weather Service in San Francisco. So regardless of what San Mateo County Sheriff's Office has said on Twitter, unfortunately, that is not good info. The threat is still very much there, so get away from the coast.
All right, we continue to monitor the coast. That's a great shot of Pacifica, which would be an area.
And there's someone walking around right there on the camera. That is not what you need to be doing right now, off the coast.
So a couple things really quick. 12:10 is the expected time for the wave to arrive roughly in the San Francisco area. This is, a little bit south of that. So we shouldn't be seeing anything anyway. But this is one place that I would watch. What you're seeing, the waves breaking, these are normal ocean waves that break from storms out in the Pacific created by wind. Tsunami is created by seismic activity, and that's what we're looking for in the minutes ahead.
And I just saw something, too, that Brendan also pointed out to me from San Francisco Zoo. The zoo is closed due to the national weather emergency, the tsunami warning. Guests have been evacuated, animals secured, and staff have been moved to higher ground.
The zoo is near the Golden Gate Bridge, so
which makes sense. Lower lying
Absolutely.
area, you want to get folks out of there. In terms of the seismic activity, although the 7.0 was the big one, that happened, again, not capital letters big one, but it was the biggest earthquake that we've had today. That one occurred about 10:45, but since then, we have had numerous aftershocks ranging from anywhere about 3.1 all the way up towards a 4.2. And this has all been within the last 20 or 30 minutes. So still very seismically active. Walt asked a great question during the press conference. Could these aftershocks, these smaller earthquakes that are occurring off the coast, could these amplify a tsunami? Could they make a tsunami more likely? And the answer is no. It was very specifically that bigger earthquake, the 7.0, is the one that triggered this tsunami warning. Jordan, you're showing me the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office has since updated their post saying, yes, okay, so they've corrected themselves. The National Weather Service has reissued, which is actually incorrect. It's been in place the whole time. But the National Weather Service continues the tsunami warning. Expected arrival 12:10. Avoid beaches and coastlines. That is good info. Avoid the beaches. Avoid the coastlines. Move to higher ground immediately. This is not a time to sightsee. Okay, again, like we said a few minutes ago, by the time you see the tsunami, it's kind of like a tornado. By the time you see it, it's too late. You need to be to higher ground.
I don't want to be that person, but the evidence is there of people that all of a sudden realize I need to get away and there's not enough time. Now, to see an actual tsunami warning that is active in our area, that's the top level warning that you're going to see from the experts that follow this and prepare for these moments each and every day. Now, this is not a threat that's going to go on all day long. The timeline is very specific. They have focused on 12:10 in the San Francisco Bay Area as the initial time where the tsunami could be affecting the outer areas of the Bay Area, but then it's going to keep moving. So again, the critical time to move is now. 12:15, it's too late. 12:11, it's too late. This is the initial time to move, and be smart about how you move around. Now, these evacuation moments are always critical because everybody, especially with phones these days, this did get activated over people's cell phones in the area. They're all making decisions at the same time. They're roughly making the same decisions, which is to get out of the area, but how this unfolds can be really problematic. Jordan?
And we do know now the governor announced that we are activated. The governor has activated Cal OES at this point. So there are some updates there as well.
If you're just joining us, we are covering a earthquake that happened off the coast of Eureka. It happened 1 hour and 3 minutes ago. So we've been on the air straight through pretty much since this happened. We're obviously monitoring any potential tsunami issues. People in the red areas being told to get to higher ground. We've been monitoring the situation in Pacifica, where folks are still milling about. Maybe not everybody has that cell phone set to an alert, Brendan. So
interesting.
They obviously need to get out of harm's way. And Rob, you've given us a time frame in about 20 minutes. There's Pacifica again. The surf is usually like this.
Exactly. My expectation would be, it may be difficult to see, but the surf line where that happens on top of the water will start to rise during that time frame. And if we could go back to the map one more time, when you're looking at this, you have to understand what they're focused on is low-lying areas that has any connection to the ocean.
Yuba City coming up here? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Wow. Look at the light shaking in Yuba City. So this was pretty well inland. Remember the earthquake? Roughly 50 miles or so off the coast, Cape Mendocino. I mean, maybe 100 miles away from Yuba City at this point. So
yes, far inland. But that would be the result of the earthquake. The earthquake caused the tsunami warning.
Yes.
We have not seen any video, any evidence of an actual tsunami yet. But again, the time is so critical, they can't figure it out after the fact. You've got to be getting these warnings out early so people have time.
Thank you to Bill for sending that in. Bill Cantrell up in the Yuba City area.
Yeah, thank you, Bill, for that video. Cal OES, as I was mentioning earlier, activating the State Operations Center. That's at the direction of Governor Newsom to coordinate information, response efforts with state and local first responders. So the message here, this is via X on the Cal OES page, is to listen to local authorities and sign up for alerts as well.
Okay, so again, on this map, this seems very overplayed. For example, if you follow this along, let's follow the line here. It goes, let's just make some assumptions here. let's say that there's an active tsunami, which is moving through the water column right now. At the end of the line, the actual water moves like a breaking wave, and that's where the damage and otherwise may happen. If it makes it into the San Francisco Bay, all of that water has to go somewhere, and it's very confined. It will go to the outer edges. This puts people that live in these coastal areas at risk. This puts people that are just in the general area at risk. But remember, it doesn't stop until it runs into a hard land. So you can see that line right there where it says breaking news, Northern California. Keep following the water through the Delta. Folks, places like the Port of Stockton, that's a place that I would consider evacuating. Places like the waterfront of Stockton, that's the end of the line. If the water has nowhere to go, and water is very powerful, these are places that people probably are not thinking about. Mm-hmm. But as witnessing this many times over the years, I would consider places like the Stockton waterfront to be a place that I would not want to be from right now until well past noon, because again, noon, 12:10 is what we're thinking for the San Francisco Bay Area from the Tsunami Warning Center, and then it goes on beyond that. So think about anywhere that has any water connection to the San Francisco Bay. You've got places, Highway 37, Petaluma is a place that has the river that goes right through town. Where does that water ultimately go? Those lower tidal basins, I would consider those places as well.
What about people fishing in Rio Vista today? Because obviously the Delta connects to the Pacific Ocean. Is that something where they would still get a heads up, though, right? I mean, it's not like it's going to hit them first.
It's not going to hit them first, but it's a situation where why wait? When you know that the potential threat is there for a tsunami to work its way up through the San Francisco Bay and the Delta, why wait? Just get out, get off the water, give it time. I mean, by the time we get to maybe even 2 o'clock, the threat's going to be totally over, if not well before then.
Right.
So, I mean, we're talking about a minor disruption that guarantees your safety. Okay, we have some VO from Chico before I finish that thought. Again, swimming pool, that is pretty significant shaking.
And obviously much closer to the epicenter.
Yep.
But this was observed, and we have more video of this, which we'll roll out so you can see sort of how this has played out. Now, remember, this is obviously not a tsunami. Tsunami is ocean related, but this is from the earthquake that moves the land. The land surrounding this and the hard concrete moves and then shuffles the water and then starts to create waves in the swimming pool. And that's one of the observable things you can see from an earthquake far away.
Pretty cool that Linda rolled video, because obviously she'd have to feel something. So what we're seeing here is probably maybe 20 seconds into the initial, and it's still coming over the pool. So this is, thank you, Linda, by the way, in Chico. And obviously we heard from the Hilbers Corporation from Bill Cantrell up in Yuba City. Yuba City is pretty much due east of Fort Bragg, Mendocino, so it's almost a straight shot across.
And we do have some video from Woodland, too, that we're working to hopefully get on air that we can show as well from Sharon and Woodland. But I want to go back to the Delta real fast and just have a conversation about that, because it's kind of a side. Okay, let's cover the Berkeley evacs real fast. Jordan, you've been talking about this.
Yeah, we've been tracking this throughout the morning. So right now you can see here on your screen West Berkeley evacuations. This is from the police department there. The Berkeley waterfront, we have Tom Bates Fields, West Frontage Road, the I-80 freeway, Aquatic Park, Harrison, Gilman, and Camellia. So lots of evacuations underway. If you are in those areas, those are under the evacuation warnings there, the evacuation orders there in that area.
What's that doing to traffic? I mean, you talk about Gilman and the I-80 freeway.
Right.
That's been evacuated, I mean, are they holding cars at like Vallejo or something?
So it looks like, I-80 right now, a little bit slow moving, both east and westbound right now between San Francisco and Emeryville, Oakland area right now. So between those 2 points, things are looking very slow moving, mostly in the San Francisco area. So yeah, eastbound traffic is definitely moving slowly.
And this is a live camera from our sister station out in the Bay Area, KGO, ABC7. We are looking at water. I'm not exactly sure.
They're flying the chopper. They got
exactly
the
what water that is.
So let me point out a couple things here. One of the things that we observed with the Japanese tsunami is that Japan has a long history with earthquakes and tsunamis. And some of the fishing boats, once the earthquake happened, they got in the boat and they went out to the open ocean, because the open ocean is a much safer place for your vessel to be, because you will experience a rise in the sea level and then it will come down. It's the breaking waves and the proximity to docks, other boats, and land where the damage and worse can happen concerning boats. So what you may have been witnessing there are some people that have access to their boat, taking them out of the harbors,
Right.
which are usually the
Sure.
most affected areas, trying to get to a safer spot for them and their vessel.
So yeah, you're in a finite amount of time, right, for the tsunami. If you mentioned your vessel goes up and comes down, does that mean you've dodged the worst of it? But when it's heading to the shore, obviously it's going to break right on your boat, which is at the dock.
Well, and I mean, I think we've all seen this too, where we're on the beach, and that was interesting. I did not see the warning populated there. I wonder if it has since been lifted. It looks like it may have been lifted. We will wait to get confirmation on that. But back to the wave thing. If we're sitting there on the beach, you see the waves kind of rolling in, and then right as they hit the sand in the bank, they kind of splash up and they add another foot or so on. If you guys want to carry that through, I'm going to go ahead and double check on this tsunami warning center.
It's amazing, Brendan, what kind of heads up we do get now.
Okay.
Because this wasn't the case many years ago. All right, we're back up in the KGO chopper.
And it is canceled. So that tsunami warning is now over for the coast of California, Oregon.
Okay.
No tsunami observations are available to report. This is all coming straight from the National Weather Service and the Tsunami Warning Center. Again, no tsunami observations to report. They are advising that you wait for local emergency officials to reoccupy the evacuated areas, the hazard zones, just to be absolutely sure. But they reiterate no destructive tsunami has been recorded. So this is a best case scenario.
Okay, there it is. The tsunami warning has been lifted, as Brendan just mentioned, and that just happened.
Just now, like right as we were talking, it was just lifted. That was 11:54. So if we can take that CG down maybe, because there is no longer a tsunami warning after that very
Look
strong
at that.
earthquake.
There's
And
people
there it
back
goes.
in the control room. I mean, you're directing the show from out here. I've been accused of that, and not in a good way.
I just want to point out one quick thing. If you may be thinking that our language and our intensity and all of that was way overplayed because, quote unquote, nothing happened, folks, let me tell you something. There are lots of people that did not have a second chance in Japan, Southeast Asia. When these things happen, they move at hundreds of miles an hour. You get one shot to warn people to get out of there. The action that you need to take is relatively easy. You just need to get to the highest ground possible. That, like you said, Brendan, that way you guarantee your safety and others.
Yeah.
There is no debating in the middle of something like this. You have to get the word out early. You have to get it to as many people as possible. You need to take to the media to let everyone know that this is a clear and active threat, and we are monitoring things until the threat is over. And it seems like that is where we are at the moment.
And the Weather Service and the Tsunami Warning Centers did a terrific job with this one. Again, 10:54, we got that shake alert. Or excuse me, about 10:45, got that shake alert, and it was only half a kilometer, a third of a mile deep in the ocean, which immediately is a red flag for potential tsunami effects. They put that warning out within like 5 or 7 minutes of the initial earthquake, and it kept folks safe. And to Rob's point, you only get one shot at it. There's no respawns, there's no starting over, there's no do-overs. So if you only get one shot to protect your life and the loved ones around you, then you got to take that shot and don't look back. And so, maybe your day was briefly impacted because you had to get off the beach, you had to stop surfing, you had to, leave where you were having lunch. But ultimately, you're safe, and you will get to go home later tonight.
So this all started probably 10:44 this morning. We're about an hour and 15 minutes into this. An earthquake just off the coast of Eureka, west of Petrolia, up that way, and it was initially a 7.3. Downgraded to a 7.0. A 7.0 is awful. So now that our focus can shift with the tsunami warning now lifted, the focus can shift to, okay, the greater Eureka area. What kind of damage may have happened to buildings and schools and whatnot in the greater Eureka area? We can also maybe get updates from Jordan at some point as to when the traffic might start flowing again along I-80. Obviously, that's an extremely busy thoroughfare, and if they've been holding traffic or diverting or rerouting to higher ground to get around, obviously there are certainly things that we're going to be looking into in terms of the damage and the traffic now that the tsunami warning has been lifted.
And in terms of shaking, thankfully, because this earthquake was a fair distance off the coast of Cape Mendocino in Eureka, shaking was anywhere from light to moderate. Across the Eureka area, Cape Mendocino area. Certainly, we've seen plenty of video of shaking occurring, not just along the coast, but in the Sacramento Valley as well. In Sacramento, there's even a few reports from the USGS in the San Joaquin Valley. But ultimately, I think this was a best case scenario. When we're talking about a 7.0 earthquake, those are always something to be mindful of.
And a shallow one at that. And I just want to point out, I think we lose perspective of this sometimes. I grew up here in California, and we would always say, well, you never get a warning for an earthquake. It's impossible. Brendan, we got a warning.
We did.
Yeah.
Yes, we had early warning. Now, maybe your warning did not happen in Eureka or Crescent City or very close to where this happened, but hundreds of miles away, there was an early warning on your cell phones. This system does, in fact, work.
Yep.
And we were able to take stock of what was going on, notify the newsroom. We were able to be in place if there was something to be observed or a place that we needed to be for safety. We had ample time to be able to do that. And this is where we are. Decades ago, no warning. Now here we are. Millions of people had early warning that this was coming, and very likely they were able to take action to be in the safest place possible. This is a new era that we're working in, and it comes right to your phone.
Yep, Jordan.
Yeah. And we've been tracking, updates on X all day through our channels here at ABC 10. Earlier, I talked about how BART service was suspended through the Transbay Tube. Now, BART has posted on X. They're recovering from an earlier problem. They've resumed normal train service now, but please expect system-wide major delays. So that will definitely be between BART, between our local freeways that I've been seeing, a lot of congestion on between San Francisco and the Oakland area. Definitely we'll see those impacts later throughout today as those things start to clear out.
And I know that we've got our Gabriel Porras coming up too, but I do want to say real fast that we just had another 5.0 earthquake in the same spot as the 7.0.
Yeah,
so this is a seismically active area today.
Yeah.
That does not mean we're going to see a tsunami from one of these smaller aftershocks, but you may still feel shaking over the next several hours.
And we've learned a lot about as this has unfolded. So maybe the threat to our local area is not there, but we still don't know what's happened so far in Eureka. There very possibly could have been a tsunami, but only in that local area. We simply don't know what the damage is and exactly what has happened so far in that area. And that's something we're all hoping is panned out the way that this tsunami has, which is canceled in our area. But it was 7.0 right off the coast. That's never a good thing.
And shallow, as
Very
Brendan,
shallow.
as
Yep.
you mentioned right off the bat, an extremely shallow area there, and that was, and this is big news. I'm following what's going on in Portland too. I mean, their TV stations are all over this, just like we are, and that's substantially north of Eureka. But and then our warning was all the way down to the Santa Cruz area.
Yep.
Now, we all live here. We know earthquakes are certainly. I've
Right.
covered this so many times. I think we have 700 earthquakes a month in California. Most are 2.0 or less. But obviously, when you get something barking at you like this, like a 7.0, immediately there's probably going to be damage. And obviously, the tsunami thing is the first thing you think about once you look around and go, okay, is my business okay?
Right.
All right. And then you got to be sweating this coming your way.
And I think, to your point, while a lot of us are familiar with earthquakes here, maybe we haven't all been part of a larger earthquake, but I think we've all maybe felt a minor one, or we at least know that they can happen, especially up here. But tsunami's not necessarily something that immediately jumps to mind, I think, for a lot of folks. You see the signs out in the Bay Area, out along the North Coast, tsunami evacuation route, center, whatever it may be.
There's Rob. Once it got the all clear,
All
there's
clear to
Rob.
surf,
There's
and we're
Rob.
back in the
He
water.
jumped out of the back of his van. He already had the wax on the board, and you were ready to go.
I got to tell you, as a surfer at heart,
Yeah.
once we get the all clear, we're back in the water.
Yeah, well,
especially
he
you
is.
can see some of the video that we've been showing and some of the live cameras. The surf is there, created from the wind. These waves have been here before and after this, but certainly that gentleman has.
I suspect he's
got the
been out there
A-OK.
anyway.
Yeah.
I'm suspecting he didn't know any of this what was going on here, because I doubt he'd get out there that fast.
That looks like Ocean Beach. to
That
me.
does look like Ocean Beach, yeah. And that was one of the places we were saying you want. I mean, look how the waves just ride up Ocean Beach. You see the seawall back there. That's somewhere at the minimum you'd want to be past the seawall in a tsunami warning like this. But just to finish that thought, we do need to be aware of these tsunami warnings because they can happen. You get a quake right off the coast like this one, and we're talking about a tsunami warning. This one didn't cause any tsunami waves, but the next one might. So just because we all made it A-OK out of this one, if we get another shake alert tomorrow for another 7.0 earthquake and a tsunami warning go with it, we got to do it all over again and be ready to evacuate.
There's very little traffic there. Obviously, we saw the law enforcement officer. I don't know if they've opened up that road yet, but it looked like that was a road he was patrolling that you better not be on this road right now.
Yeah, and we are getting some new sound in here. This is from somebody in Modesto who actually felt the earthquake. Take a listen to this.
I was standing in the kitchen looking out back, and I see all this wave action in the pool, which is, you know, there's nobody in the pool. And
You heard that there, yeah, like what we were seeing with the
Back to
pool
the
videos
videos that we're
that
seeing.
we've been getting, and
I'd
thank
love
you
to
to
hear
everyone,
more
by
from
the
him.
way. Yeah, that's been sending in videos. We've been getting them in all morning long, so trying to get those on air for you.
Quickly, if we could go back, there's some of the video. This was shot in Sacramento County of the pool sloshing around. The land moves, the water's slow to react, but as the concrete moves up against the water, which is obviously more flexible, it's going to create some waves. So a lot of people wondering, why is my pool doing this? Well, it was from a 7.0 earthquake hundreds of miles away. And I just want to point out, if we can go back to the map of where this occurred, when we think of California earthquakes, a lot of people will think of the San Andreas Fault. Very active, very well-known, long history there, a very serious concern. The last big one on that one was, of course, Loma Prieta, which happened during as they were just about to have the Oakland A's face the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, yeah.
So we all remember that. That's the San Francisco fault line system. Now, we also have other very active faults. This is in far northern California. This is near the Cascadia subduction zone. This is a different seismic area that's completely unrelated to the San Andreas Fault. It's been very active in years past, and people in the Pacific Northwest, Portland and Seattle, are very concerned. They're completely unprepared compared to California for something like that. And they've been predicting for a long time that area could be at risk for a major earthquake. And then there's one more very active area in California where the San Andreas splits, and you go up the Owens Valley through Mammoth, and then through Tahoe, and then up through Oregon. This is also another area in California that has been very active and also could see an earthquake as well.
And these subduction zones basically is when two of the tectonic plates, one of them is like riding underneath the other one. And so what can happen with these is you get a slip of that plate where maybe it slips out from underneath, or the one on top kind of slips over it. What that can do is push a bunch of water very quickly up. In that situation, hello, welcome to the desk now. But as that earthquake pushes that water up, that can also fire off a tsunami as well. And so that's why you got to take every single one of these seriously.
So now we're going to go ahead and get to our Gabriel Porras. He is in Modesto right now, talking to somebody who likely felt this earthquake. So let's go ahead and get over to Gabriel Porras. He is in Sacramento, not Modesto. Gabe?
That's right, here in downtown Sacramento. It's been hit and miss here so far. A lot of people saying that they felt minor shaking. Some people didn't feel it at all, just saw the alert on their phone. I want to bring in Steven here. You were downtown when this earthquake first happened. What did you feel, and what was that moment like?
So I was at work on the 6th floor of the new Natural Resources building. We just kind of saw our monitor shaking, and then we kind of stood up and just kind of stood still for a second. And it's like, you feel like you're kind of rotating in a circle almost in these new buildings because of the dampeners, but you could just stand still and just like kind of feel yourself wobbling around. It wasn't anything too intense. Like if you were on the ground level in a regular house, you can like really like hear things shaking and feel things shaking, but we didn't have that in our building. But some people did feel it maybe more than others, and they felt the need to evacuate too. So there was that. So not everybody felt really safe. But that was my experience. And then looking around downtown where there's new construction, you see the construction workers halting work and putting safety as a high priority. So that's good to see.
Definitely. So some people were self-evacuating from your building and maybe neighboring buildings?
Absolutely, yeah. There seems to be a lot of commotion on the ground level when we look down the windows. Yeah.
And you mentioned you're not new to California, but somewhat new to this feeling, being in the building when this type of a quake happens.
Right, yeah, I've been in California my whole life, and I've been at home when earthquakes have hit, and you can, like I said, you can just like see the bookshelves moving and other things. But in this tall building, and luckily it's a new building too, so there wasn't a lot of movement going on. Maybe in the older buildings they probably feel a lot more, I would bet, where they haven't retrofitted yet. But my experience is like you can really feel the waviness the higher up you are, but that's probably because if you think about it, you're on a fulcrum and up higher and it's moving more.
Sure, definitely. And I know you were mentioning earlier, or we were talking about earlier about the different alerts that were going out. Did you get any of those earthquake alerts, anything that sent to your phone?
Yes, I did get an earthquake alert, and that's when I saw, I was like, oh yeah, we are in the, I guess not impact zone, but where you can feel the aftershocks. We were in that zone. So I was like, okay, and then it said the aftershocks were like hitting us at maybe a 4.0 or something, where up there it's at a 7, so it's like it's still hitting us pretty good down here.
An unusual day at work, to say the least, it sounds like.
Yeah, very unusual, a little entertaining, kind of, break up the monotony of work. So it's kind of fun to have that, but, a little concerning when you see people running out the building.
Definitely. Well, glad you guys are all safe. I'll let you get back to your lunch break now. But again, as you heard there, some people felt it, some didn't. We're going to try to get some more opinions, some more thoughts on what people felt out here. For now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Gabriel, thank you so much. And I mean, obviously, you don't think that people, are going to be feeling it to the extent that, we're hearing, Chico, Yuba City, we're hearing from, and gentlemen down in the Stockton Modesto
Woodland.
area, people's pools overlapping in and around the Sacramento area. So obviously, it's a pretty big deal to people around here, even though we're pretty far away from where this happened, which was, again, to reset, happened about 10:44 this morning, just off the coast of Eureka, west of Ferndale. So it was out in the ocean. How far out was it?
A decent ways, at least about 50 miles or so offshore.
That's not terribly far off.
But it was also very shallow, which lends itself to tsunamis, but also to feeling it a good distance away.
Okay, we're going to get new video in from Eureka, so this gets as close as possible as we can, and this is what they experienced there.
All right, obviously this is what we've been hearing and what we've been seeing. Again, even from Yuba City, Bill Cantrell sent us in a video from Yuba City where it was shaking like that there, and you could see Eureka, which is much closer to where the action was.
Yeah, and we heard from the man in Modesto who said his pool was, sloshing back and forth, and then we've been getting emails from people. This email about an earthquake felt in Woodland that we're trying to get video from too as well. So the shades were rocking, she said. So yeah, that was in the Woodland area.
And that Eureka video, thanks to Amber for sending that in.
Yeah.
And this was, I believe, Land Park. Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
This is the Park Terrace Swim and Tennis Club, which is just off of Seamus, the Fruit Ridge area, just off I-5 and Seamus, actually. So obviously, it looks like Megan Boss is pointing out where the water came over. And as I mentioned before, this water, it doesn't come to the top of the pool. It's not one of those infinity pools. This water would have to come up several inches to get over into the deck area, which apparently it did. She's pointing out where it was shaking. So it was enough for her to come out of the office and roll video for us. And so it's been an issue in and around Sacramento, Modesto, Stockton.
But think about it like this, too, as we're going to take a look at this video from Lodi. And it's a very similar story. Think about it like this. If you have a glass of water, it's not filled to the top, and you kind of grab the glass by the bottom and shake it a little, the water is going to move around very easily. It may spill over the top depending on how hard you shake it. But say, I don't know, you've got a sandwich on a plate. The sandwich isn't liquid. Right now it does have several layers to it. And you shake the plate and you're going to see the sandwich move, but it's unlikely the sandwich is going to fall off the plate. It's unlikely that, pieces of that sandwich, maybe the top piece of bread is going to fall off because it's more solid, right? So that's kind of what we're talking about. Whereas the concrete, the earth, the dirt, that's a lot more solid. In order for that to really move in a violent manner, you need a very powerful earthquake, which this indeed was, but because it was so far off the coast, by the time it got somewhere like Lodi, it did not feel as strong. But the water moved so much easier than the surrounding dirt and concrete and whatnot, which is why we see some of these things. Again, example here from Chico.
This is really coming over. I mean, I thank you, Linda, for sending this in. And as we speculated earlier, I mean, Linda looks like she was in the house, and this, whatever's going on in her pool, which is substantial at the time, was likely, I'm guessing 15, 20, 30 seconds after she was like, whoa. And this is coming over the top of her pool.
A 7.0 anywhere close to anywhere is never a good thing, and you are really hoping that it's not as bad as you think. Now, as we're looking at video, pool sloshing out, water sloshing out, that's not damage. As we saw some video from Eureka, we did not see damage just from that one video. We don't know the whole story there, but it's just a reminder that we live in earthquake country. Let's say we take that earthquake, same magnitude, and put it in land or a populated area. The Loma Prieta quake was not as strong as what we just saw, but you can remember all of the destruction and everything that happened. Now, since then, there's been all sorts of earthquake retrofitting, all sorts of programs, all sorts of alerts and awareness. We now get these alerts directly on our phone. In fact, before we can feel the earth shaking, in this case, if you're far away. So we've come a long way, but certainly when these things happen, it can go bad in a hurry. And if we're only seeing lights shaking around, this is what, in a worst case scenario, that could happen. This is much preferable to see.
Yeah, here's some video from Yuba City as well. You can see those lights moving back and forth here. We've seen, those videos of light fixtures moving. We've seen pools sloshing. This is also in Yuba City as well. Another pool video here just kind of showing what's happening there in terms of the pool water moving around in there. And we heard earlier from a gentleman in Modesto who said that he experienced something similar. So it's incredible how widespread too these impacts really are.
And just as an example, like even though these earthquakes happen a fair distance away, I mean they're not really far, but they are fairly it takes some time to drive from here to Eureka. These big earthquakes can travel very quickly across California. If you took the 1906 San Francisco earthquake, and if that were to happen same spot today, that would be like a 4 or 5 here in Sacramento. So we would definitely feel that. There could be some minor damage here. So that just gives you an idea. Is when you get a really strong earthquake, even a ways off the coast, we can definitely feel it, even in the valley.
Okay, this is the shot of Pacifica. Going back to the very beginning, the earliest timetable that we had of this was from the Tsunami Warning Center, saying that the initial wave of a tsunami would be in the San Francisco Bay Area by 12:10. It is now 12:15. Pacifica is south of San Francisco by a little bit, and what we're not seeing is the huge water column lifting up, waves coming over the boardwalk there, anywhere close to the road or anything like that. If you have not been aware or not been checking in since the alert came in on some people's phones, the official tsunami warning has been canceled.
That's right.
So we are not expecting any impacts from this directly, although you saw a lot of indirect impacts with all the video that was shown.
Yes, and this is not something that, all of a sudden we would now see a tsunami. Like this threat is over. So there's no need to panic, to think about that. That was something that at the time we needed to worry about. But
this is Woodland. From Woodland.
Here's the video that we were trying to get from Woodland. Thank you, Sharon, for sending this in. She says, this was my upstairs window, and you can see the shades rocking there. I got the earthquake warning on my phone and felt it for several minutes. That's what she said. No serious damage, luckily. But yeah, thank you, Sharon, for sending that in to us.
A quick shout out to Sharon. Sharon is a longtime ABC 10 viewer. Met her many times. She's awesome. She sends in weather photos all the time.
Great.
She would go to our coffee meetups. So the fact that she took this video and sent it to us to let us know, hey, this is what happened in Woodland. Sharon, we appreciate you.
That's amazing.
And we're glad you're okay.
That's amazing with the warning system. And she said she felt it for a couple of minutes. And again, another good sell to have the warning system on your phone.
Yeah, the Shake Alert. If you don't have the Shake Alert app, get the Shake Alert app. If you don't have emergency alerts, the WIAs, right, the wireless emergency alerts turned on for your phone, make sure those are turned on. I know they go off at night sometimes and they're annoying and they wake you up. I've been woken up by a Shake Alert. That was, for Humboldt County and really had no meaning for me here in Sacramento. But it's important, right? Sometimes they matter and sometimes they are here at home. In the case of the tsunami, if God forbid, we had a large wave move into the Bay Area, that would have gone up the Sacramento River.
Absolutely.
And we could have seen some tsunami influence even somewhere, along the Sacramento riverfront. So you got to take it seriously, right? We got lucky this time. There's no major impacts, but that doesn't mean that the next time will be just as lucky.
There's a little meet up there in Pacifica with the 3 gentlemen walking along there saying, hey, I heard the coast is clear. What do you say we throw the fishing poles back in at the pier? I'm guessing that's probably some type of a discussion that was going on a little bit earlier.
Yeah, another thing I wanted to mention too is we've been looking at, obviously X, we've been looking at social media, we've been getting, video in from viewers, but knowing where to get your correct information from as well. So obviously California OES, really good information on their X page as well, just updating it, minute by minute about what people need to know.
That's what they do. This is their moment.
People,
their bread and butter.
Exactly.
And USGS, the U.S. Geological Survey, also a terrific source of information. That's where I've been pulling most of the info. Speaking of USGS, they are going to have a presser coming up at 12:30, and we will carry that right here on ABC 10 and ABC 10 Plus. So stay tuned. Again, USGS presser on the earthquake and tsunami coming up at 12:30. That is in just about 11 minutes time. So.
Yes, indeed. Okay, we are still flying. This is our sister station KGO out of the Bay Area, and they've been up top for quite a while now. We've seen people who either were surfing through this or got back into the water, but the traffic to the left, extremely barren, and I believe what you see is some law enforcement. If we get in there a little bit closer, my guess is that was some type of a traffic stop there / roadblock, And that's exactly what it is. And it looks like, Jordan, it's still in place. Maybe erring on the side or abundance of caution here, but obviously those are roads that are heavily traveled along the beach.
Virtually
and there's
no one on
nothing.
them. Yeah.
There's nothing going on right now.
And to Rob's point, the Tsunami Warning Center was saying if we had a tsunami, the waves would be in the San Francisco area at 12:10. It's only 12:20, like you suggested, out of an abundance of caution. They may just be waiting for 10, 15 minutes to pass from that estimated arrival time of the tsunami waves. We know that there's no destructive waves out there. Maybe there's a half a foot wave or something that's coming, but I mean, at this point, the destructive potential is gone from this tsunami warning, because the tsunami warning is canceled as well. So, again, just erring on the side of caution, better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're traveling along 80, probably in the Berkeley area as well, the traffic we were led to believe was being diverted or halted. So obviously there's going to be some residual issues if you're trying to get in and out.
People trying to get back in. It looked like both directions coming from San Francisco along I-80 and into the Oakland area. So on eastbound Interstate 80, we're looking like there was a lot of heavy traffic there. And also I was seeing a lot of heavy traffic in the westbound direction of I-80 as well in that same area.
So I've been looking at buoy data this whole time, and it's finally updated for about 18 miles off the Golden Gate. And we did see a little bit of a wave increase. At 10:10 a.m., it was 4.6 feet wave heights. By 10:40 a.m., it was 4.9 feet, and at 11:10 a.m., it was 4.9 feet as well. So, I mean, that's, a few inches that we've seen, but that's not much at all. In fact, it was higher even at 9:40 this morning when it was closer to 5 feet. So, there was no tsunami.
Right now, the slowdown before the Bay Bridge is 23 minutes. So, obviously, it's a little bit of traffic increase. I-80 westbound, 16 minutes slowdown. So that's what I'm seeing right now, slower than usual traffic right there. But obviously that was to be expected when we talked about the Gilman Street exit and Berkeley and all that, where those were areas that could have really been affected by any type of wave.
Yeah, so Brendan, can I ask, even though obviously it's been canceled, right, the tsunami warning, even though it might not be destructive, do we still have to worry about high tides, though, in the day to come?
No, it has nothing to do now with the tsunami and the earthquake.
Right.
So the answer to that is, in short, no.
Right.
This is tsunamis are not long-term events. When we get waves coming in, this is a matter of an hour to several hours, depending on if it's traversing the Pacific or not. In this case, the threat is over. There is no threat left to be had. There is no significant increase in wave heights. There is no destructive wave coming. So at this point, there are no longer any residual effects from the tsunami, Rob.
Okay, so the initial earthquake and the initial tsunami is over. There are aftershocks.
Yes.
A lot of people have questions about that, so let's go ahead and hear from USGS. This is Christine with USGS to talk about the threat of aftershocks and what happens next. While they're loading that up, you can clearly see that people are now taking back to the beach. They are heading out there because the threat is over. And now, again, USGS, this is Christine talking about aftershocks.
Right now, as of now, for the next week, we can expect a 6% chance or so for a magnitude 6 or larger. And as you go down to smaller magnitude, like 5 and above, the probability is closer to 40%. So, but the general concept is that earthquakes are expected following a large one, such as a 7. That's a major earthquake. They'll decrease in intensity and what people feel and in frequency over time.
And we've seen aftershocks already. Just at 12:12, 10 minutes ago, there was another 4.0 aftershock out off the coast of Cape Mendocino. So earthquakes are happening, aftershocks are happening, but it's rare that you would get one as large as the earthquake we had, and she said there was, only a fairly minor chance of a 6.0 or larger.
And they're very capable of getting the early warning out. USGS was right on top of it. You have to seek out official sources for stuff like this. Again, I was on social media, and it was not a good place for good information. Literally, you watching us right now, we have the best information because we know where to look, and they've been very good. And they've been doing this for a while. If you remember, way back in the day, Dr. Lucy Jones was a geologist at Caltech, And she took to the TV screens right away after an earthquake in Southern California a long time ago with her toddler famously on her shoulder because she felt it was so important to get the correct information out as quickly as possible. That's what they've done, and that's what we're trying to do here.
And it's easy to find misinformation out there if you're not careful. I mean, even the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office was saying the tsunami warning was canceled when it was not. It was still very much in effect. So, I mean, it's just easy to find bad sources out there. So when you're on social media and events like this, even now with AI generative images, it can be so easy to get duped into thinking there's a wave or there's major earthquake damage when in fact there is none.
Yeah, and some of those government sources too on X, many of them have those gray check marks next to them, so you can kind of discern what is and what isn't an actual government account. So Cal OES, for example, has a gray check mark next to it, and they've been just releasing, obviously, really important, pertinent information throughout the entire process.
And shifting gears a little bit, I know we've got about 5 minutes or so until the presser, but Rob, you and I and Monica and Carly have done a lot of work on water supply here in California. And one of the things that officials always warn us about is the potential for massive earthquakes like this one. If this had happened, say, in the Delta or in the Bay Area or you know, just down the coast. The water infrastructure is aging in some places, and it not only an earthquake could damage it, but if you were to get a large tsunami wave coming through the Bay Area, spilling into the Delta, that's a lot of saltwater intrusion. I mean, it could wipe out agriculture in parts of the Delta. It would taint the water supply. I mean, this is something that officials are warning about and prepared for, but sometimes you just get, I mean, lucky, right? So far, it seems like there's not any major damage. So, I mean, this one, best case scenario. But again, I have to say, reiterating multiple times, just because nothing happened this time doesn't mean the next time will be just as lucky.
So what can you do to be better prepared? What's the official app from the state that you can download? It's free, where you can get an early warning. We literally got an early warning by about 5 minutes or so, which is good enough for me to get away from the glass. Good enough for me to not go in the elevator. Good enough for me to tell the kids what to do if they're nearby. And that's something that is new. They've tested it. They've refined it. It works. And so where can people get that app?
The Shake Alert app. You can download it on the App Store. Whatever app store you use, Shake Alert. Now, earthquakes, we don't have a huge lead time with those. It's usually 30, 45 seconds or so. But in terms of the tsunami, which we later found out, we did get 15, 20 minutes of lead time. I'm thinking about somewhere like Fort Bragg, which is pretty close to the epicenter, did have 10, 15 minutes of lead time before the tsunami waves may have been there had we seen it.
We're seeing people who are sort of returning to the coastline. And I'm wondering, it's like you're coming back to the coastline to see not a tsunami. What are you looking at? It's like, okay, now I guess we can come back. So I'm going to be here, and there you go. There's Rob again. And he clearly was waiting for the all call that it's okay to go back in. We saw a guy 20 minutes ago who was well out there during the entire time. There's no way he could have gotten out there after it was lifted. He was going to surf through it, and I'm guessing he didn't even know. I mean, if you're out in the middle of nowhere, unless you're wearing a super deluxe waterproof watch, you're not going to be getting alerts like that, like get out now.
Yeah, it's problematic. You know, cell phones don't work out when you're out in the water, right? That's not your warning system. But I will tell you, this gentleman, hats off to you. I've surfed Ocean Beach before. It is a brutal paddle out. It's cold. He's going to be underwater for a lot of it. Hopefully he gets a good one, comes back in. Yeah, you better stretch, buddy. That is a rough paddle out. I can tell you that.
He's going to want to clip this video for the gram later, I think.
This is So hats off to him.
He's also holding his surfboard the wrong way. You have to have the wax out. So
listen now. We wish we were out there today with what, a 2 mil suit? It's cold, right? What thick suit are you going to wear for this?
We also have a soundbite here from a professor from Berkeley as well. If we have that queued up, listen to this.
The earthquake early warning system was triggered for this earthquake. It did a great job. It worked exactly as it should have done. It estimated the maximum magnitude at magnitude 6.9, which is absolutely spot on as far as earthquake early warning is concerned. And so we're really excited that that worked all properly. The alert did go out to people throughout Northern California and Oregon. Again, worked exactly as it should have done.
Okay.
All right. So we just heard from an early morning project scientist there. That was from UC Berkeley.
Again, I just think that's the most amazing technology that's come along, and it works. It's not some experimental. At one point it was an idea, and then it was researched, and now it's a reality, and it's really helpful. I worked in San Luis Obispo, and the earthquake capital of California is this very small little town called Parkfield. We had an earthquake there a long time ago. This is very early in my career, and it happened roughly in that area. And we went there, and they had one of these testing facilities where they had all this equipment, and they had drilled down into a very active area specifically to try and see if they were able to pick up on early signs and wavelengths of these earthquakes to have some kind of early warning system. So again, within my career, we've come from an idea to something that actually happened on our cell phones. It's just an amazing time, very helpful thing, brand new technology that works.
Yeah, and again, even if you don't have the Shake Alert app, make sure you have the wireless emergency alerts on your phone turned on. Those not something you got to download. You just got to make sure it's flipped on so that they can put an alert out. State officials can put alerts out via cell towers, and it just pings right to your phone. You don't have to do anything except have it turned on.
All right, the fault terminates right at that northern point. I mean, this is as far as the fault line goes is Eureka. And so that this is where the action was. There's not much fault line left after this.
And there's a lot of minor faults, too, across Northern California. So this is part of why we see so many earthquakes. But we know California as a whole is very seismically active. And the big one was maybe not today. It was certainly a big earthquake, but it could be just around the corner. So Shake Alert apps, make sure you follow instructions. Tsunami warnings, take them all seriously.
We're standing by for the USGS. They're going to have a press conference with an update on the situation and aftershocks, which we've been hearing about as well. If you're just tuning in, this earthquake struck west of Eureka, about 50 miles out into the Pacific at 10:44 this morning. So we're about an hour and 45 minutes into this. And we've been talking about the tsunami warning, which was lifted not too long ago. Obviously, there were people being told from all the way from Eureka down to Santa Cruz, don't go near the coastline because tsunamis just hit. There's not a heck of a lot of warning in scenarios like this. It's not an earthquake where it's not a hurricane that you could see coming, the sky grow dark. This happens and happens very quickly. So for the most part, we're led to believe people were taking this seriously.
Yeah, by all accounts, that's what we've seen so far. But to reiterate, not just the magnitude was 7.0, but the USGS says this was 0.6 kilometers deep, which is about a third of a mile. So that is just under the surface, which is part of the reason why that tsunami warning went out maybe 4 or 5 minutes or so after the earthquake happened. They were right on that. So, major earthquake, certainly off the coast. 7.0, shallow earthquake. We had that tsunami warning from roughly 10:50 this morning until about noon, 11:58 or so, and that's since been lifted. And this is something, too, that the threat is over. We're not worried about any further tsunamis from this earthquake. It would take another major earthquake in order to generate a new tsunami. It's been canceled. The threat has passed. If we were worried about it or somewhat panicking or anxious, we can kind of let all of that go at this point. It's fine.
So an aftershock of a 5.2 or 3 would not generate the type of a tsunami warning again. It's like the 7.0 was the one that did it.
Yeah, generally you need again, it depends on the type of earthquake. It depends on how deep the earthquake is. Generally, you need a 7.0 or larger to generate a destructive tsunami. But there's some intricacies to that. But I wouldn't be worried about a 5.3 or a 5.5 or anything like that.
And some positive things here. This goes into the data collection for if an earthquake of this magnitude happened here, what will happen with the water? Where does it go? What are the impacts? And so this goes into a huge database where they can further refine these tsunami warnings. Let's go back to the one in Japan. That was a very large earthquake, much larger than this. And that was another situation that people were taking more seriously because of what had happened in Southeast Asia. With that one, that was a very large earthquake immediately off the coast. And that one spread throughout the whole basin, Thailand, Indonesia, a bunch of other places. Sri Lanka was hit very hard as well from that tsunami.
It was 2004, I believe, yeah.
Exactly. That was top of mind. And the tsunami warning that was issued for the Japanese earthquake, that made it all the way across the Pacific. They monitor these all the way. We're talking thousands of miles, and they did not cancel it whatsoever. until the impacts were seen and felt in California. And people may forget about this. Absolutely, we did have a tsunami in California related to the Japanese earthquake. The most notable place that experienced lots of damage was the Santa Cruz Harbor. It went right up through the harbor.
Yeah.
It damaged many docks. It damaged and destroyed many boats. It was very visual. People were there that certainly saw it and got out of the way. So remember, as long as it's issued and not canceled, it's a threat. This one has been canceled, so we are moving on to the next one. Because remember, in California, there will always be another one.
Yeah, there's, like I said, 700 earthquakes a month in this state is something we all deal with, and most of them we don't even feel. So, and we want to thank all the people who've been sending in videos.
Oh, for sure.
Sending in videos from Woodland, Yuba City, the Modesto, Stockton area. Gabriel Porras interviewing a gentleman down in downtown Sacramento, and also Chico as well. All right, let's take you to the
On the
USGS
coast,
press conference.
That's when the system was activated, and that's when everything went into action. And so what should happen is that, and in many cases, people may have received at least a few seconds of warning time before the strongest shaking arrived at their location. But our advice to people is, if you feel shaking or if you get an alert, to drop, cover, and hold on.
She said mics are down. We're good.
Our estimates also show, and also from the data from our interactive map at usgs.gov, also show that intensity levels of shaking as high as intensity 8 were estimated by the Shake Alert system and also ultimately observed by our seismic network. And at MMI, or intensity 8, this is considered to be severe shaking. And so there could be slight damage to really well-designed structures, but considerable construction could have received, sort of common construction could have received considerable damage from this. So people probably saw things falling off of shelves, windows being broken, lots of shaking in the building, heavy furniture being moved. So all of these things are observed for this event. So one thing we are really wanting to make sure that people know is that to stay safe, aftershocks are possible. Be ready for more shaking, and be ready to take that protective action. At several earthquakes, at least 3 or 4, since this initial event, about an hour and a half ago or so, that we've received additional alert activations, Shake Alert system activations. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Bob. We'll go ahead and move to our first question from William Mojado. If you could please reiterate your name and your affiliation, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. William Mojado from the Sacramento Bee here. You all said that this was a strong earthquake, yet it's pretty normal for this area. I was wondering if you could put this earthquake in context, kind of historically. When was the last time this region saw this magnitude of earthquake? And yeah.
Sure. So this area does have frequent earthquakes. The last significant earthquake in this area was the Ferndale earthquake in 2022. That released significantly less energy. It was a magnitude 6.4. There are also some other magnitude 6 to 7 earthquakes, 2021 and 2016. In 1992, there was a magnitude 7.2 earthquake in this area. So this is an area where sort of, every few years or a few decades, there's a significant earthquake of this time. The largest one we've seen in the last century or so is a magnitude 7.4 in 1922. And it's interesting to note that there are many sort of flavors of earthquakes here. As I mentioned, the complex tectonic system there. Some have a lot of vertical motion. In 1992, the coastal mountain ranges and the coast were actually uplifted quite a bit. In this case, we don't expect a lot of that sort of on land change. The main effect of this type of earthquake is the strong shaking that Bob described.
Yeah, and to give you some perspective, the event back in 2022, the magnitude 6.4 that Steve mentioned, this particular earthquake wasn't on the order of 8 times bigger than that event in 2022. So.
Great, thanks you guys. Next question from Lizzie Acker. Please name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Lizzie Acker, and I'm a reporter for the Oregonian in Portland. I had 2 quick questions. Bob, you said, I just want to verify that you said 500,000 people received alerts on their phone?
At least 500,000, and we're waiting for more reports from our other alert delivery partners, but we know from our initial report from the MyShake, our alert delivery provider, MyShake, they delivered over 500,000 alerts to subscribers to this particular alerting product.
Awesome. And then can you tell me, do you know how many of those were in Oregon? Clearly I have an Oregon.
That's a very difficult question to answer
Okay.
because they don't necessarily break it down by state. But you
Okay.
consider there were two fairly large cities that were affected, Eugene and Corvallis, with sizable populations, both have universities. And then it's likely as far east as folks on the other side of the Cascades in Bend may have also received alerts as well. That they were kind of on the edge of that. And just to maybe put a little bit of an accent to this too, is that there are many flavors of alerts that are delivered. There's one type of alert from the wireless emergency alert system. It's the same system that delivers Amber alerts to cell phones. And those alerts were delivered as far north into Oregon as far north as Bandon.
Wow. And then my second question, I guess that was my first two-part question, is the shaking you described, was that all in California or was any felt in Oregon? Do you know?
Yeah, so in order for alerts to be delivered into places like Corvallis and Eugene and those regions, the experience, the estimated shaking, this is very important, is the shake alert system estimates the shaking using about 1 second worth of data initially to make that estimate. What the estimated shaking for people on Corvallis and Eugene might have been something on the order of a heavy truck passing by your house. That's intensity 3. So it's sort of like those vibrations. You wonder, like, what was that? That's just happened? You know, was it a car? Was it whatever? But that's the estimated shaking, and that's where we begin to tell people that something is going on and that they need to take that protective action, drop, cover, and hold on. And you may ask the question, well, why do we tell people for such small amounts of shaking for an earthquake like this? Well, it's exactly something like this. Earthquakes can grow in size. And so our goal is to make sure to get alerts to people. We prioritize the people who need the alerts the most, who could feel the heaviest shaking, but also get alerts to people to give them time to take that protective action if the earthquake continues to grow in size and the shaking gets to be stronger.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next questions. There's five people currently with their hands up and one in the chat. So I just want to ask you to ask a question, and then we'll come back to you for more questions if you have one. But next up is Hannah Hagman. Name and affiliation.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I'm with the San Francisco Chronicle. I have a clarifying question. At the last press conference, which was super helpful, I asked a question about the earthquake that occurred near Cobb, California, which was initially estimated in the 5 to 6 range. And then Christine Gould mentioned that it was a much smaller event, and then it, quote, reassessed to a 2.5 magnitude. My colleague brought up that on the USGS site, I think that's still a higher number. So I just wanted to follow up. Is that accurate that it was reassessed at a 2.5 magnitude?
It was. I perhaps to refresh the page, but the number was adjusted to magnitude 2.5.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Okay. Could I ask one more question, Paul, or you want to come back to me?
A quick question.
Okay. Just Stephen, I was really interested in the science aspect you're talking about on how this earthquake occurred. Can you just also clarify? So it sounds like we understand this to be there was right lateral motion on the fault, and there was more. Can you talk about the horizontal versus vertical and the difference in damage? I'm really interested in that.
Sure, and I'll just say this is all a little bit preliminary. We do continue to do analyses on the data to make sure we know exactly how these faults move. But based on the history of how earthquakes in this area occur and our current understanding of the data, this is a fault that trends east to west offshore Northern California, just south of Eureka area. Petrolia is the nearest populated place, which is a little town just south of Eureka in the mountains. And there's two sort of different parts of the Pacific plate, so the oceanic crust underwater, and the plate to the north, the Gorda plate, is moving to the east underneath North America, and it's moving faster than the plate to the south. And so because of that, this difference in velocity is accommodated on this Mendocino fault. And in this case, it appears that the fault, the earthquake, is what we call right lateral. So the plate to the north moves farther to the right. If you're standing on the fault, that's what it would look like if you're down there on the floor of the ocean. And so, this is largely horizontal motion. And this is similar to the San Andreas fault, which is the most famous fault in California, has earthquakes, and those largely have horizontal motion. So they generate a lot of shaking, but it's not like one piece of land goes way up higher than the other. And there are other faults, for example, the Cascadia subduction zone to the north. That's the long fault that traces offshore the entire distance up into offshore Canada. And that one tends to have a lot of vertical motion because it's actually one plate diving under another. So in this case, two plates sliding back against one another and largely horizontal motion. And so that is less likely to lift up the water and create a tsunami than if the ground actually moved vertically quite a bit.
Yeah, imagine taking a cup of water and a knife and sort of slicing through the cup of water, and nothing really moves. The knife just sort of goes through, and that the water's moved really.
Yep.
Great, thank you for that analogy and that explanation. Next up is Monica Woods, affiliation, please.
Hi there, Monica Woods, ABC 10 in Sacramento. Thanks again for doing this follow-up presser. I want to put into context and perspective, perhaps, that this was an offshore earthquake 7.0. A lot of people reaching out to us that they were in the 1989 San Francisco one, which was smaller. So what are the similarities and the differences in an offshore earthquake or a landmass earthquake?
So the things that really affect how much shaking people feel is how far they are from where the earthquake is generated and how deep that earthquake is in the crust. So in this case, the earthquake is not particularly deep. We're still working on a good estimate, but it's on the order of 10 to 20 kilometers deep, but it's fairly far offshore. So if the earthquake happens farther away, there's less shaking. And in the case of the 1989 earthquake, it occurred underneath the Santa Cruz Mountains in the Bay Area, and the shaking radiated under a lot of urban areas. And a lot of the damage was due to things like weak soils and liquefaction. And so this, because it's farther offshore, farther from populated places, we just don't anticipate the sort of humanitarian effects that we see from these earthquakes that occur under the land.
Great, thank you, Steve. Next up, Tara or Tara.
Hi there, it's Tara Duggan from the San Francisco Chronicle, another Chronicle person. I appreciate it. Just wanted to get a little more information about the tsunami warning and why it was, first announced and then changed. It sounds like you kind of addressed that a little bit with the science earlier, but could you go into that a little more in detail?
I think it's important to emphasize that NOAA is the agency that handles the tsunami warning. So we're not really privy to that system. We see that as they are issued. But certainly an earthquake that's this energetic offshore underwater is something that is going to be a cause for concern for tsunamis. And it's possible that some of the initial estimates of motion made it look like there was a possibility of a tsunami. And once those were refined, the chances of a tsunami actually went down. And so that's a little bit speculative, but that's our current understanding of things. And that could be updated as we continue to look at these data.
Okay, thank you. So you don't think it had perhaps anything to do with the type of earthquake it might have been, or which fault it was exactly coming from?
Yeah, we try to agencies, and we, like I said, NOAA is a different agency than USGS. They try to react quickly and send out warnings based on the best available information at that time. And so the initial information to them obviously looked like there was a probability of a tsunami that was high enough to issue a warning, and that was refined later as more information came in. So this is how these systems work sometimes.
Okay, thanks so much.
Great, thank you. Cron TV, you're on. Okay, we're not hearing you. I saw your mic came undone, but I'm not hearing you yet. Okay, you might want to check the mic settings in. I'm going to go ahead and move to Ravenna right now, Cron, but check your mic settings in the settings box there. Ravenna and affiliation, please.
Yeah, hi, Ravenna Koenig, NPR. I joined about 2 minutes late, so apologies if you answered this, but you had said that, in places there was intensity 8, there could be slight damage to well-designed structures, common structures receiving considerable damage. How widespread would you expect those impacts to be, and where, would you expect to see them?
Well, Steve, you want to take that question? Is that,
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay. So yeah, so one thing that we know is think of an earthquake as like dropping a rock into a lake and you have the waves sort of moving away. And typically we see the highest levels of shaking closest to the epicenter of that earthquake. Of course, the epicenter of this event was off the coast, like 40 miles off the coast of California. So we see by observation on the event page as well, the heaviest levels of shaking, the intensity 8, where you're getting damage to structures closest to basically the coastline. So you're talking Eureka, Arcata, sort of those cities that are sitting, Humboldt Bay region, where people are right along the coast. And of course, the intensities decrease the farther you get away from that event. And there are some exceptions to that. And Steve was mentioning this earlier. In the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake, even though it occurred in the Santa Cruz Mountains, we still saw some really intense shaking in places like West Oakland, especially the freeway, the cypress structure that collapsed, and also in the Marina District. There are sort of site conditions, loose soils, that actually make seismic waves slow down and get bigger when they hit those softer soils. So you see some of those differences, but generally what you can say, and on the event page, you can see the highest levels of shaking that are closest to where the epicenter of the earthquake is off the coast.
The one nuance I would add to that is in this area, Eureka is the main population center. That's going to be that, and some towns around that. And some of those towns sit on, like, the Eel River has a fairly large delta. Yes. There's some marshy sediments. There are some loose sediments. So the effects of what actually a structure is sitting on top of in terms of the soil conditions can be very important. So when we see an event like this, the first thing we think about are those people in low-lying areas, maybe on river or coastal sediments, that sort of thing, and places that are up on hard bedrock are going to be less affected. But again, it's pretty early for us to really have a good comment on the damage that occurred up there.
Thanks, Steve. That's great.
Yeah, thanks, you guys. Okay, Cron, looks like you guys fixed your mic. You want to try again? We're not hearing you. Sometimes if you're wearing a headset, take it on, or maybe put the headset on if you're using that. Okay, we're still just not hearing you yet. I'm going to go ahead and Ravenna, I'm going to assume that your hand is a legacy. So let's go ahead and move to Amy Isaacs, but Ravenna, take your hand down if, or leave it up if you are indeed still up. Okay, Amy. Okay. All right, we'll just go ahead. Let's go ahead to Elise Cox. Hannah will come to you in a second. Elise Cox.
Yeah, hi, it's Elise Cox, and I had 2 questions in the chat, but I was also curious about the relationship of this quake or quakes, which I'm asking you to clarify, to the the big one that's expected off of Point Mendocino. Sorry. Does that make sense to you guys?
I didn't totally catch that. Did you catch that enough, Bob?
Yeah, did you hear me at all? Are you able to hear me at all? There might be some.
Yeah, we can
hear you. Maybe restate the question.
Yes, please.
Okay, so first of all, was it one quake or 2?
There was one large quake. This magnitude 7.0 was the large quake, and that was far larger than any of the aftershocks that we've seen so far. Most of the aftershocks, I haven't looked at the latest, but are no greater than 4.3-ish, something like that. So one large 7.0 followed by some much smaller aftershocks.
Okay, I did see that it had been measured as 7.3 by some of the equipment.
It is possible there was an early estimate of 7.3 as more data has come in. It's been refined to 7.0, and one of our seismologists made a comment recently that they expect the magnitude to hold at magnitude 7.0.
Okay, and how does this compare with other large quakes in the
Bob,
past?
you want to take that one?
Well, in the case of earthquakes in this particular region, I mean, in the last 5
All
years,
right,
we've seen events.
You are watching the
upward of magnitude
USGS
6
press
to
conference
magnitude
that's been going on for quite some time now. We've been listening to all the questions, great questions, and obviously good information being shared with the good folks there with the USGS. So we've been on the air since 11. The earthquake hit about 10:44 this morning west of Ferndale, which is just outside of Eureka. Traffic impacts.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and bring those up here. You can see, there we go. You can take a look there along I-80 in the Berkeley area. You can see traffic is extremely heavy, and West Berkeley was one of those areas that was impacted in terms of those evacuation warnings, which obviously have now been dropped. So you can see there traffic very slow moving. This is I-80, so you can see both east and westbound lanes between San Francisco and Oakland. Obviously slow moving in that area, as well as Highway 101 as well. Very slow moving.
Yeah, and just to start to put a bow on all of this, we had that major 7.0 earthquake at about 10:44 this morning, subsequent tsunami warning that ran for the next roughly hour and 10 minutes and some change there. But just to, again, to kind of recap this, since about 12:35 p.m., there's been at least 35 aftershocks in Northern California, and the largest was about a 5, as we heard in the presser there. So this is still a very seismically active area. You kind of would expect this following a major earthquake like this one. But in terms of impacts, thankfully, it seems like, based on what we've seen so far, relatively minor stuff.
We have some new pictures in. Let's share those with our viewers. We have some new pictures just in showing the damage of the Shelter Cove General Store in Humboldt County. We're told that the owner said that they're used to earthquakes at this particular location.
Oh, there it is.
But they're getting pretty good here. They got it pretty good. It's the worst she can remember since she was a kid. And she said she's a third-generation owner of the store. So you put that into perspective in a high earthquake area. This is a pretty good tumbler up there. Nobody was hurt, but she did lose a fair amount of inventory there. Wow.
Yeah, but if all we're talking about, and I know this is a small business and I don't want to diminish that, but if all we're talking about is some stuff fell off some shelves and some lights and blinds were moving around, that's good perspective to have, because we could have had a mega wave coming down the California coast.
And we want to thank all the viewers that sent in the pools, water sloshing around, the lamps, the chandeliers moving around, because the impacts were felt far and wide, even right here at home.
Yeah, we've been getting messages, we've been getting photos, videos, and it's just, we've been able to share it, and thank you for all of that. And thanks for staying with us since 11 a.m. on this breaking news coverage of the earthquake. Once again, we had several developing and breaking news stories, and here's a quick recap of those.
Okay, the 7.0 earthquake hit just before 11 o'clock this morning. The epicenter was in the Pacific Ocean southwest of Eureka. It was felt as far south as Modesto. We've been hearing from people from there as well as Yuba City. We also got video from Sacramento County as well. We got video from Chico, Yuba City, as I mentioned. So this is Eureka, the video right there, that chandelier going. And it's pretty consistent with some of the things that we got here as well. In Southland Park, the video of shaking of lights and poles. And this is Yuba City right here, Hilbers. Thanks to Bill Cantrell for sending this in. So everything was pretty consistent with what we were getting throughout the region.
Yeah, so turning now from earthquake coverage to a story that we were following all morning here on ABC 10. So we have new information now on a shooting that left 2 kindergartners hurt in Butte County. The sheriff now saying both the 5- and 6-year-olds are in critical but stable condition. That shooter died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound on the campus of Feather River School of Seventh-day Adventists. And we are expecting a press conference this afternoon at 3. And of course, we will bring it to you live on ABC 10+.
It sounds like the 2 young men there at the school, their condition is a little bit better. When you put the word stable in, instead of what we've been reporting all day of extremely critical. So a lot of prayers are being answered
Still a
there.
long recovery to go, though.
Yeah, Carson Shuey has been sentenced to 15 years to life for second-degree murder in Placer County. As for 2 counts of possession, he received a midterm of 1 year, and for aggravations, an upper term was set of 4 years. This is that county's first fentanyl murder trial. All right, that's going to do it for us. Stay with us for updates throughout the course of the day. Of course, breaking news and all of our top stories you can get on our streaming app, ABC 10 Plus. You can also watch live coverage coming up here at 2:30. The app is free to download wherever you stream. We're also expecting Governor Newsom to be speaking about what happened with the earthquake as well. But in the meantime, we always thank you for watching, and our next regular newscast comes your way, of course, tonight at 5 o'clock. Thanks for watching. Have a good day.
Morning. Good morning. Thank you, Governor Newsom, for your continued commitment to enhance our regional economy. My name is Jessica Anderson. I am the Chief Operating Officer of the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is committed to making San Diego the most business-friendly region in California. With Mexico being California's top exporting partner and San Diego home to the largest land commercial point of entry across the U.S.-Mexico border, it is vital that our region remains globally competitive for trade and international supply chains that are a huge economic engine on both sides of the border. This is why the Chamber leads 3 annual delegations to Sacramento, Washington, D.C., and Mexico City to and advocate for issues important in the Baja region. We thank state leaders who join us on these delegation trips, including our governor, our lieutenant governor, and GoBiz, among others. At the Chamber, we stand by that we aren't just trading with Mexico, but we are producing together. In the Cali Baja region, there is a $270 billion regional GDP, and the region is a conduit for roughly $70 billion in cross-border trade. Our region has the largest medical cluster in the world, and at least 60,000 people cross our border daily for work. In fact, every 2 jobs created in Baja supports the creation of 1 job in San Diego. Our economies are truly intertwined. Otay Mesa East Land Port of Entry would facilitate trade and travel across the border as our region loses $2 billion in economic output due to border wait times. Furthermore, Sandag has conducted a study that has projected imports by truck to be equivalent to levels expected in 2032. To ensure the future economic prosperity of our region and the state, it is vital that we continue to support the completion of Otay Mesa East Port of Entry. Continuing partnership with the state of California is fundamental to strengthening global competitiveness and economic prosperity that supports our business community and workforce. I'd like to turn it over now to my partner, Nakia Clark from the World Trade Center, San Diego.
Thank you, Jessica, and good afternoon, everyone. Honored to be here today, welcoming Governor Newsom to our border region. My name is Nakia Clark. I'm Executive Director of World Trade Center San Diego, which is part of our Economic Development Corporation. And here in the border region, global competitiveness and economic development go hand in hand, because when we create jobs, it matters a lot how we connect to the region around us and how we connect to our partners just across the border. So all the economic development work that we do in this region, we strive to do binationally. As Jessica mentioned, we advocate together in D.C. and in Mexico City around priorities, especially infrastructure priorities. go on binational trade missions to Korea, to Singapore, to the UK, to France, to advocate for investment into this region on both sides of the border. And our team works every day with companies, helping them deepen and expand their supply chains in the binational region, which makes the entire United States a lot more competitive. So these are very uncertain times for businesses of every size, and we've been here before. We've learned how to navigate uncertainty, certainly. And here in the border region, we come back to what we know to be true about how the economy. We know that what we do here is not trade, it is co-production. We produce things together. When we think about medical devices or electronics or automobiles, those components might cross the border 3, 4, 5, 8 times before they reach their final customer. We in Mexico every day is actually American made in the first place. That's how integrated we are in terms of our binational supply chains. We also know that U.S. competitiveness in critical industries is really reliant on these cross-border supply chains. 60% of all medical devices that treat patients in hospitals from Atlanta to Boston are manufactured and produced here and come through that port of entry every day. So facilitating goods back and forth and business connectivity is really important. And finally, we know that 98% of exporters, of American exporters, are small. And when difficult to navigate, when things are uncertain, businesses that can't afford to have a supply chain on every continent, that are really on understanding both their customer and their partners in the binational region. So because we know all these things, we know how to work together. And as we look to the future, here in the San Diego region, we've been finding solutions for decades around infrastructure, working with our partners across the border to make sure that we anchor the supply chain. And it's critical for the United States and for the world that we continue to do that. Thank you very much. And I'm happy now to introduce my colleague, Eduardo Acosta from R.L. Jones Group.
Thank you very much. Buenas tardes a todos. Voy a hablar en español estamos en una región fronteriza. Para mí es un honor estar aquí representando a la Cámara de Comercio de San Diego y a la industria que esperemos que pronto se pueda abrir. ¿Y por qué la necesitamos? Es muy importante con nuestra garita para fortalecer la relación. Tenemos años fortaleciendo esta región binacional de manufactura, de importaciones, exportaciones. La cadena de suministro en esta región es muy importante. Saber que si se impone algún impuesto a los bienes que cruzan esa frontera de México para Estados Unidos, va a ser de gran impacto. Esta región depende muchísimo de la colaboración. Regiones, no somos un país, no es una frontera, aunque está aquí una frontera obviamente, pero realmente como se trabaja en esta región, tenemos que ir trabajando equipo, tenemos gran oportunidad para que en México y en Baja California se puedan manufacturar muchas más materias primas de lo que se ha hecho. Tenemos que traernos mucha de la manufactura de Asia para aquí, por esta región, tomando ventaja del Tratado de Libre Comercio, poder aprovechar las oportunidades que tiene la dinámica de Estados Unidos. México es el comercio número 1 de Estados Unidos, y en lugar de ahorita ver maneras de cómo entorpecer esa relación, ese avance, tenemos que ver cómo trabajar en equipo. Y los dos gobiernos, yo creo que va a haber presidente nuevo en México, que ya está, va a haber presidente nuevo en Estados Unidos, y sabemos que van a colaborar y ver cómo esta región se electrónica, como han comentado, médica, mucho perecedero, mucho alimento que viene de México, y empresas americanas lo importan y lo venden a todos los ciudadanos americanos. Entonces esta región, esta comunidad binacional tiene que seguir fuerte, tenemos que ir colaborando para poder tomar ventaja y creando puentes para otra garita, puentes para poder. Gracias. Ahora es un honor presentarles al senador Steve Padilla.
Bienvenidos a todas y todos. Y Gobernador Newsom, my name is Steve Padilla. It's my honor to represent the 18th Senate District in the California State Senate. And we stand literally in the Cali-Baja binational region at a time of great promise and some peril. And I'm pleased to welcome the governor back again and to remind all of you that we're a strong leader and a strong voice in Washington that the unique and special value of the Cali Baja region. We stand for great cultures, great nations literally and physically come together and are intertwined. Our futures are so inextricably connected. The future of our workforce, the future of our common infrastructure, the ability to move goods and people, the ability to collaborate around innovation and production. The region where we an export economy and to the well-being of all Californians and indeed all Americans. Infrastructure, whether we talk about education, workforce development, clean air, clean water, the walls do not truly separate us when we seek to work collaboratively to solve those problems. We're going to need clear-eyed leaders who look at the precious international boundary between California and the United States and Mexico in 21st century terms, with clear-eyed, determined, focus and adult leadership. I am pleased to welcome back to this district and to this region our Governor Newsom.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Thank you to all our speakers, Jessica in particular, for her leadership of time and place, and the Senator reinforcing the significance of this interdependence, this relationship, this mutuality that we share on the other side of the border and those here. I'm back down here. We've been on a tour across the state, had the privilege of being in Fresno with former Mayor Swearengin, development strategy that's place-based, regional in its approach, a focus on building capacity in all of our diverse and unique regions across this state. Filled with Go a week ago and down here today talking about the partnerships in this region, particularly in San Diego, in Imperial County, as part of this economic and workforce development strategy. I'll just remind people this strategy we initiated a year and a half or so ago, investing $5 million in developing place plans or plans that are unique to the distinctions that define the best of each region, the strengths and weaknesses identified. They were bolstered with $14 million of funding each region to move quickly on early projects, pre-development projects. And in January, there's $120 million of grant funding that is available for each of these 13 regions as it relates to expediting and moving some of their economic priorities forward. So this is something the state has never done. This is something that we've been working very closely with regions from the border, Redwood Coast, to here, the southern border in Southern California. With that, let me just reference, just got on as we were driving over with our state office of emergency. We've now put together what we refer to as our SOC. We've referred all our a 7.0 earthquake in Northern California. There was a tsunami warning that came out. That tsunami warning was lifted. It is part of a protocol, tsunami warnings, anytime you're 5.0 or greater around a coastal region, typically goes into effect. It allows us to back off through abundance of caution. That was lifted. Nonetheless, we're concerned about damage, particularly in the northern part of the state, in Del Norte and Mendocino and Humboldt County. As a consequence of that, I just signed off on a state of emergency, a declaration that will allow us to provide more resources, provide some of our National Guard resources as needed, access to state fairgrounds, waiving some contractual obligations for that part of the state. It's another reminder of the state that we live in and the state of mind that we need to bring reality here in the state of California in terms of being information at this time, but our teams are working collaboratively with the teams on the ground. And I just want to thank everybody, particularly our local law work and working through their protocols as quickly and efficiently as they have to date. That over the course of the next few hours and clearly over the course of the next few days. Look, I came down here after a few days on the road, as I referenced in Fresno, and opportunities here in this region, but also to highlight this project that we've been talking about since the 1990s. We've been talking about this Otay East port of literally the late 1990s. There have been formal efforts that date back to 2014 that codified with Sandag and with Caltrans, the state of California, and our Mexican counterparts to move this project forward. To talk about the border, a moment ago. We're finally here to make the announcement that we're going to in the next few weeks. We've identified a contractor. We're going to be moving forward with building the roads behind it, to get down to this section of the border. And we are in the final phases, working very collaboratively with the White House and Mayorkas and the team. By the end of the month, on this multi-year economic development opportunity. As I say, it's decades in the making. It's been a stubborn project for one reason and one reason alone, full disclosure, operational questions of how we manage this new port of entry and the funding that comes from actively unfolding in real time as it relates to the details of the agreement that we're working with the White House. We put out a statement today with Mayorkas, joint statement between the state and our federal partners. That's the first time we've been able to get to this point to more formalize or more formally advance the formalized agreements. But again, the key date's going to be the end of this month as moving forward. But that's not stopping Caltrans. They've identified some contractors. You're going to start seeing the earth movers out here. You're going to start finally seeing things take shape and things happening. So this is a good news project. A long time, as I say, decades in the making, and I think paints a different picture than a lot of the pictures that are painted as it relates to border conversations in this country. Just briefly on that, there's a reason you see our in my left in front of you. I'm really proud of the work the National Guard's done down here. You know, for many, we've had hundreds and hundreds of National Guardsmen and women support of the state of California doing work to support CBP on counter narcotics, specifically around fentanyl, but not fentanyl. Those counter narcotics efforts led by the National Guard, just in 2023, they were successful in seizing 62,000 pounds statewide of fentanyl. I've seen firsthand this operation at 5 ports of entry along the border, about 70 National Guard men and women at each of these ports of entry, producing exceptional results. They have been embraced enthusiastically by our Border Patrol, and they've provided the kind of resourcefulness that only the National Guard can provide. Today, we're announcing we're going to increase that operation and focus not just on the existing flow coming north into the state of California into the United States, but looking at the flow going south, particularly as it relates to illicit money and as it relates to weapons. A big part of what happens on the other side of the border as it relates to violence is happening with American-made weapons that come south to Mexico from America. And we need to do a better job to attach a focus of responsibility and energy in that space. There have been good things that have been happening already with the National Guard, expanding that with our intelligence gathering operations, analytics work that the National Guard is known for, and we're excited about that announcement today as well. Third, we're also more publicly announcing, or at least formalizing, at least a public, that we have applied with the State Department to formalize a National Guard partnership very similar to the one we have in Ukraine. Many of you may not know this. The beginning of the war in Ukraine, President Zelensky, who'd been out in California even prior to the war, was highlighting the partnership between the state of California, our National Guard, and the work they were doing to help train and support the military in Ukraine. We want to build on that partnership with Mexico. And we have formalized that application. It's already in with the State Department to begin the process of approvals that will allow us to build on these existing partnerships that are well established for years with our National Guard and formalize it and scale it to the next level as it relates to what's happening north and south of the border wall you see behind me. So that's the third announcement that we wanted to share with you today as well. And finally, I'd be remiss, because it goes to the subtext of what you heard from our speakers. There's no state that will be impacted more, and has been already impacted more, by this tariff conversation, this tax conversation that the is having. The impact's already being felt. We have seen the benefits of the USMCA as it relates to nearshoring. We've seen the benefits of these partnerships, and we have seen the economic output that has been extraordinary. That momentum, particularly as it relates to the diversification of supply chains, particularly as it relates to those relationships in China, that is now firmly in question as it relates to the impacts of a proposed 25% tax or tariff on goods coming from Mexico. That would lead, as an example, don't take my word for it, any objective analysis, upwards of you having to spend $3,000 more to purchase a car coming from Mexico if that tariff is indeed imposed. It begs the question, is the president-elect embarrassed by his own leadership as it relates to what he often describes as USMCA? Did he do something wrong with that agreement that now he wants to throw it out completely and impose 25% tax increase on the American people? No state more impacted by that, no region more impacted by that. Small businesses that will lose customers, jobs that will be lost, the inflationary impacts on every single one of you, the cost of food that will go up, cost of tomatoes at the supermarket, the vegetables, over half that come in from Mexico, the impacts of retaliatory trade on the ag community. No state more impacted by the retaliatory impacts than the state of California. Just consider a simple fact that dependent industry in the great state of California, that 43% of just 3 products exported around the world, almonds and dairy, pistachios, you can add walnuts into that, will be impacted significantly. And those farmers, ranchers, will be impacted disproportionately if these tariffs go into effect. And I didn't even bring up the mass deportation components of it. You know better than I do. When you look at farm workers, the last estimate, roughly half are undocumented. Close to 90% have been in the state for years and years and years. They're not going back and forth. Close to 60% have kids. The impacts of mass deportation on the cost of food in this state, in this nation, are off the charts. This is serious business. And so I just want to highlight that as well. No state more impacted. Construction industry. Nationwide, we estimate 13 folks out there are undocumented. We know in states like California, it's significantly higher. The impact to housing costs. This is serious business. And so this is a serious moment in California's history, region that defines Baja in California, the dynamism that's been well established here as it relates to co-creation, creativity, the entrepreneurial spirit that's defined between the two regions, North and South, but also as it relates to the impact on the American people and families all across this nation. Final word, don't think for a second this won't impact you. 90% of these tariffs will impact bottom of our economic chain, meaning lower wage workers that pay over half of these taxes. So this is a regressive tax that will have profound impact on progress and momentum that we're starting to enjoy in the tentpole of the American economy. $3.89 trillion a year economy. There's no economic growth in America without the success of this region and the state of California. 71%, by the way, of America's output are that seem to be under assault, at least rhetorically, by the president-elect. Forgive me, I didn't want to make this too political. And I know there's a lot of mixed status here as it relates to different points of view politically. But I hope we can all agree the impacts on this region and your pocketbook will universally be felt regardless of your politics. That's a betrayal that needs to be revealed to those that embraced and supported this agenda. That betrayal is taking place in real time. You are being betrayed by these policies. The impact exists now, even before these tariffs have been imposed. That's not something you should take my word for it. I just met with leaders in the business community that said already the momentum has been impacted as it relates to nearshoring in anticipation with the uncertainty of these tariffs. So that is the final commentary in these long-winded remarks. But I care about this state. We care about border security, but we also care about economic security, and we care about two-way trade, and we care about our partners on the other side of this border that have well-established partnerships. And I'll just say one final and just the former trade mission with the San Diego Chamber of Commerce in Mexico with hundreds of business leaders. And it's always nice to be back here to be reminded we have leaders, regardless of political stripes, in the business community that understand the stakes of the debate and the stakes of the. We're happy to answer any questions, and if they could be on this topic, then we can have folks behind me, including Dee Dee Myers, my economic development, answer them, and if not, we'll let them go because I don't want you all to be stuck here.
Governor, given the balance that you're trying to strike here between economic development and trade and border security, do you expect the Trump administration cooperate with you on projects like this one when they come into power in January?
Well, he helped. He's one of the supporters going back 2018. Some of the efforts under the Trump administration allowed us to make progress incrementally on this project specifically. So I hope they'll consider their own imprint. And I hope they'll continue to support it, recognizing the economic imperative of doing it. It's the interest of this region, interest of this state, but it's the interest of the U.S. economy, absolutely.
And mass deportations, obviously there have been some lawmakers in California who have said that there should be no cooperation with the Trump administration. As governor, are there any instances in which you expect to direct state resources to cooperate with the Trump administration?
Well, our approach has been consistent. We don't interfere with federal right to advance as it relates to the rules that are well defined in the state of California, going back to the previous gubernatorial administration and legislative agendas. We cooperate and there is a requirement of cooperation based on certain criteria and conditions. And we abide by those rules and that engagement and that protocol have consistently. Not a closed fist as it relates to these issues, an open hand. But again, co-opting local law enforcement is not something consistent with the law of the state of California, upheld by the federal not too many years ago by tried to assert that that was an unconstitutional act, SB 54. Turns out on the basis of their actions and the federal court's adjudication that it indeed is not.
There's a lot of frustration about the border over the continued delays of the Otais project, and I'm wondering whether the like it was supposed to open this. I'm wondering whether any of the announcements, you know, the pending agreement, the work that's going to start, will that expedite the opening date? Do you have a new date that we could?
Well, I gave you the date. I didn't. I'm 27. Sounds better than January 2028. And I'm here to jumpstart this. I'm with you. Let me express my own frustration with this. And we've been very active. Tijuana River been active on a lot of border issues in the last many years, but particularly in the last few months and the remaining months of the. And so we want to lock as many of these things up as we can in terms of commitments and meet these timelines. So we're going to hold them to the timeline at the end of December, get this agreement. I'm going to be held to account as it relates to our obligations at the state level, as it relates to Caltrans work and getting this contractor to start on the road construction. And we're going to try to keep all our feet to the fire as it relates to responsibilities as it relates to meeting that December 2027 deadline as well.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Governor Jim Avila from ABC San Diego. My question is, as you know, elections have consequences. Donald Trump won the election. There was quite a bit of criticism from Democrats during the Biden administration when Texas attempted to take over the immigration. Shouldn't those same criticisms be for California when California attempts to take over deportations?
Well, I don't.
Like that?
I mean, it's a hypothetical. So I imagine that hypothetical situation, one would be open to a criticism along those lines. But you're expressing, again, a hypothetical. It's not an evidence. I just told you, as it relates to the last question or question two prior, that California's posture remains. The federal government, we do not interfere in the federal government's right to enforce federal law using federal resources, period, full stop. We also have a legal obligation to abide by the law in the state of California that, as I said, was upheld by the Ninth Circuit. And we intend to do just that. As it relates to a hypothetical, we'll have to address that if indeed that transpires. But I think our approach is one that's sound and thoughtful.
Doesn't it mean, though, that you would have to cooperate with deportation? And you said you won't.
Well, I've not said that. So forgive me if you've quoted me, or rather forgive you if you've quoted me. As it relates to cooperation, it's and I encourage you to take a look. It's complicated. SB 54. No one suggesting it's not. I'll give you an example. As governor of the state of California, I'm responsible for corrections, federal state prison. The state of California cooperates with ICE as it relates to people that have completed their sentences to ICE as it relates to deportation. That's just one specific fact. That's well in evidence in the state of California as it relates to the role and responsibility of the executive branch. As it relates to the state law, going back to 2014, that was upheld again by the federal courts not too many years ago, there's nuance as it relates to local law enforcement and what they can or cannot do. It's convictions for violent or serious felonies, or convictions that likely would impose state prison or judicial warrants. I can go enlist, and there's different requirements as it relates to local law and what they can or cannot do vis-a-vis deportation and cooperation and collaboration with ICE. And again, well-established protocols that have been in effect. The ability to interview people that are incarcerated is well-established and continues in the state of California. Judicial warrant, you can actually coordinate and collaborate with federal authorities as it relates to transfer. I encourage folks, it's not black and white. Don't fall prey to what you see on TV all the time or the press that want to make this, it shouldn't be easy on folks. There's nuance here, and that new California, and I hope I've established some criteria of consideration as it relates to some of that nuance for you to consider.
Hello. So I don't know if this is part of the pending agreement with the federal government, but is there any commitment by DHS to have this new port of entry fully staffed? Because that has been a problem with the current.
That's the negotiation. It's the current negotiation. That's the heart of the negotiations that are ongoing and will, we anticipate, conclude by the end of this month.
And another question. You mentioned the National Guard will expand operations for southbound operations. Can you just clarify what is that going to look like for the people that go back and forth?
Well, and it's that we're building on existing operations. We have, I think, about 6 versions of. Well, you know what? You got that damn head of the National Guard here. We might as well take advantage.
So, yeah, let me touch on that just briefly. We're not going to talk about it in any great detail, operation concerns we would have on an operation like that. However, like the governor said, this builds on the existing capacity and capability that we're already delivering to a variety of federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies across California, not just along the border, but up and down the entire state. So what we intend to do is enable existing law enforcement task forces to do a better job of interdicting guns and money heading south. We have a duty and responsibility, at least in my mind, to do that work better than we're currently doing it. We have broad support across the law enforcement community to support their efforts to do that.
Well said.
Hi, Governor. My name is Marina Zavala. I'm news reporter for Telemundo in San Diego. Can you tell us, well, I'm very happy to see you with the Senator Steve Padilla because just yesterday he spoke to us about the importance of this binational problem with the water. So my question is, why California didn't ask for a state of emergency? Why didn't declare the state of beach request so many times? They have their beach closed for more than 1,000 days. Why not say yes to a state of emergency?
Because it would have meant nothing. It would have frustrated people because it, as the form and substance of fog as it relates to having any meaning, it would have been just a statement backed up by nothing. What we've done is we've gone back over and over and over again to Washington, D.C., and we've been successful getting now $453 million, getting hundreds of millions of dollars in the current budget that's being debated. And I've been, as you know, on the other side of the border, on this side of the border, active in engaging to get desire to see on this federal responsibility. To theirs, which it appears they're making tremendous progress. And I want to applaud the governor, Baja, for the work she's done specifically in this respect. So that's the substance. The rest was symbolism. And so we've said that 100 times, but it's become a thing. And I get it. Often that's the case. But states of emergency as it relates to the one that we advanced today as it relates to earthquake are very finite in terms of what they can and cannot do. And they as it relates to access of federal funds. What we were calling for, what some were calling for on this, would not have availed us. Symbolism and then ultimately frustration that it didn't mean anything. What's meant something is action by your congressional representatives, by senators, and by the White House, who's directly been engaged on multiple visits. And I say directly, I mean the chief of staff on down. They recognize the imperative and hard to secure those dollars the last couple of years.
So just to confirm, declaring the state of emergency didn't bring more resources, more millions of dollars here?
And not a dollar. Yeah, in fact, we've added about $40 million from the state independent general fund, and we continue to provide resources from the general fund as it relates to air quality monitoring and other things. But the substantive, the real money that comes from the federal obligations responsibilities, that $353 million that's been locked in, 103 last year, 150 the prior year, and then the money that's currently being debated and appropriated, a few hundred extra million dollars, will get us to the goal in terms of the big projects that we just announced a few weeks ago, as you know, in a big press conference down at the border.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Governor. I just have a quick question. It's been a huge topic of conversation, and this looks like an economic gateway to that continuous conversation. I want to ask you, what do you feel is still maybe the misunderstanding in the public as in terms of how this tariff will impact their daily lives?
They don't know what tariff means. I asked 9 people, what's a tariff? They say, I said, no, what is it? Tariff's a tax that you pay for. It's not even complicated. This is one of the biggest tax increases in U.S. history that this guy, Donald Trump, just proposed. That's a hell of a thing. Yeah. And that is disproportionately impacts you. Impacts the cost of oil, petroleum. You ever said about costs of oil? It directly impacts the cost of oil. Impacts the cost of medical drugs. Impacts the cost of food. It's a tax that you pay. And you know what? Most regressive tax that exists and the modest revenue it generates is to offset a massive tax cut for billionaires and corporations. That's, you can't make this up. And he's proposing it on 2 partners, Canada and Mexico, that he just advanced a partnership with a few years ago. That did the exact opposite, where there were no tariffs, no taxes. And that's allowed the dynamism and allowed the economic development and lowered costs. So this has an inflationary impact. And again, there's people on the left and the right, they universally say it. He's just stuck in old mindset. I wish he would, I was just watching a great old video of Ronald Reagan in the world about tariff policy. I wish he were still alive to educate the president-elect. But he couldn't be more wrong. Targeted tariffs, I'm not naive here about how they can be used effectively. But in this notion that everybody's going to start onshoring, we're going to start producing bananas in America? We're going to start producing coffee in America? No, those are simple taxes that you'll pay for, that everybody watching will pay for, and the impacts are pretty alarming.
Governor Salvador Rivera, Border Report, Fox 5 here in San Diego. I'm the last one. Go get you out of here soon.
Those are always the most dangerous.
I'm going to change the subject a little bit.
See,
I want your thoughts.
I knew it, brother.
I want your thoughts on what happened a month ago today. What went wrong? How did Democrats get shown the door so badly? What would you have done differently than perhaps Ms. Harris or Mr. Walz did not do?
I appreciate it, and I hope you can appreciate if I appear a little political, it's because I'm intentionally trying to be by not answering your question. And what I mean by that is I'm Jon Stewart, who wisely said, be patient. What happened will be revealed. And it won't be revealed in the hours and days of the election. That will absorb a deeper understanding over time. And that's the approach I'm taking. I wrote out, I'm not making this up, there's about 6 pages I have in notes. There's my mother and dad's grave in the car of everybody's punditry that completely contradicts everyone else's punditry about what happened. And I did that purposely for my own absorption and edification, that it will reveal itself. I don't have a clear answer to it, and so as a consequence, I won't attend his grave in the car of everybody's punditry that completely contradicts everyone else's punditry about what happened. And I did that purposely for my own absorption and edification, that it will reveal itself. I don't have a clear answer to it, and so as a consequence, I won't attempt to answer it.
Jess, can you tell the Hispanic community, especially in the border towns, how is it the role of the National Guard that is going to be with criminal, stopping the
100%. Yeah.
but not the other side?
Yeah. No. Yeah, no, look, since 2022, November 2022, we've had 392 National Guards men and women doing extraordinary work that has not in any way, shape, or form created any kind of anxiety or impacted the community in the state of California outside the focused efforts on counter-narcotics and addressing the issue of drugs on our streets and our drugs all across the state, and have helped absorb some of the burdens placed upon Border Patrol as it relates to lack of staffing at ports of entry. So this is a consistent operation that we want to maintain, and then the expansion of that will just be focusing on issues related to illicit money coming south and weapons of war that often come from states, neighboring states, less from state of California, but come through the border to Mexico. So don't fear that the expansion of National Guard is inconsistent with the past practices and policies. But I do want to just close on this. If you were the last two final questions, I'll make this the last final point. It's frustrating to me. You have a president, it goes to the question about operations and the lack of funding from the federal government to fund the appropriate level of staffing for asylum judges, for Border Patrol, fill in the blank. And that was all presented just a few months ago as an opportunity to actually resolve and address. And President Trump called the Speaker of the House and told him not to do it. The hypocrisy here is so extraordinary. And it's an Orwellian thing that they can spin all of this and somehow mislead people into thinking they have your back on a lot of these issues. So I do hope we get the resources for CBP, for Otay Mesa East. We're working with the Biden administration to advance that, but it has to be codified certainly by the Trump administration. And I hope they come to their senses on tariffs. I hope they come to their senses on looking at the border, not just as a cudgel, but looking at the border as many people do down here from an economic perspective and looking at broadening the rhetoric as it relates to what's happening all across this country, but particularly here in one of the most dynamic economic regions anywhere in the world. With that, we're thankful all of you took the time to be out here. Thank you, guys.
All right, let's take it to the USGS press conference.
That's when the system was activated, and that's when everything went into action. And so what should happen is that, and in many cases, people may have received at least a few seconds of warning time before the strongest shaking arrived at their location. But our advice to people is if you feel shaking or if you get an alert, to drop, cover, and hold on.
She said mics are down. We're good.
Our estimates also show, and also from the data from our interactive map at usgs.gov, also show that intensity levels of shaking as high as intensity 8 were estimated by the Shake Alert system and also ultimately observed by our seismic network. And at MMI or intensity 8, this is considered to be severe shaking. And so there could be slight damage to really well-designed structures, but considerable construction could have received, sort of common construction could have received considerable damage from this. So people probably saw things falling off of shelves, windows being broken, lots of shaking in the building, heavy furniture being moved. So all of these things are observed for this event. One thing we are really wanting to make sure that people know is that to stay safe. Aftershocks are possible. Be ready for more shaking, and be ready to take that protective action. At several earthquakes, at least 3 or 4, since this initial event, about an hour and a half ago or so, that we've received additional alert activations, Shake Alert system activations. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Bob. We'll go ahead and move to our first question from William Mojado. If you could please reiterate your name and your affiliation, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. William Elhado from the Sacramento Bee here. You all said that this was a strong earthquake, yet it's pretty normal for this area. I was wondering if you could put this earthquake in context, kind of historically. When was the last time this region saw this magnitude of earthquake? And yeah.
Sure. So this area does have frequent earthquakes. The last significant earthquake in this area was the Ferndale earthquake in 2022. That released significantly less energy. It was a magnitude 6.4. There are also some other magnitude 6 to 7 earthquakes, 2021 and 2016. In 1992, there was a magnitude 7.2 earthquake in this area. So this is an area where sort of, every few years or a few decades, there's a significant earthquake of this time. The largest one we've seen in the last century or so is a magnitude 7.4 in 1922. And it's interesting to note that there are many sort of flavors of earthquakes here. As I mentioned, the complex tectonic system there. Some have a lot of vertical motion. In 1992, the coastal mountain ranges and the coast were actually uplifted quite a bit. In this case, we don't expect a lot of that sort of on-land change. The main effect of this type of earthquake is the strong shaking that Bob described.
Yeah, and to give you some perspective, the event back in 2022, the magnitude 6.4 that Steve mentioned, this particular earthquake was on the order of 8 times bigger than that event in 2022. So.
Great, thanks you guys. Next question from Lizzie Acker. Please name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Lizzie Acker, and I'm a reporter for the Oregonian in Portland. I had 2 quick questions. Bob, you said, I just want to verify that you said 500,000 people received alerts on their phone?
At least 500,000, and we're waiting for more reports from our other alert delivery partners, but we know from our initial report from the MyShake, our alert delivery provider, MyShake, they delivered over 500,000 alerts to subscribers to this particular alerting product.
Awesome. And then can you tell me, do you know how many of those were in Oregon? Clearly I have an Oregon.
That's a very difficult question to answer because they don't necessarily break it down by state, but you consider there were 2 fairly large cities that were affected, Eugene and Corvallis, with sizable populations, both have universities. And then it's likely as far east as folks on the other side of the Cascades in Bend may have also received alerts as well. That they were kind of on the edge of that. And just to maybe put a little bit of an accent to this too, is that there are many flavors of alerts that are delivered. There's one type of alert from the wireless emergency alert system. It's the same system that delivers Amber alerts to cell phones. And those alerts were delivered as far north into Oregon as far north as Bandon.
Wow. And then my second question, I guess that was my first 2-part question, is the shaking you described, was that all in California or was any felt in Oregon? Do you know?
Yeah, so in order for alerts to be delivered into places like Corvallis and Eugene and in those regions, the experience, the estimated shaking, this is very important, is the Shake Alert system estimates the shaking using about 1 second worth of data initially to make that estimate. What the estimated shaking for people on Corvallis and Eugene might have been something on the order of a heavy truck passing by your house. That's intensity 3. So it's sort of like those vibrations. You wonder, like, what was that? That's just happened? Was it a car? Was it whatever? But that's the estimated shaking, and that's where we begin to tell people that that something is going on and that they need to take that protective action, drop cover and hold on. And you may ask the question, well, why do we tell people for such small amounts of shaking for an earthquake like this? Well, it's exactly something like this. Earthquakes can grow in size. And so our goal is to make sure to get alerts to people. We prioritize the people who need the alerts the most, who could feel the heaviest shaking, but also get alerts to people to give them time to take that protective action if the earthquake continues to grow in size and the shaking gets to be stronger.
Thank you so much.
Thank you thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next questions. There's five people currently with their hands up and one in the chat. So I just want to ask you to ask a question, and then we'll come back to you for more questions if you have one. But next up is Hannah Hagman. Name and affiliation.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I'm with the San Francisco Chronicle. I have a clarifying question. At the last press conference, which was super helpful, I asked a question about the earthquake that occurred near Cobb, California, which was initially estimated in the 5 to 6 range. And then Christine Gould mentioned that it was a much smaller event, and then it, quote, reassessed to a 2.5 magnitude. My colleague brought up that on the USGS site, I think that's still a higher number. So I just wanted to follow up. Is that accurate that it was reassessed at a 2.5 magnitude?
It was. I perhaps to refresh the page, but the number was adjusted to magnitude 2.5.
Okay,
yes.
Great. Okay. Could I ask one more question, Paul, or do you want to come back to me?
A quick question.
Okay. Just Stephen, I was really interested in the science aspect you're talking about on how this earthquake occurred. Can you just also clarify? So it sounds like we understand this to be there was right lateral motion on the fault, and there was more. Can you talk about the horizontal versus vertical and the difference in damage? I'm really interested in that.
Sure, and I'll just say this is all a little bit preliminary. We do continue to do analyses on the data to make sure we know exactly how these faults move. But based on the history of how earthquakes in this area occur and our current understanding of the data, this is a fault that trends east to west offshore Northern California, just south of Eureka area. Petrolia is the nearest populated place, which is a little town just south of Eureka in the mountains. And there's two sort of different parts of the Pacific plate. So the oceanic crust underwater, and the plate to the north, the Gorda plate, is moving to the east underneath North America, and it's moving faster than the plate to the south. And so because of that, this difference in velocity is accommodated on this Mendocino fault. And in this case, it appears that the fault, the earthquake, was what we call right lateral. So the plate to the north moves farther to the right. If you're standing on the fault, that's what it would look like if you're down there on the floor of the ocean. And so, this is largely horizontal motion. And this is similar to the San Andreas fault, which is the most famous fault in California, has earthquakes, and those largely have horizontal motion. So they generate a lot of shaking, but it's not like one piece of land goes way up higher than the other. And there are other faults, for example, the Cascadia subduction zone to the north. That's the long fault that traces offshore the entire distance up into offshore Canada. And that one tends to have a lot of vertical motion because it's actually one plate diving under another. So in this case, two plates sliding back against one another and largely horizontal motion. And so that is less likely to lift up the water and create a tsunami than if the ground actually moved vertically quite a bit.
Yeah, imagine taking a cup of water and a knife and sort of slicing through the cup of water, and nothing really moves. The knife just sort of goes through, and that no water's moved really.
Yep.
Great, thank you for that analogy and that explanation. Next up is Monica Woods, affiliation, please.
Hi there, Monica Woods, ABC 10 in Sacramento. Thanks again for doing this follow-up presser. I want to put into context and perspective, perhaps, that this was an offshore earthquake 7.0. A lot of people reaching out to us that they were in the 1989 San Francisco one, which was smaller. So what are the similarities and the differences in an offshore earthquake or a landmass earthquake?
So the things that really affect how much shaking people feel is how far they are from where the earthquake is generated and how deep that earthquake is in the crust. So in this case, the earthquake is not particularly deep. We're still working on a good estimate, but it's on the order of, 10 to 20 kilometers deep, but it's fairly far offshore. So if the earthquake happens farther away, there's less shaking. And in the case of the 1989 earthquake, it occurred underneath the Santa Cruz Mountains in the Bay Area, and the shaking radiated under a lot of urban areas. And a lot of the damage was due to things like weak soils and liquefaction. And so this, because it's farther offshore, farther from populated places, we just don't anticipate the sort of humanitarian effects that we see from these earthquakes that occur under the land.
Great, thank you, Steve. Next up, Tara or Tara.
Hi there, it's Tara Duggan from the San Francisco Chronicle, another Chronicle person. I appreciate it. Just wanted to get a little more information about the tsunami warning and why it was, first announced and then changed. It sounds like you kind of addressed that a little bit with the science earlier, but could you go into that a little more in detail?
I think it's important to emphasize that NOAA is the agency that handles the tsunami warning. So we're not really privy to that system. We see that as they are issued. But certainly an earthquake that's this energetic offshore underwater is something that is going to be a cause for concern for tsunamis. And it's possible that some of the initial estimates of motion made it look like there was a possibility of a tsunami. And once those were refined, the chances of a tsunami actually went down. And so that's a little bit speculative, but that's our current understanding of things. And that could be updated as we continue to look at these data.
Okay, thank you. So you don't think it had perhaps anything to do with the type of earthquake it might have been, or which fault it was exactly coming from?
Yeah, we try to agencies, and we, like I said, NOAA is a different agency than USGS. They try to react quickly and send out warnings based on the best available information at that time. And so the initial information to them obviously looked like there was a probability of a tsunami that was high enough to issue a warning, and that was refined later as more information came in. So this is how these systems work sometimes.
Okay, thanks so much.
Great, thank you. Cron TV, you're on. Okay, we're not hearing you. I saw your mic came undone, but I'm not hearing you yet. Okay, you might want to check the mic settings in. I'm going to go ahead and move to Ravenna right now, Cron, but check your mic settings in the settings box there. Ravenna, and affiliation, please.
Yeah, hi, Ravenna Koenig, NPR. I joined about 2 minutes late, so apologies if you answered this, but you had said that, in places there was intensity 8, there could be slight damage to well-designed structures, common structures receiving considerable damage. How widespread would you expect those impacts to be, and where, would you expect to see them?
Well, Steve, you want to take that question? Or is that
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay. So yeah, so one thing that we know is think of an earthquake as like dropping a rock into a lake, and you have the waves sort of moving away. And typically we see the highest levels of shaking closest to the epicenter of that earthquake. Of course, the epicenter of this event was off the coast, like 40 miles off the coast of California. So we see by observation on the event page as well, the heaviest levels of shaking, the intensity 8, where you're getting damage to structures closest to basically the coastline. So you're talking Eureka, Arcata, sort of those cities that are sitting, Humboldt Bay region, where people are right along the coast. And of course, the intensities decrease the farther you get away from that event. And there are some exceptions to that. And Steve was mentioning this earlier. In the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake, even though it occurred in the Santa Cruz Mountains, we still saw some really intense shaking in places like West Oakland, especially the freeway, the Cypress structure that collapsed, and also in the Marina District. There are sort of site conditions, loose soils, that actually make seismic waves slow down and get bigger. when they hit those softer soils. So you see some of those differences, but generally what you can say, and on the event page, you can see the highest levels of shaking that are closest to where the epicenter of the earthquake is off the coast.
The one nuance I would add to that is in this area, Eureka is the main population center. That's going to be that, and some towns around that. And some of those towns sit on, like, the Eel River has a fairly large delta. Yes. There's some marshy sediments. There are some loose sediments. So the effects of what actually a structure is sitting on top of in terms of the soil conditions can be very important. So when we see an event like this, the first thing we think about are those people in low-lying areas, maybe on river or coastal sediments, that sort of thing, and places that are up on hard bedrock are going to be less affected. But again, it's pretty early for us to really have a good comment on the damage that occurred up there.
Thanks, Steve. That's great.
Yeah, thanks, you guys. Okay, Kron, looks like you guys fixed your mic. You want to try again? We're not hearing you. Sometimes if you're wearing a headset, take it on, or maybe put the headset on if you're using that. Okay, we're still just not hearing you yet. I'm going to go ahead and Ravenna, I'm going to assume that your hand is a legacy. So let's go ahead and move to Amy Isaacs, but Ravenna, take your hand down if, or leave it up if you are indeed still up. Okay, Amy. Okay. All right, we'll just go ahead. Let's go ahead to Elise Cox. Hannah will come to you in a second. Elise Cox.
Yeah, hi, it's Elise Cox, and I had 2 questions in the chat, but I was also curious about the relationship of this quake or quakes, which I'm asking you to clarify, to the the big one that's expected off of Point Mendocino. Sorry, does that make sense to you guys?
I didn't totally catch that. Did you catch that enough, Bob?
Yeah, did you hear me at all? Are you able to hear me at all? There might be some.
Yeah, we
can hear you. Maybe restate the question.
Yes, please.
Okay, so first of all, were there was it one quake or 2?
There was one large quake. This magnitude 7.0 was the large quake, and that was far larger than any of the aftershocks that we've seen so far. Most of the aftershocks, I haven't looked at the latest, but are no greater than 4.3-ish, something like that. So one large 7.0 followed by some much smaller aftershocks.
Okay, I did see that it had been measured as 7.3 by some of the equipment.
It is possible there was an early estimate of 7.3 as more data has come in. It's been refined to 7.0, and one of our seismologists made a comment recently that they expect the magnitude to hold at magnitude 7.0.
Okay, and how does this compare with other large quakes in the
Bob,
past?
you want to take that one?
Well, in the case of earthquakes in this particular region, I mean, in the last 5 years, we've seen events.
You are watching the
upward of magnitude 6
USGS press conference that's been going on for quite some time now. We've been listening to all the questions, great questions, and obviously good information being shared with the good folks there with the USGS. So we've been on the air since 11. The earthquake hit about 10:44 this morning west of Ferndale, which is just outside of Eureka. Traffic impacts.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and bring those up here. You can see, there we go. You can take a look there along I-80 in the Berkeley area. You can see traffic is extremely heavy, and West Berkeley was one of those areas that was impacted in terms of those evacuation warnings, which obviously have now been dropped. So you can see there traffic very slow moving. This is I-80, so you can see both east and westbound lanes between San Francisco and Oakland. Obviously slow moving in that area, as well as Highway 101 as well. Very slow moving.
Yeah, and just to start to put a bow on all of this, we had that major 7.0 earthquake at about 10:44 this morning, subsequent tsunami warning that ran for the next roughly hour and 10 minutes and some change there. But just to, again, to kind of recap this, since about 12:35 p.m., there's been at least 35 aftershocks in Northern California, and the largest was about a 5, as we heard in the presser there. So this is still a very seismically active area. You kind of would expect this following a major earthquake like this one, but in terms of impacts. Thankfully, it seems like, based on what we've seen so far, relatively minor stuff.
We have some new pictures in. Let's share those with our viewers. We have some new pictures just in showing the damage of the Shelter Cove General Store in Humboldt County. We're told that the owner said that they're used to earthquakes at this particular location.
Oh, there it is.
But they're getting pretty good here. They got a pretty good, it's the worst she can remember since she was a kid. And she said she's a third generation owner of the store. So you put that into perspective, in a high earthquake area, this is a pretty good tumbler up there. Nobody was hurt, but she did lose a fair amount of inventory there. Wow.
Yeah, but if all we're talking about, and I know this is a small business and I don't want to diminish that, but if all we're talking about is some stuff fell off some shelves and some lights and blinds were moving around, that's good perspective to have, because we could have had a mega wave coming down the California coast.
And we want to thank all the viewers that sent in the pools, water sloshing around, the lamps, the chandeliers moving around, because the impacts were felt far and wide, even right here at home.
Yeah, we've been getting messages, we've been getting photos, videos, and it's just, we've been able to share it, and thank you for all of that. And thanks for staying with us since 11 a.m. on this breaking news coverage of the earthquake. Once again, we had several developing and breaking news stories, and here's a quick recap of those.
Okay, the 7.0 earthquake hit just before 11 o'clock this morning. The epicenter was in the Pacific Ocean southwest of Eureka. It was felt as far south as Modesto. We've been hearing from people from there as well as Yuba City. We also got video from Sacramento County as well. We got video from Chico, Yuba City, as I mentioned. So this is Eureka, the video right there, that chandelier going. And it's pretty consistent with some of the things that we got here as well. You know, in Southland Park, the video of shaking of lights and poles. And this is Yuba City right here, Hilbers. Thanks to Bill Cantrell for sending this in. So everything was pretty consistent with what we were getting throughout the region.
Yeah, so turning now from earthquake coverage to a story that we were following all morning here on ABC 10. So we have new information now on a shooting that left 2 kindergartners hurt in Butte County. The sheriff now saying both the 5- and 6-year-olds are in critical but stable condition. That shooter died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound on the campus of Feather River School of Seventh-day Adventists. And we are expecting a press conference this afternoon at 3. And of course, we will bring it to you live on ABC 10 Plus.
It sounds like the 2 young men there at the school, their condition is a little bit better. When you put the word stable in, instead of what we've been reporting all day of extremely critical. So a lot of prayers are being answered
Still
there.
a long recovery to go, though.
Yeah, Carson Shuey has been sentenced to 15 years to life for second-degree murder in Placer County. That's for 2 counts of possession. He received a midterm of 1 year, and for aggravations, an upper term was set of 4 years. This is that county's first fentanyl murder trial. All right, that's going to do it for us. Stay with us for updates throughout the course of the day. Of course, breaking news and all of our top stories you can get on our streaming app, ABC 10 Plus. You can also watch live coverage coming up here at 2:30. The app is free to download wherever you stream. We're also expecting Governor Newsom to be speaking about what happened with the earthquake as well. But in the meantime, we always thank you for watching, and our next regular newscast comes your way, of course, tonight at 5 o'clock. Thanks for watching. Have a good day. All right, let's take you to the USGS press conference.
That's when the system was activated, and that's when everything went into action. And so what should happen is that, and in many cases, people may have received at least a few seconds of warning time before the strongest shaking arrived at their location. But our advice to people is, if you feel shaking or if you get an alert, to drop, cover, and hold on.
She said mics are down. We're good.
Our estimates also show, and also from the data from our interactive map at usgs.gov, also show that intensity levels of shaking as high as intensity 8 were estimated by the Shake Alert system and also ultimately observed by our seismic network. And at MMI, or intensity 8, this is considered to be severe shaking. And so there could be slight damage to really well-designed structures, but considerable construction could have received, sort of common construction could have received considerable damage from this. So people probably saw things falling off of shelves, windows being broken, lots of shaking in the building, heavy furniture being moved. So all of these things are observed for this event. So one thing we are really wanting to make sure that people know is that to stay safe, aftershocks are possible. Be ready for more shaking,
hearing
and be ready to take that protective action. At several earthquakes, at least 3 or 4, since this initial event, about an hour and a half ago or so, that we've received additional alert activations, Shake Alert system activations. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Bob. We'll go ahead and move to our first question from William Mojado. If you could please reiterate your name and your affiliation, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. William Elhado from the Sacramento Bee here. You all said that this was a strong earthquake, yet it's pretty normal for this area. I was wondering if you could put this earthquake in context, kind of historically. When was the last time this region saw this magnitude of earthquake? And yeah.
Sure. So this area does have frequent earthquakes. The last significant earthquake in this area was the Ferndale earthquake in 2022. That released significantly less energy. It was a magnitude 6.4. There are also some other magnitude 6 to 7 earthquakes, 2021 and 2016. In 1992, there was a magnitude 7.2 earthquake in this area. So this is an area where sort of, every few years or a few decades, there's a significant earthquake of this time. The largest one we've seen in the last century or so is a magnitude 7.4 in 1922. And it's interesting to note that there are many sort of flavors of earthquakes here. As I mentioned, the complex tectonic system there. Some have a lot of vertical motion. In 1992, the coastal mountain ranges and the coast were actually uplifted quite a bit. In this case, we don't expect a lot of that sort of on land change. The main effect of this type of earthquake is the strong shaking that Bob described.
Yeah, and to give you some perspective, the event back in 2022, the magnitude 6.4 that Steve mentioned, this particular earthquake was on the order of 8 times bigger than that event in 2022. So.
Great, thanks you guys. Next question from Lizzie Acker. Please name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Lizzie Acker, and I'm a reporter for the Oregonian in Portland. I had 2 quick questions. Bob, you said, I just want to verify that you said 500,000 people received alerts on their phone?
At least 500,000, and we're waiting for more reports from our other alert delivery partners, but we know from our initial report from the MyShake, our alert delivery provider, MyShake, they delivered over 500,000 alerts to subscribers to this particular alerting product.
Awesome. And then can you tell me, do you know how many of those were in Oregon? Clearly I have an Oregon.
That's a very difficult question to answer because they don't necessarily break it down by state, but you consider there were 2 fairly large cities that were affected, Eugene and Corvallis, with sizable populations, both have universities. And then it's likely as far east as folks on the other side of the Cascades in Bend may have also received alerts as well. That they were kind of on the edge of that. And just to maybe put a little bit of an accent to this too, is that there are many flavors of alerts that are delivered. There's one type of alert from the wireless emergency alert system. It's the same system that delivers Amber alerts to cell phones. And those alerts were delivered as far north into Oregon as far north as Bandon.
Wow. And then my second question, I guess that was my first 2-part question, is the shaking you described, was that all in California or was any felt in Oregon? Do you know?
Yeah, so in order for alerts to be delivered into places like Corvallis and Eugene and in those regions, the experience, the estimated shaking, this is very important, is the Shake Alert system estimates the shaking using about 1 second worth of data initially to make that estimate. What the estimated shaking for people on Corvallis and Eugene might have been something on the order of a heavy truck passing by your house. That's intensity 3. So it's sort of like those vibrations. You wonder, like, what was that? This just happened? Was it a car? Was it whatever? But that's the estimated shaking, and that's where we begin to tell people that that something is going on and that they need to take that protective action, drop cover and hold on. And you may ask the question, well, why do we tell people for such small amounts of shaking for an earthquake like this? Well, it's exactly something like this. Earthquakes can grow in size. And so our goal is to make sure to get alerts to people. We prioritize the people who need the alerts the most, who could feel the heaviest shaking, but also get alerts to people to give them time to take that protective action if the earthquake continues to grow in size and the shaking gets to be stronger.
Thank you so
Great.
much.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next questions. There's five people currently with their hands up and one in the chat. So I just want to ask you to ask a question, and then we'll come back to you for more questions if you have one. But next up is Hannah Hagman. Name and affiliation.
Hi, I'm Hannah. I'm with the San Francisco Chronicle. I have a clarifying question. At the last press conference, which was super helpful, I asked a question about the earthquake that occurred near Cobb, California, which was initially estimated in the 5 to 6 range. And then Christine Gould mentioned that it was a much smaller event, and then it, quote, reassessed to a 2.5 magnitude. My colleague brought up that on the USGS site, I think that's still a higher number. So I just wanted to follow up. Is that accurate that it was reassessed at a 2.5 magnitude?
It was. I perhaps to refresh the page, but the number was adjusted to magnitude 2.5.
Okay,
yes.
Great. Okay. Could I ask one more question, Paul, or you want to come back to me?
A quick question.
Okay. Just Stephen, I was really interested in the science aspect you're talking about on how this earthquake occurred. Can you just also like clarify? So it sounds like this, we understand this to be there was right lateral motion on the fault, and there was more. Can you talk about the horizontal versus vertical and the difference in damage? I'm really interested in that.
Sure, and I'll just say this is all a little bit preliminary. We do continue to do analyses on the data to make sure we know exactly how these faults move. But based on the history of how earthquakes in this area occur and our current understanding of the data, this is a fault that trends east to west offshore Northern California, just south of Eureka area. Petrolia is the nearest populated place, which is a little town just south of Eureka in the mountains. And there's two sort of different parts of the Pacific plate. So the oceanic crust underwater, and the plate to the north, the Gorda plate, is moving to the east underneath North America, and it's moving faster than the plate to the south. And so because of that, this difference in velocity is accommodated on this Mendocino fault. And in this case, it appears that the fault, the earthquake, was what we call right lateral. So the plate to the north moves farther to the right. If you're standing on the fault, that's what it would look like if you're down there on the floor of the ocean. And so, this is largely horizontal motion. And this is similar to the San Andreas fault, which is the most famous fault in California, has earthquakes, and those largely have horizontal motion. So they generate a lot of shaking, but it's not like one piece of land goes way up higher than the other. And there are other faults, for example, the Cascadia subduction zone to the north. That's the long fault that traces offshore the entire distance up into offshore Canada. And that one tends to have a lot of vertical motion because it's actually one plate diving under another. So in this case, two plates sliding back against one another and largely horizontal motion. And so that is less likely to lift up the water and create a tsunami than if the ground actually moved vertically quite a bit.
Yeah, imagine taking a cup of water and a knife and sort of slicing through the cup of water, and nothing really moves. The knife just sort of goes through, and that no water's moved really.
Yep.
Great, thank you for that analogy and that explanation. Next up is Monica Woods, affiliation, please.
Hi there, Monica Woods, ABC 10 in Sacramento. Thanks again for doing this follow-up presser. I want to put into context and perspective, perhaps, that this was an offshore earthquake 7.0. A lot of people reaching out to us that they were in the 1989 San Francisco one, which was smaller. So what are the similarities and the differences in an offshore earthquake or a landmass earthquake?
So the things that really affect how much shaking people feel is how far they are from where the earthquake is generated and how deep that earthquake is in the crust. So in this case, the earthquake is not particularly deep. We're still working on a good estimate, but it's on the order of, 10 to 20 kilometers deep, but it's fairly far offshore. So if the earthquake happens farther away, there's less shaking. And in the case of the 1989 earthquake, it occurred underneath the Santa Cruz Mountains in the Bay Area, and the shaking radiated under a lot of urban areas. And a lot of the damage was due to things like weak soils and liquefaction. And so this, because it's farther offshore, farther from populated places, we just don't anticipate the sort of humanitarian effects that we see from these earthquakes that occur under the land.
Great, thank you, Steve. Next up, Tara or Tara.
Hi there, it's Tara Duggan from the San Francisco Chronicle, another Chronicle person. I appreciate it. Just wanted to get a little more information about the tsunami warning and why it was, first announced and then changed. It sounds like you kind of addressed that a little bit with the science earlier, but could you go into that a little more in detail?
I think it's important to emphasize that NOAA is the agency that handles the tsunami warning. So we're not really privy to that system. We see that as they are issued. But certainly an earthquake that's this energetic offshore underwater is something that is going to be a cause for concern for tsunamis. And it's possible that some of the initial estimates of motion made it look like there was a possibility of a tsunami. And once those were refined, the chances of a tsunami actually went down. And so that's a little bit speculative, but that's our current understanding of things. And that could be updated as we continue to look at these data.
Okay, thank you. So you don't think it had perhaps anything to do with the type of earthquake it might have been, or which fault it was exactly coming from?
Yeah, we try to agencies, and we, like I said, NOAA is a different agency than USGS. They try to react quickly and send out warnings based on the best available information at that time. And so the initial information to them obviously looked like there was a probability of a tsunami that was high enough to issue a warning, and that was refined later as more information came in. So this is how these systems work sometimes.
Okay, thanks so much.
Great, thank you. Cron TV, you're on. Okay, we're not hearing you. I saw your mic came undone, but I'm not hearing you yet. Okay, you might want to check the mic settings in. I'm going to go ahead and move to Ravenna right now, Cron, but check your mic settings in the settings box there. Ravenna, and affiliation, please.
Yeah, hi, Ravenna Koenig, NPR. I joined about 2 minutes late, so apologies if you answered this, but you had said that, in places there was intensity 8, there could be slight damage to well-designed structures, common structures receiving considerable damage. How widespread would you expect those impacts to be, and where, would you expect to see them?
Well, Steve, you want to take that question? Is that
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay. So yeah, so one thing that we know is think of an earthquake as like dropping a rock into a lake, and you have the waves sort of moving away. And typically we see the highest levels of shaking closest to the epicenter of that earthquake. Of course, the epicenter of this event was off the coast, like 40 miles off the coast of California. So we see by observation on the event page as well, the heaviest levels of shaking, the intensity 8, where you're getting damage to structures closest to basically the coastline. So you're talking Eureka, Arcata, sort of those cities that are sitting, Humboldt Bay region, where people are right along the coast. And of course, the intensities decrease the farther you get away from that event. And there are some exceptions to that. And Steve was mentioning this earlier. In the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake, even though it occurred in the Santa Cruz Mountains, we still saw some really intense shaking in places like West Oakland, especially the freeway, the cypress structure that collapsed, and also in the Marina District. There are sort of site conditions, loose soils, that actually make seismic waves slow down and get bigger. when they hit those softer soils. So you see some of those differences, but generally what you can say, and on the event page, you can see the highest levels of shaking that are closest to where the epicenter of the earthquake is off the coast.
The one nuance I would add to that is in this area, Eureka is the main population center. That's going to be that, and some towns around that. And some of those towns sit on, like, the Eel River has a fairly large delta. Yes. There's some marshy sediments. There are some loose sediments. So the effects of what actually a structure is sitting on top of in terms of the soil conditions can be very important. So when we see an event like this, the first thing we think about are those people in low-lying areas, maybe on river or coastal sediments, that sort of thing, and places that are up on hard bedrock are going to be less affected. But again, it's pretty early for us to really have a good comment on the damage that occurred up there.
Thanks, Steve. That's great.
Yeah, thanks, you guys. Okay, Kron, looks like you guys fixed your mic. You want to try again? We're not hearing you. Sometimes if you're wearing a headset, take it on, or maybe put the headset on if you're using that. Okay, we're still just not hearing you yet. I'm going to go ahead and Ravenna, I'm going to assume that your hand is a legacy. So let's go ahead and move to Amy Isaacs, but Ravenna, take your hand down if, or leave it up if you are indeed still up. Okay, Amy. Okay. All right, we'll just go ahead. Let's go ahead to Elise Cox. Hannah will come to you in a second. Elise Cox.
Yeah, hi, it's Elise Cox, and I had two questions in the chat, but I was also curious about the relationship of this quake or quakes, which I'm asking you to clarify, to the the big one that's expected off of Point Mendocino. Sorry. Does that make sense to you guys?
I didn't totally catch that. Did you catch that enough, Bob?
Yeah, did you hear me at all? Are you able to hear me at all? There might be some.
Yeah, we can
hear you. Maybe restate the question.
Yes, please.
Okay, so first of all, was it one quake or two?
There was one large quake. This magnitude 7.0 was the large quake, and that was far larger than any of the aftershocks that we've seen so far. Most of the aftershocks, I haven't looked at the latest, but are no greater than 4.3-ish, something like that. So one large 7.0 followed by some much smaller aftershocks.
Okay, I did see that it had been measured as 7.3 by some of the equipment.
It is possible there was an early estimate of 7.3 as more data has come in. It's been refined to 7.0, and one of our seismologists made a comment recently that they expect the magnitude to hold at magnitude 7.0.
Okay, and how does this compare with other large quakes in the past?
Bob, you want to take that one?
Well, in the case of earthquakes in this particular region, I mean, in the last 5 years, we've seen events.
You are watching the
upward of
USGS press conference that's been going on for quite some time now. We've been listening to all the questions, great questions, and obviously good information being shared with the good folks there with the USGS. So we've been on the air since 11. The earthquake hit about 10:44 this morning west of Ferndale, which is just outside of Eureka. Traffic impacts.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and bring those up here. You can see, there we go. You can take a look there along I-80 in the Berkeley area. You can see traffic is extremely heavy, and West Berkeley was one of those areas that was impacted in terms of those evacuation warnings, which obviously have now been dropped. So you can see there traffic very slow moving. This is I-80, so you can see both east and westbound lanes between San Francisco and Oakland. Obviously slow moving in that area, as well as Highway 101 as well. Very slow moving.
Yeah, and just to start to put a bow on all of this, we had that major 7.0 earthquake at about 10:44 this morning, subsequent tsunami warning that ran for the next roughly hour and 10 minutes and some change there. But just to, again, to kind of recap this, since about 12:35 p.m., there's been at least 35 aftershocks in Northern California, and the largest was about a 5, as we heard in the presser there. So this is still a very seismically active area. You kind of would expect this following a major earthquake like this one, but in terms of impacts. Thankfully, it seems like, based on what we've seen so far, relatively minor stuff.
We have some new pictures in. Let's share those with our viewers. We have some new pictures just in showing the damage of the Shelter Cove General Store in Humboldt County. We're told that the owner said that they're used to earthquakes at this particular location.
Oh, there it is.
But they're getting pretty good here. They got a pretty good.
We're continuing to follow the breaking news from earlier today. The earthquake happening just off the Northwest California coast. I'm ABC 10 Chief Meteorologist Monica Woods.
And I'm meteorologist Brendan Minchef. That happened just a few minutes before we were preparing to go on air for the 11 a.m. newscast this morning. It was strong at the time. It was 6, and then it was upgraded to 7.3, and then officially became a 7.0 earthquake. Started at, or happened at 10:44 Pacific time this morning off the coast of Cape Mendocino. And that earthquake, while it was a ways off the coast, was felt very strongly along the north coast, but it was felt in the upper Sacramento Valley. Even people in Sacramento, in Modesto, felt this earthquake, and obviously, as you might expect, in the coastal range and in the Bay Area as well. Importantly, though, it did prompt a tsunami warning, which lasted a good couple hours.
Right. And as we can take a look at the map, how many of those aftershocks were also being felt and monitored by seismologists at USGS, the U.S. Geological Survey, giving a couple of press conferences, really taking time to make sure that the public knew what was going on, both with a lot of the offshore earthquakes that were happening, but also a couple that were inland as well. And, you know, when those happen, sometimes they get monitored as a much higher magnitude. And they were just trying to make sure that everybody knew what was happening, where there might have been any damage, and what to expect.
Yeah, and it takes time because it's not like a radar where we can kind of see it coming. We have to wait for the initial wave of the earthquake to kind of go around the globe and hit all of the seismometer stations that we have. And that tells us how fast the earthquake is traveling. That tells us the magnitude of the earthquake generally. And it gives us an idea of what to expect in terms of tsunami, no tsunami, whatever it may be. And part of this earthquake, too, that really, I think, sent alarm bells off in my head and so many of the geologists' head was how shallow the earthquake was. It was just 0.6 kilometers below the surface. That equates to about 1/3 of a mile.
Then they did say they're still looking at the depth of the earthquake because that still is going to take a little bit of time to really pinpoint that. But I think what also sent off alarm bells is the Cascadia subduction zone, and looking at that and saying, whoa, this is a really big hotbed for earthquakes where this happened today.
Yeah, this particular location right off the coast. And we've seen a lot of earthquakes there before, but even a 7.0 That's a big one. Maybe not the big one with capital letters, but certainly a very big one.
Some of you may remember 2022, I think it was Ferndale. And so that was the last biggest earthquake in that region. But in that press conference, we can hear from USGS on why this is such a big area for activity in terms of earthquakes.
This is an area in Northern California that's highly tectonically active. And this area is more generally known as the Mendocino Triple Junction. And this is a place where the Cascadia Subduction Zone, the Mendocino Fault, and the San Andreas Fault all come together. So it's an area where there are at least 3 different tectonic plates that move in different directions and at different speeds. And because of that, earthquakes occur frequently. This earthquake was strong, but it was typical of earthquakes in this area, and it occurred well offshore along the Mendocino Fault. And in this case, we think of this as a right lateral earthquake. So most likely the plate to the north of this earthquake moved to the right, and the plate to the south moved to the left. And because of this strong motion, there was initially concern about tsunamis.
Okay, so that was another big alarm that went off. We had evacuations near Berkeley and inland areas as well. It's very interesting that I don't think people really equate tsunamis so much with California inland areas.
Yeah, but they can certainly happen, and especially along the Bay Area, and especially along the North Coast and the Delta. We're very prone. They're not necessarily common, but they're very prone, should we get one, to some pretty major damage from a tsunami.
And there's been a lot of reaction and change in that warning system. And looking at what happened in 2011 in Santa Cruz, you might be seeing some of those posts and videos of what the Santa Cruz harbor looks like. Don't believe it. That is not what that is. The 2011 video. So just be aware, social media gets really excited about things like this.
There's a lot of misinformation that goes around out there, especially with AI now. You can generate images, but we did not see a tsunami. It didn't happen. There was no tsunami waves. Yes, maybe we saw a rise of a few inches along parts of the coast, but that big destructive wave did not happen.
That tsunami warning ran from right around the California-Oregon border all the way to Santa Cruz. I want to take a look at a map. The California Office of Emergency Services, along with other agencies, including USGS and the early tsunami warning system. We've got it on our map right here. This is the inundation map. So these are the areas that are going to be most vulnerable to a tsunami. You can see it is right on the border there, close to, if we were looking at this and this was, let's say, where the earthquake was today, it was very close to Eureka, right on that point right there near Mendocino. And if you just want to forward there, Brendan, to the next area, what I went ahead and did, look at this. It goes all the way through the Delta. And when we heard that tsunami warning was in the Delta, I think it caught a lot of people off guard because that is not along the coast.
Yes, but we know they're connected. We know that salt water occasionally works its way up into the Delta in quantities that are not healthy, right? We know parts of the Delta are kind of marshy, more of a little mix of, salt and fresh water. But there's a lot of work that goes on to make sure that salt water stays out of the Delta, because generally we don't want that at all. And in the situation like we had today, should we have seen a large and destructive wave work its way into the San Francisco Bay, that salt water and that wave would have continued up through the Delta, and that could have been an exceptionally bad situation.
And we know a lot about this because of our series, California Water Wasted. It is actually on this streaming channel, ABC 10 Plus, but water managers have to work very hard because when you think about it, the Pacific Ocean is always going to win the day. When it comes to the force of that water, the Panama Canal, that water can lift up tons of machinery of a ship, but yet it's so delicate you can swim through it. But when it comes to water coming in from the Pacific, it is always going to win the day in the Delta. Lower level areas, and unfortunately the Delta extremely vulnerable to that. The other kind of illustration, and when we were kind of looking at okay, how does this make sense? One of the things we pulled up today, and we can go and look at our graphics once again, will show sea level rise. Climate Central doing a great job just kind of looking at the areas most vulnerable. And at one of the top of their lists is the California Sacramento San Joaquin Delta. You can see some of these maps right here. Extreme sea level rise by 2100. How the Pacific Ocean, again, will win the day eventually, inundating much of those small Delta communities. I've got two maps to show you. That one was more towards the Brentwood area. This is more of the smaller islands, as you can see, Discovery Bay there, Victoria Island Road, all of that very vulnerable to certainly sea level rise. But when you have these big ocean occurrences like a tsunami, again, the Pacific's going to win the day, and the Delta becomes extremely vulnerable to that.
Because you can get the salt water, you can get the ocean going the wrong direction. Instead of the Delta serving to drain the fresh water out of the San Joaquin River and out of the Sacramento River and all that water out of the Delta, instead, or out of the Sierra through the Delta, instead it can go the other direction. And that's something that, like you talked about, we've explored a lot with water managers. It's something that the state is very concerned about. I know the Delta Tunnel is highly controversial, and we're not going to go into the pros and cons of that right now. But one of the things that the state always talks about, the Department of Water Resources always talks about when we ask about how do we climate-proof the state? How do we protect California's water supply? Well, they say the tunnel is necessary to protect against earthquakes because it's a lot less likely to collapse a tunnel that's buried underground, which would protect the water supply down to Southern California, but it can also protect against that saltwater intrusion in some instances that we may see from an earthquake or a tsunami. So again, we're not going to talk about the finer details of all of that, but it's certainly something the state is concerned about. They know the Delta is vulnerable to earthquakes and tsunamis.
Right. And so we're just kind of running through the list of questions that people were coming to us with, both in the newsroom and our viewers that were reaching out to us on all of our social platforms, internally with email. The other one that I heard about was, I was in the 1989 Loma Prieta. That one was smaller. This one is huge. I can only imagine the damage. So I was able to get on the press conference with USGS earlier today and ask that very question. Talk about the differences and the similarities between an offshore earthquake and one that originates on landmass. Let's hear from them now.
The things that really affect how much shaking people feel is how far they are from where the earthquake is generated and how deep that earthquake is in the crust. So in this case, the earthquake is not particularly deep. We're still working on a good estimate, but it's on the order of, 10 to 20 kilometers deep, but it's fairly far offshore. So if the earthquake happens farther away, there's less shaking. And in the case of the 1989 earthquake, it occurred underneath the Santa Cruz Mountains in the Bay Area, and the shaking radiated under a lot of urban areas. And, a lot of the damage was due to things like weak soils and liquefaction. And so this, because it's farther offshore, farther from populated places, we just don't anticipate the sort of humanitarian effects that we see from these earthquakes that occur under the land.
They really just put everything into perspective.
Yes.
In a very easy to understand way. And it was much appreciated that they reacted so quickly to multiple media agencies reaching out to them, but also answering our questions as well and helping us relay that information to the viewers and users.
Yeah, at the end of the day, with this earthquake and the differences between, one on land, one offshore, it was further away. And I think that's as basic as it gets. If we had this 7.0 in the middle of the San Francisco Bay Area, it'd be a different story. If we had it in the middle of San Francisco proper, it would be a different story. The Delta, East Bay, it was just away from the population centers. And you never want a 7.0 earthquake, but this was about as good of a scenario as you could have when a 7.0 occurs. It's offshore. Yes, there was a tsunami warning, but we didn't actually get one forming. So ultimately, places near Eureka, near Ferndale, especially those areas because they had a lot of aftershocks as well, saw some minor damage, things falling off the shelves, but that's about it so far that we've seen. We haven't gotten any reports of any major damage across Northern California.
And you mentioned aftershocks. We saw a lot of that, and we talked a moment ago when we opened this special about the initial assessment that it was a 6.0,
Yes.
jumped up to what, a
7.3, I believe it was at one point.
And brought it back
yes.
down to a 7.0.
Yeah.
One of the aftershocks was registered as a 5.4
Yes.
by Cobb,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, it's sort of in the Clear Lake area. It's like North Coast, yeah.
And so there was a lot of concern that that's a pretty strong aftershock, right? It was a concern to USGS as well. They look at all of those aftershocks. They continue to assess. They brought that down, and they said, don't be surprised if, you know, there's some fluctuation here. Certainly something to keep an eye on, though.
Yeah, because, again, this isn't something that we can, like, measure as it's happening. We have to wait for it to occur, whether that's the primary quake or the aftershocks, and you got to wait for those waves to go around the world, and we can measure it in seismometer with the seismometers. So it's not an exact science. It's something that we start to measure, and then our initial reaction, such as, oh, this is a 5.0 near Cobb, may not be correct, but ultimately 5.0, if it was, in aftershock would have been slightly concerning.
That would have been very much so. You
Yes.
mentioned waves, and I'll just take an opportunity, a shameless promotion here of all of our videos that we've been posting. So many of you sending in your pools.
Yeah, the pool videos.
The seismic waves from underneath, and really that's the easiest way to display kind of what's happening
Yes.
underneath the surface where we can't see it. It really does kind of show you that rolling motion that's happening underneath us.
Yeah, it's like if you had a glass of water in front of you,
Right.
and you kind of grabbed the glass and you shook it back and forth a little bit, that water would move around, maybe splash out of the glass. But if you had like a solid food in front of you, or ice cream or something that's, you know, more concrete, it's harder to move. And so especially as you got away from the epicenter of the earthquake into the valley, at that point, really the only things moving was water, the thing that moves very quickly, and some of the harder, you know, ground didn't shake as much.
Right, concerning nonetheless. Other
Sure.
things that we wanted to ask about were aftershocks, just simply because we had that 5.4.
Yes.
Initially, it was moved back down, but I did hear from USGS on what we can expect with the aftershocks.
Right now, as of now, for the next week, we can expect a 6% chance or so for a magnitude 6 or larger. And as you go down to smaller magnitude, like 5 and above, the probability is closer to 40%. So, but the general concept is that earthquakes are expected following a large one, such as a 7, that's a major earthquake. They'll decrease in intensity and what people feel and in frequency over time.
Yeah, so if essentially recapping, if we were to see another larger aftershock,
right,
like a 6.0 or something, it kind of resets the clock, because then it's like, was this a pre-shock to a bigger earthquake? Or was this the main earthquake and there was a second one, and then maybe we'll see some more aftershocks there? But as far as we know, on fingers crossed, the 7.0 that happened at 10:44 this morning was the main event, not the big one with capital letters, but the biggest one that we'll have today.
And I know we've been looking at too, and USGS addressed this, is the tsunami warning that was issued, and then said, okay, no tsunami threat. As far as any more tsunami warnings, very unlikely unless we get another big earthquake off the coast.
Yeah.
And each one has to be considered differently. So I think, you know, the immediate reaction is to say, okay, tsunami warning, let's see what happens. So they talked about, there's two different ways that these earthquakes can happen. One would be a big vulnerability for tsunamis. The other one, not quite as much.
Yeah, and there's a lot of specifics that go into earthquakes, and exactly why some form tsunamis and exactly why some don't. But the basic kind of textbook version goes like this. So we'll take a look at the graphics here. Say you have plate 1 and plate 2 right next to each other, and this is a cross section. So kind of imagine we're standing at the bottom of the ocean and looking off into the distance. So one of the ways you can have an earthquake is plates can kind of slide by each other, right? So an example would look like plate 1 maybe moves backwards and then comes back towards us, right? Moves horizontally. That displaces the water, but it's more like sloshing the water a little bit. It just kind of like maybe pushes the water in one direction and it slides back. It's not really creating big waves with this. There wasn't a lot of displacement of the water.
Right, and I like one of the analogies is if you had a glass of water and you just took a knife and sliced right through it, probably not going to do a whole lot, right?
We know it would make like a little bit of a wave in the glass, but it's not going to splash water. out of the glass. Now, the more significant scenario would be if we had vertical movement with these plates. Maybe plate 1 rides up onto plate 2, comes back down. That would create a lot of displacement where you're pushing a lot of water up very quickly, and then it comes back down, and that's what creates the big waves that can generate a tsunami. And it's preliminary, right? We don't know exactly what happened below the surface of the ocean earlier today. The USGS said it is likely that it was more of a horizontal movement between plates, where maybe plate 1 and plate 2 were kind of scooting past each other, but we simply don't know. That would be a good guess, considering we actually didn't end up with that tsunami, but you just never know. And so, you know, hopefully this doesn't happen, but if we were to get another 7.0 earthquake, say tomorrow, right in the same spot, and it generates a tsunami warning, we would have to take that one just as seriously as we took it today. We would have to expect there to be a tsunami wave that was generated by that earthquake. We would have to evacuate to higher ground. You just have to take each one of these seriously, because you don't know. We simply do not know exactly which earthquakes will create tsunamis and which ones don't. We have a general idea. This one lit up a lot of alarm bells because it was so shallow and because it was so strong. That kind of immediately tells you, hey, this might or this has a high likelihood of generating a tsunami. Ultimately, it didn't, and that's good news, right? So we got away unscathed. We were lucky with this one, but that may not always be the case, because the next 7.0 earthquake could be one where there's vertical movement, and that sends that wave propagating.
And I think that's a good point, too, is that this was something that did not create a whole lot of damage. But given that it is what's called the Mendocino Triple Junction, it's kind of that meeting ground in between the San Andreas Fault, which is obviously, well, I would say that's probably the most notable one.
It's got a movie named after it, so I think we're going with it's the most famous.
Exactly. So that's going to run kind of south of this area, right through California. North of that is the Cascadia subduction zone. So this is kind of the meeting area that sees a lot of activity. We heard from USGS earlier today. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more action, obviously.
When we've had dozens of aftershocks today alone, and many of them were stronger than a 3.0, which is kind of borderline as to whether you feel a 3.0 or not. But regardless, the seismic activity has been there all day long since this earthquake.
After this tension was kind of released. I do think it is a wake-up call for all of these different ways that California is preparing us, as well as at the state level, the county level, the city level, the federal level, one of which is going to be the evacuation zones. No evacuation zones. When we were talking about the Delta being vulnerable to the tsunami warning and the just the amount of water that could come through, I thought, I don't know if I would know the evacuation route if I was in that area. So that certainly was enlightening. The other one is, how many of you got those alerts on your phone and went,
right?
What is going on here? There's a couple of different ways to get alerted, one of which is to be a part of your county alert system, but there's other ways as well.
The most easiest way, take a look at this. The most easiest way would definitely be the Shake Alert app. If we can pull up that graphic real quick. And you'll see that here. Just go to the App Store. No matter what App Store you have, there it is. For instance, this is from my iPhone, so this is the Apple App Store. The My Shake app. You just download it. It's free. You open it, and you just give it your location, and it'll alert you if there is a certain magnitude earthquake in your area. That's it. You set it and forget it, and it just runs. That's what happened today. Meteorologist Rob Karlmark and I were actually sitting in the studio prepping for the 11 a.m., and my phone just starts blaring, and we're like, oh my gosh, what's that? And sure enough, it was a Shake Alert for that earthquake up in Humboldt. And, you know, maybe 4 or 5 minutes after that, we got the tsunami warning from the Tsunami Warning Center. So that earthquake, the Shake Alert app, gives you about 30 to 45 seconds heads up in terms of shaking, which doesn't sound like much, but I mean, think back to, you know, the Loma Prieta earthquake. You would rather have 30, 40 seconds, right, versus absolutely no time whatsoever.
Stop, drop, and cover.
Absolutely.
It gives you enough time to do that.
There's one more thing you can do, though. Let's take a look one more time at the graphic, because if you don't download the My Shake Alert, there's one more thing that's already built into your phone. Go to the Settings app on your phone, and then click on, if you have an iPhone, Settings, Notifications, scroll all the way to the bottom, and click on Emergency Alerts. make sure you have this turned on. It's the top one. It says emergency alerts, and it's got a green circle that means it's on. This is not necessarily as local. It can be, but sometimes you'll get some warnings. But here's the thing. This may wake you up in the middle of the night, which is unfortunate, right? But if you need to know, you need to know. If it's connected, if your phone is connected to a cell tower where there's a tsunami warning or a major earthquake, anticipated, your phone will automatically ping you. You don't need the apps. You don't need any apps whatsoever on your phone. You just got to have this turned on. This also applies to something like tornado warnings or other, significant alerts that you need to be notified of. But I just always recommend you turn this on, because even say you're going to Texas to see family and you get a tornado warning for your area, you don't need any extra apps. You'll automatically get pinged via your phone. So I know that these can be annoying in the middle of the night if they wake you up. The MyShake app has woken me up in the middle of the night before for something I didn't need to know about. But it's better to know and be safe than it is to not know and be sorry about it.
Yeah, so in wrapping this up, 7.0 at 10:45 roughly this morning, we had a tsunami warning that was issued and then pulled back. We're going to continue to follow this, obviously, on air at 5, 6, 6:30, online always, and on ABC 10 Plus. For right now, thank you so much. And Brendan, great work today. It has been a day.
Yeah, thanks for watching.
Mic check. Michael. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
folks, first off, I want to say just, I'm sorry for the delay. The delay is as a result of this is an active and ongoing investigation. We're working diligently to provide all of you with as much information as we possibly can under the circumstances and verify that information. So we had to spend a little extra time putting that information together. As a result of that, we're behind schedule. I'm sure that people appreciate how difficult this is and the fact that us taking a little extra time under the circumstances is probably worthwhile. Okay? I'm going to let my staff member set up the PowerPoint presentation or the vision we have, and then we'll come back in and we'll go from there. Okay? I'm going to need you to move over there. Okay? Start our Facebook Live here. We're starting now. It takes a minute to get up. If the rest of you need to start or you're not ready, this is the time to get ready. Okay? Sam, you ready?
Yes. Were you watching earlier?
No.
I've been live for about an hour.
Oh, have you? No, I have not been watching it. We've been doing other stuff.
Good.
Yeah, so. Exactly right.
All right, good.
Good to go?
Hold on a second.
Everybody else good? Good? Good. Are we up and running? Yes, we are? Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Okay, now that we are up and running on our Facebook feed, we're going to start our press conference. My name is Corey Honey, and I am the Sheriff of Butte County. I'm going to reiterate my apologies for the delayed start of our press conference. The purpose or the reason for that delayed start is that this is an active, ongoing investigation. We are working diligently to gather as much information as we possibly can so that we can provide it to you and the members of our community. With that, though, requires us to sometimes check and recheck things. Our hope is to provide you with the best possible and most accurate information that we have available. That said, as I always say on any of my press conferences, the information that we're giving you today, again, is a product of our absolute best effort to date. Recognize that investigations are dynamic, they're complex, and it is possible that we will find additional information that changes the context of the information we're providing you today, or we might find additional information that results in us believing the information we provided today wasn't completely accurate. That is not intentional. That's just the nature of the way these things go. We're here this afternoon to provide all of you with an update on the Feather River School of the Seventh-day Adventist shooting, which occurred yesterday afternoon. Today, you're going to hear from me, of course, then our commissioner from CHP, Sean Dury, Special Agent in Charge, Sid Patel, Butte County District Attorney Mike Ramsey, and Lori Trujillo, the Director of Communications and Development for Northern California Conference of Seventh-day Adventists. And I apologize that the PowerPoint isn't displaying exactly the way it should be, but we'll get through this. I'm going to start by providing you with a review of the events of yesterday. Then we're going to talk about the victims in this case. Then we're going to talk about the suspect in this case and provide you some information about who he was, and perhaps some insight into his motivation for perpetrating this horrific act. So, to recap yesterday's events, at 1:08 p.m., an initial call, 911 call that is, was made, and it was received by the California Highway Patrol. The caller was from the school, reporting that there was an active shooter on campus. The CHP dispatched one of their officers and simultaneously transferred that call over to the Butte County Sheriff's Office because we're the law enforcement agency with primary jurisdiction there. And I'll have the commissioner come up after I'm done talking, and he can provide some additional clarification about CHP's response. As I said, the call came in at 1:08. At 1:09 p.m., BCSO Dispatch Center received the call from CHP. They immediately dispatched every available deputy sheriff in Butte County, including deputies from North County. In addition to that, as is the protocol and the practice, law enforcement here in Butte County, consistent with our training, when there is an active shooter incident, it is an all-response situation, and we received responses and support from other allied law enforcement agencies, including the local police departments as well as state agencies, such as Fish and Wildlife, the CAL FIRE law enforcement officers, and of course, California Highway Patrol. At 1:10 p.m., 2 minutes after the original call, the first CHP officer arrives on scene. He is directed to the area where the suspect is located down on the ground from what appears to be, or what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. That officer immediately secured the firearm, which was laying next to the individual. At 1:14 p.m., Butte County Sheriff's deputies arrived on scene, and at that point, deputies and CHP officers immediately began rendering aid to 2 students who sustained gunshot wounds. In addition to that, the officers began to search the remainder of the campus to make sure that there were no other attackers or assailants, and make plans to keep the kids and the faculty members safe. Once they determined that there were no additional suspects, all of the students were eventually gathered and moved to the school's gymnasium where they were protected until we were able to move them from that campus. At 1:30 p.m., school bus was dispatched to the school. The 35 or so students who were in attendance at the school that day were loaded on the school bus, and they were taken to the Church of the Nazarene, which is what we set up as our family reunification site. This is just a representation of all of the law enforcement agencies that have brought resources to bear to help out with this particular thing. It's probably not an all-inclusive list, but I did want to make note of the fact that we are receiving tremendous support from federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. When the bus arrived at the Nazarene Church, we had BCSO personnel present, along with crisis counselors from our behavioral health department, along with chaplains from our law enforcement program, and they immediately began a process of reunifying the students with their parents. And I am told that that reunification process went very smoothly. It went as well as it could go, given the horrific and tragic circumstances that we were dealing with. And I want to specifically comment and thank the all of the first responders, the crisis folks who were there to support the students and the family. But I also want to acknowledge the parents and the family members who, when they arrived, recognized that the best thing to do under those circumstances was to work with us so that we could have an orderly reunification. And I appreciate their efforts in that regard. Today, I am going to provide you with information about the two boys who sustained gunshot wounds during this incident. The first young man, Roman Mendez. Roman is 6 years old, and he is in kindergarten at the school. Roman sustained 2 gunshot wounds resulting in internal injuries. The other child that was seriously injured during the course of this, thank you very much. And I'm going to work hard to pronounce this correctly because it's Elias. Elias, thank you very much. It's pronounced Elias Wolford. He is 5 years old. He is also in kindergarten. He was shot one time in the abdomen, which resulted in internal injuries. Our district attorney, Mike Ramsey, and I traveled down to the hospital where these young men are being treated. They were immediately transported to trauma center, and had an opportunity to sit down and speak with the parents of the 2 boys. Of course, we expressed our heartfelt sympathies under the circumstances. But one of the things that we learned from the physicians is that the boys are both in critical condition. They have a very long road ahead of them in terms of recovery. It's very likely that they are going to have a number of surgeries as going forward. But the fact that they are currently still with us, I think, is a miracle and something that we should all be very thankful for. I'd also like to ask everybody, members of the community as well as the media, to respect the privacy of the family members. Both families talked about how they are focusing on the recovery of their children. That's the most important thing to them, and we can all understand that. But there have been attempts by members of the media to contact them. Please recognize that the most important thing for them now is to make sure that their children are being taken care of. And so I would ask on their behalf, based on what they told me, is that you respect their privacy and do not make an effort to contact the parents. In addition to that, I have received some information that Monday night at 5:30 p.m. at the Southside Community Center here in Oroville, there is going to be a fundraising event that is being organized by local churches and community leaders. And the fundraiser is to benefit both of these boys and help their families as they deal with the expenses that's definitely going to be incurred during the course of that. Now, I think it's very important that we always keep in the forefront of our mind that the people that truly matter during the course of this investigation are the victims. And I certainly don't want them to be lost in the overall story. With that said, I am prepared to provide you some information today about the suspect in this case. So, we have identified the individual responsible for the shooting as a subject named Glenn Litton. He is 56 years old. He most recently, I think, is best described as being homeless, and he spends time between Sacramento and the Chico area. He has a lengthy criminal history and history of mental health issues. His first prison sentence was in 1991 for theft. Several other convictions for various crimes to include theft, fraud, forgery in the 90s and early 2000s. I am going to have our representative from the FBI, Special in Charge Patel, talk about his criminal history or his involvement in crime at the federal level, and I'm going to have our district attorney, Mike Ramsey, come up after I'm done and talk about his criminal cases here in Butte County, which were some 20 years ago. The Butte County Sheriff's Office has not had any contact with Litton since Litton was booked into the Butte County Jail for forgery and fraud charges in 2003. So it's been, again, over 20 years since he's been booked into the Butte County Jail, but he has been involved in other criminal matters in other parts of the state. Go ahead, go to the next slide, please. So, our most recent law enforcement contacts. In March of 24, Litton was the suspect in a theft of approximately $1,166 in Phoenix, Arizona. He apparently had gotten a job with CVS, and on the second day of his employment, the manager reported that he stole the money from the cash register. On November 12th of 2024, Litton was listed as a suspect in a Chico PD case. It was reported to the Chico Police Department that Litton rented a white Chevrolet Silverado 1500 U-Haul, one of the U-Haul pickups, and did not return it when he was supposed to return it, so U-Haul reported it stolen. The Chico Police Department attempted to contact Litton, but they were unable to contact him. And a GPS tracker on the truck showed that the truck left the Chico area and headed towards San Francisco at the time, or shortly after, at the time that the vehicle was stolen. On November 12th, 2024, Litton was arrested by the South San Francisco Police Department for being in the stolen U-Haul pickup, or the U-Haul pickup that hadn't been returned as it should have been. And in addition to that, he was in possession of a forged license, so he was arrested on fresh charges of being in possession of the forged or false identification, as well as an outstanding warrant out of the San Bernardino County courts for burglary. He was booked into the San Mateo County Jail. During a search of Litton's person when he was arrested, that forged driver's license was located, and interestingly enough, it had the name Michael Sanders on it and a photograph of Litton. And then it was at that point that Litton was transported to San Mateo County Jail. That's significant because later on he utilizes that same name to make appointments to visit the schools, and I'll talk about that shortly. On 11/20, he was transported from the San Mateo County Jail to the San Bernardino County Jail and booked on the warrant for burglary. On 11/21/24, he had his first court appearance. He had pled not guilty and was released by the court on his own recognizance. He was then picked up by a family member and transported back to Sacramento. From Sacramento, my understanding is that he took a bus to the Chico area, and while in the Chico area, he stayed a couple of nights at various motels within the Chico area. The timeline for his movements on 12/4. So in the early morning hours, we've determined that he was in the vicinity of Motel 6 in Chico. At around 7:45 in the morning, he got onto a Beeline bus at 2nd and Salem in Chico. And at 8:30 hours, he arrived in Oroville and exited the bus at Montgomery and Meyer Street in Oroville. At that time, he was carrying a large duffel bag. At 10:46 hours, Litton was at the Rayleigh's in Oroville. He purchased an energy drink and checked out the store until about 10:56 hours. At 11:38 hours, he requested an Uber, and he used the alias Mark Hansen. At 11:57 hours, the Uber transported him, or arrived the Uber arrived at the bus stop on Spencer Avenue near Rayleigh's to pick him up. He had booked the ride to go out to the Feather River Seventh-day Adventist School located on Highway 70 in Cox. And the Uber driver dropped him off at that location at about 12:11 p.m. Now, I told you yesterday, and I'll reiterate today, that a couple of days prior to this, Litton had called the school and made an appointment to speak to an administrator about the possibility of him enrolling his grandson in the school. He booked that appointment utilizing the name Michael Sanders, which was the name on the fictitious driver's license that he had. The school set the appointment. When he showed up, he met with the school's principal. And as I said yesterday, it was a cordial conversation. The conversation centered around what it would take for him to enroll his grandson in the school. His story was that his daughter had recently moved to Gridley and that he wanted his grandson to go to that school, and he was willing to pay for the tuition. As it turns out, that was all a lie. His daughter had not moved to Gridley, and he did not have a grandson. So it appears to us that that story was a ruse to set up an appointment so that he could gain access to the campus. After the tour and after the meeting with the principal, he got up and it appeared that he was going to leave. He started to walk back towards the parking lot, and this is him right here. In the first photograph, you see him walking one direction. Almost instantly, he makes a turn and starts to turn and walk back through the breezeway that leads to the playground. And the children at the school were finishing up their noon break and were in the process of heading back to the classroom. Note that he has his hand inside his jacket near his waistband. We believe that is where he was concealing the firearm. After that, he pulls the firearm and initiates his attack. That's when the two boys that we have talked about earlier were shot. The school principal reported that she heard a loud noise, which we believe to be gunshots, and then the children screaming. She immediately came out, found the kids, and began rendering aid. We have looked, we've been working diligently to try to determine what the motives for this attack were. And yesterday I talked with you about the fact that we have received information that led us to believe that he targeted this school because of its affiliation with the Seventh-day Adventist Church. There's written information that we received that we believe that came from him, and the information that I think is most probative to why he chose this school is this statement right here. And it reads, countermeasures involving child executions has now been imposed at the Seventh-day Adventist School in California, United States, by the International Alliance. I, Lieutenant Glenn Litton of the Alliance, carried out countermeasures in necessitated response to America's involvement in genocide and oppression of Palestinians, along with attacks towards Yemen. Now, I will tell you that we have been working diligently to try to determine if there is, in fact, an international alliance, and if one of their stated purposes is to engage in terrorist acts of this nature. I can tell you at this particular point, and we've been working not only local law enforcement, but federal law enforcement, FBI, Homeland Security, to try to determine if there is, in fact, an international alliance. At this point, we have not been able to find any organization that calls themselves the International Alliance and that is active in this regard. And in terms of him saying that he's a lieutenant in this, there's nothing, we've found no information that would lead us to believe that this organization has some kind of military or paramilitary structure. I would go back to, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time speculating that, but recognize that this individual did have some significant mental health issues, and it appears that he pulled information from various sources, and it all came together in his mind to form a reality that perhaps is false or different than ours, of course. But that is we believe is the stated motivation for this. I will tell you that we are going to continue to probe this and work this, and if there is any indication whatsoever that there is in fact some kind of international alliance that poses a threat, that will be followed up, and we'll make that information known. Again, that is one of the reasons that we believe that this was an isolated incident, or he was a sole individual who targeted this school based on the beliefs that he held, and how he came to believe those things, I can't say. Now, we've also determined that there was an alternative target. Next slide. It appears as though Mr. Litton also researched the Seventh-day Adventist school in Red Bluff, California, and he looked at information concerning both the Red Bluff location as well as the location out on Highway 70. But ultimately, it appears that he selected the location on Highway 70 as the target. I think it's also kind of important to note that we determined that Mr. Litton attended the Paradise Seventh-day Adventist School when he was a young man. So it had been many, many, many years. And he may have had a relative attend the school that he ultimately went to and committed the shooting, but that would have been many, many years ago. And so there is no current connection between Mr. Litton, at least no current connection that we can determine, between Mr. Litton and the school that he went to perpetrate this horrible act of violence. it appears again that it's based on his notion about, the activities of the Seventh-day Adventist Church and why he selected that. So, I now would like to bring up Commissioner Dury to talk about the CHP's involvement, what they're doing with it to work with us, followed by Special Agent in Charge Sid Patel, Butte County District Attorney Mike Ramsey, and Lori Trujillo from the Seventh-day Adventist. After that, I will come back up and we can field some questions if necessary. Commissioner?
Thanks, Sheriff. My name is Sean Dury. I'm the Commissioner of the CHP. Let me start by saying thank you and commending the Butte County Sheriff's Office, especially Sheriff Honey, the leadership, as he's guiding us through this tragedy. The work that the Butte County Sheriff's Department and the FBI have done in the last 24 hours is impressive. And I say thank you as a member of the community, and we commend you for that. Today, Californians throughout the state are grieving alongside the community of Oroville and the people of Butte County as we try to make sense and work our way through this unimaginable tragedy. Our focus, our hearts, and our attention remains with Elias and Roman as these two young men fight for their lives. Yesterday, I want to acknowledge and just express how proud I am of the CHP responders and the other first responders. The sheriff mentioned that at 1:08, the initial call went into CHP dispatch. At 1:09 was the first time that our beat officers heard that call broadcasted on the radio. The officer that was first on scene was a CHP officer. He was about 1.5 miles away on his beat, working traffic. He was shooting radar and working speed out on Highway 70. He responded and got there in about 90 seconds. Deployed in line with the training that he receives, that every CHP officer receives, and I would just point out every police officer in California receives that training. That training is to go towards the threat, go towards danger, and to stop the threat, and then they immediately transition to providing aid. And that's exactly what this officer did. He responded on scene. He found a gate that he was able to maneuver himself through. He located the suspect after he was pointed that direction from school personnel. He found the suspect, secured the weapon, made it safe, handcuffed the suspect, immediately went back to his patrol car, retrieved medical equipment, and I believe that the CHP officer and the sheriff's deputies that arrived on scene did everything they could to provide medical aid and likely saved those lives of those young men. So with that, I just want to say thank you to them. I know how first responders came together yesterday is a good example of how the community is going to come together and how we're going to get through this. So thank you. Sid?
Thank you. My name's Sid Patel. I'm the Special Agent in charge for the Sacramento FBI Field Office. First of all, our hearts are broken. They're with the families right now that have been affected by this horrible event. Our people are working day and night to cover leads, investigative efforts, to get you the answers and get us all the answers that we seek. So we thank you all for your patience. I'd like to thank our FBI evidence response team, our victim specialists, our analysts, our agents, everyone that's been working day and night, hand in hand with Butte County, and the great work everyone here and from our law enforcement agencies are doing. Fantastic partnerships here. We had federal cases on this individual back in 2015. We received information about his identity theft, and it was opened up in 2015. In August of 2015, the shooter pleaded guilty to aggravated identity theft, and that was for California victims. And then in April of 2016, again pleaded guilty for aggravated identity theft for victims in Nevada. Who were these victims? Who were predominantly inmates that were housed in Nevada and California, where he was taking their identities and using them for fake passports. He got 2 years each, served them concurrently. One thing I would ask is for your help. As the name of the shooter is out now, you may have information about this individual, his beliefs, his ideology. Maybe you know him. If you do, I would ask that you call 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to tips.fbi.gov and give us any information that you have about this incident or this individual. I thank you for your patience, and I thank our law enforcement partners for all the great work they've been doing. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Ramsey, Butte County District Attorney, and we have known Mr. Liddon, also known as Mr. Williams, for a number of decades. As the sheriff indicated, he was born in Chico. He has a rather extensive juvenile record. That juvenile record included a number of thefts and also traffic violations running from police. In additional time, he served some time in what was CYA in 1984 for harassing phone calls. As he aged out of the juvenile system, became an adult, he then had counts involving the cultivation of marijuana, and then more counts involving petty theft, and petty theft that eventually rose to the level of a felony by virtue of the fact that he had a petty theft with priors. He did serve time for that in the California State Prison in 1991, and then in 1994 his parole was revoked. He went back and basically fell off the local radar until such time as in 2002 that he came to the attention of the Butte County Sheriff's Office and my office for a number of fraudulent credit card charges and charging up people's IDs. He basically stole the IDs of some 4 to 5 Butte County residents, used that to charge up thousands of dollars worth of goods, rent, food, entertainment, and of particular significance was at the time that the search warrant, at the time of his arrest in October of 2002, he was found in a local wig shop buying a disguise, buying a wig, a mustache. In his car outside, officers did a search after his arrest, found leg shackles, handcuffs, and walkie-talkies. The search warrant of his residence at that time showed, again, some issues of concern that basically found a bulletproof vest and parts for a taser. A search of his computer showed his curiosity or searching of a number of websites involved with the looking for guns, looking for explosives. Notes in the computer to himself were fairly significant in terms of planning of some sort of mass incident involving explosives. Nothing that was specific, no specific target, just kind of ruminations. As the sheriff's already indicated, back when he was 16, it was clear that he had some significant mental health problems. At the time, also in those websites, we found, and this is significant when we go to 2015 for the federal charges, that he was looking at sites on how to fake passports. And the purpose of having the passports was to avoid law enforcement. He was convicted in Butte County Superior Court in 2003 of 12 counts, various counts of forgery, ID theft, and theft. So those counts garnered him 8 years and 4 months in the California State Prison. He was released from prison in 2006, and it was basically unknown to us and Butte County law enforcement until this this time in which he popped up.
My name is Lori Trujillo. I am the Director of Communication and Development at the Northern California Conference of Seventh-day Adventists. Our Feather River Seventh-day Adventist school community, we are still shocked at what has happened and occurred. We are experiencing great pain within our school family, within our staff members, and throughout our entire community here in the Northern California Conference. We are absolutely devastated by this senseless act of violence. Our church members here in the Northern California Conference continue to pray for all of those who have been affected by this tragedy. And today, all Adventist schools in our conference were closed to enable families to be together. On behalf of the Northern California Conference leadership team, I would like to share our deepest gratitude to the Butte County Sheriff, to his team, to the California Highway Patrol, all of the first responders that are here, as well as these are consummate professionals. They absolutely, as you heard, 90 seconds, they quickly rushed in to help and protect our students and staff. We are additionally grateful to the FBI for all of the quick work and working so closely with law enforcement as they seek answers through this investigation. We know that the close-knit Feather River community will be grieving for a very long time, as will the rest of our conference. And to come, and I would like to ask that people of all faiths join us as we pray and strive to move forward. Thank you, all of you, for your support.
Thank you all very much for the information that you provided. So a couple of things. Information's developing, and as we get there, Mr. Ramsey just informed me that there is a candlelight prayer vigil scheduled for tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. At the Oroville Christmas Tree, which is in front of the Oroville Municipal Building in downtown Oroville, and that is off Montgomery?
In the municipal auditorium.
Municipal.
Also known as the Oroville Conventions.
Got it. And that's being organized by the Nazarene Church, is that correct? So if you're interested in that, I think that's another event there. Perfect. So I want to close my comments, and then we'll open up to questions, and we'll talk about how we're going to do that in a moment. But with first off, reiterating my thanks to all of the law enforcement agencies and first responders who rushed in without hesitation whatsoever to deal with this really tragic event. I also want to recognize the school staff and the principal who also, I think, did heroic things to protect the kids that were on campus that day. I want to again thank and recognize the parents of the students who were affected by this. Tell you again that our hearts go out to Elias and Roman, and I know that there is a tendency to focus media coverage and efforts on the suspect in these cases, but please, please, please do not lose sight of the most important people in this, and that's these kids who had to endure this. As the FBI noted, we are looking for any information that people might have about Litton and his activities. One of the things that I want to note is that he apparently was into bodybuilding and may have frequented gyms in our area or in other areas. If you have information about him, if you knew him, if you were aware of, again, any of his thought process or ideologies, please contact law enforcement, and you can contact the Butte County Sheriff's Office at 530-538-7322 if it's local and you have local information. But if you are in another part of the country, or for that matter, another part of the world, you can contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or go to tips.fbi.gov. So I think the way we're going to handle this in terms of questions, similar to the way they did last night in an orderly fashion, I'm going to start, I'll start on this side of the room right here. And what I'll point to, if you have a question, let me know. And if the question is for me, I will answer it. But if the question is for one of the other speakers, then we can bring them up to do that. Do you have any questions? That's a no.
Was he from Paradise or Chico?
So he appears that he appears to, as I said earlier, he did go to the Paradise School, but that was many, many years ago. And it appears that he had left the area and was in a lot of other parts of the state and perhaps the country, because you saw that he was in Phoenix, Arizona shortly before. What we can best piece together right now is that, in essence, he was homeless of late and was moving back and forth between Sacramento and Chico and staying a night or two at various hotels. Okay.
My name is Michael with Chico Enterprise. Thanks for the question. What are the plans to reopen the school? Are the kids going to return for the school year later, or will they be homeschooled or transferred to different areas?
Okay, so do you want to answer that? Sure. Okay, fantastic.
After this press conference, we as a leadership team will be getting together to make that decision. And once we have made that decision, we will be releasing an official press release. And at that point, we will be able to answer those questions.
And as I said earlier, the FBI and the District Attorney's Office both have robust victim services. I know they're well engaged in all of that. And then we stand ready to work with school leadership to provide whatever support necessary as they move forward. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I know you guys in 2015 found those kind of suspicious items among his property, the manacles, things like that. Other than that, were there any other moments of violence or any other indications that this guy had violence like this in him?
So I will defer to Mr. Rams on that, but I think it was 2002.
2002.
2002.
Butte County case.
Yeah.
2015 was the federal cases.
And it was 2002 where those items were located in his apartment.
Correct.
And in his car. If you'll notice, the majority of his criminal conduct involves identity theft and forgery, and there was the burglary, but we don't find any violent crimes listed on his rap.
Correct.
Okay.
I just have, there's a few, but I will ask the most pertinent question
Thank you, sir.
on my mind.
Yeah.
If the Sheriff's Department is available to answer this, what details are available on the weapon that was recovered?
Yes.
More importantly, what is that weapon's history?
Great question. Thank you very much, and I appreciate that. So first off, we do have that weapon. I want to say he was a convicted felon, was not legally, could not legally possess a firearm. It is a handgun. And at this point, we believe that it is a ghost gun, or a gun that is made up of various parts. That is one of the areas of the investigation that we're still delving into to try to determine where that gun originated and how it came into his possession. And I know that we have agents from the FBI as well as Homeland Security who are working as we speak to try to get that. But that's the best information I have on this at this point.
Thank you, Sheriff.
You bet. Thank you. Now we go in order. That's the way we do it here. Go ahead. Nothing?
Yeah, Eric out of the North State Public Radio. I'm
How was that recovered?
Yeah. They were writings that we believe he authored, and we were able to obtain those writings. And at this point in the investigation, I'm not prepared to discuss any more about those writings or how they came in it, but those are words that he wrote and that we attribute to him.
Jake McGrick, Sacramento Bee, and to follow up on the gun questions, are you able to disclose how many shots were fired?
I don't have that information right now. I think I talked about the number of shots, or the number of injuries that the children sustained, but I don't have the number of shots that were fired at this point. Okay. Moving over here. Moving along.
Sounds like there was, Zach Wood at Fox 40.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
There was an alternative target for Red Bluff Adventist for today.
Correct. That's right. So he had scheduled, similarly, he scheduled an appointment like he did with the one here, called, used that name, scheduled an appointment, and then ended up going to the school here in Orville. But he also scheduled a similar appointment, and that would have been scheduled for today. But he did what he did yesterday, and so of course never made it. No. Moving along.
Natalie Brazan with Adventist Forum. Do we know if he attended Paradise Elementary, Adventist Elementary, or Paradise Adventist Academy?
So that's a very good question. I don't know the answer to that. We can definitely get that information for you. But it would have been when he was much younger. Recognize that he's in his 50s now, so it would have been many, many years ago. Okay. Yeah. For that matter, do you think they have records?
Yes.
Do they? Fantastic. Well, we're going to let's meet together, follow up, and let's get some information about what that looks like. Okay? Oh, yes.
So, being that he was OR'd from another California judicial system, was he still in possession of that ID that he gained access to the school, or did they take that and confiscate it for evidence against them?
I suspect that was taken as evidence by the San Mateo County or South San Francisco authorities, so they arrested him on that. And I don't, there's no indication that he was required to show any identification during his meeting at the school.
Would that be something that you would consider going forward, that if you're having meetings that they show IDs?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of discussions that I'm sure that the school in the debrief and the after action will talk a lot about, what they should do to heighten security. But I'm going to leave that to them and for future discussions.
Well, I'm saying for, like, being that event going forward, for, if there was any other events, would you suggest to other schools at the Adventist or any other that if someone called to say, hey, I want to check out your school for my kid, what would you say to those people?
I think, so we could sit and speculate as to whether or not him presenting ID would have resulted in an intervention in his ultimate goal, right? But, and I think it's important for school administrators to certainly know who they are talking to. But I also want, when we engage in security procedures, I want security procedures to be meaningful, right? And if the intent is to engage in an active shooter scenario, presentation of an ID, fictitious or otherwise, isn't necessarily going to prevent that. So I think it's overall part of an overall security approach that each school needs to develop based on their various issues. You're right there. You had your hand up?
Oh, you answered my question.
Oh, did I? Okay, very good. Moving across, yes.
I know you said that he was homeless, but have you been able to track down where he was staying and if there were any other weapons?
So he was, while he was here in Butte County, staying at various motels. We have been able to identify those, and we did recover some luggage that he had in one of those hotels. At this point, we haven't found a location where he left any other weapons. Okay, moving along. Yes, sir.
When you talked to the Uber driver, did he say anything about his demeanor? Was he calm? Was he agitated?
Yeah, I don't, there's nothing from that interview. I wasn't briefed on anything in that interview that gave the Uber driver any cause for concern or caused him to think that this guy was going to go there and launch that attack. Yes, sir.
What does his family life look like? Did he have a wife ever? Does he have a daughter or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't.
Assuming they've been in contact with.
Yeah, he has a sister. We've been in contact with her. I don't have any more information on any other members of his family. It doesn't appear as though he had close connections with a lot of different family members. Moving along. Nothing? In the back of the room? Anybody else? Coming back here.
Hey, Sheriff, Zach with Fox 40 again. In this note that he left for law enforcement, it sounds like he was acting in retaliation to a necessitated response to America's involvement with genocide and oppression of Palestinians, along with attacks toward Yemen. And this is a countermeasure involving child executions. Can you speak more on that, and is there any other understanding of where this came from?
No. That's what we believe that's what he wrote. That's a motivation that was in his mind, how it was that he conflated what's going on in Palestine and Yemen with the Seventh-day Adventist Church. I can't speculate. I'm not sure that we'll ever know that. I would go back to the fact that it was clear, there's a pretty clear history of mental health issues with this individual, and sometimes people who suffer from that can conflate that. And I'll add, that's not to suggest in any way whatsoever that people with mental health issues are violent or all violent or, because I don't want to add more stigma to that, but I think that's part of the issue right there. All right, I'm going to come back here. Go ahead.
Eric, from State Public Radio again. I did want to ask, you said there's a clear history of mental health issues. Obviously, I understand what you mean, but is there anything like on paper, anything on paper that indicates that he has a mental illness?
So I do know that there were some court documents, right? Mr. Ramsey, can you speak to that?
In a sense, on paper, what we had is in 2015, the federal court, the federal probation office noted that he had severe mental health issues going back to age 16 and going forward. That was also noted in the probation report in 2002. So it bridged those times.
And in terms of an actual diagnosis, we don't have that information. Recognize, though, we're only one day out from this, and so rather than waiting to delve deeper into that before getting out here, we wanted to get the information. Go ahead.
Are you in possession of this duffel bag, and was anything significantly found in it?
So we are in possession of certain contents of the duffel bag, not the duffel bag. We're still looking for that. I think the item of significance that we know of at this point is a Glock carrying case. Pistols often come in carrying cases. There was no pistol in it, but it was a Glock carrying case.
Is there something that you think that it's somewhere around that?
Well, if anybody has information about it, by all means, we're out there actively looking for it. Someone else had their hand up over here. Yes, ma'am.
Any other resources being offered to the families? I know you guys yesterday were at the Church of Nazarene.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to be offering that again to the families?
So that is a very good question, and I appreciate you asking it because, again, the most important thing in all of this is that we remember and recognize the families. And I know that our district attorney, as well as the FBI, have very robust services for the families. And so what I'd like to do is bring them back up to explain what they are doing to assist with the families. So yeah.
Now, we're working closely with the families. I know from talking to the school is going to be handing out the clothing and backpacks and everything back to the family members. But we're working very closely with the families, with the two boys that were shot at the hospital. And we're continuing to offer different services, whether it's hotel and lodging, whether it's day-to-day services, whether it's ways of returning items back, ways of assisting the school in any way or form, just helping in any and all kinds of care that we can.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Ramsey, do you have anything else? Sure. Thank you.
Make a note, and following up on that, is that as Sheriff indicated that he and I were down in Sacramento at the regional hospital, and the families were grateful for the efforts of the FBI in finding housing for the parents there, and continuing that housing and continuing any sort of care that that family needs, and what's going to be a long process. In terms of the victims, that being the 35 children and staff at the Feather River Adventist School, my office will be working with the state Victim Compensation Board and making sure that any manner of counseling, treatment, and other is afforded to those folks, and working with the Adventist folks and trying to really take a look at people that have really gone through the most horrible of events that you can imagine right in front of them, and children seeing their friends shot in front of them. So that's going to take some time, and it's going to take some effort, and my office, FBI, is prepared to see those victims through this process.
Any other, yeah, oh, please, yes, thank you so much, I appreciate that, yeah, thank you.
The Adventist Church, we are also currently working with our staff and our families and our teachers, not just at the Feather River School, but at our other schools as well, because we are a close-knit community. And so we are going to be working with the resources that have been provided, and our families and staff members will be getting some support to deal with this trauma.
Fur? Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people want to know online is how can, it was said earlier that there's going to be a fundraiser coming up, and what can people do now to help the kids and their families if they need anything in this housing for food, money, anything? What can people do in the community to help the victims?
The sheriff mentioned some of the events that are here in the community, and we encourage people to go to those events at this moment in time. If there is any other things we will be doing, it will be coming out officially as in the statement. You can follow us on our website or contact me directly.
That's a great question, and I want to just follow up on, are you guys leaving? Done for the day?
We can't wait, sorry.
Oh, okay. Nice having you. At any rate, well, I want to follow up on that because regrettably, there are times when the worst among us take advantage of tragedies, and they'll set up fictitious GoFundMe pages or false charity events, things like that. It is sometimes hard to do that. I appreciate immensely how supportive our community is when it comes to tragedies like this, but I would encourage everybody to be very thoughtful and very careful before they donate to an entity, and make sure that that entity or that page in fact is going to go towards that. As we move forward, where we get information about legitimate and verified sources, we'll do our best to get that information out. A lot of their needs right now are being taken care of, but as time goes on, of course, there will be unmet needs. But as I said earlier, there's a couple of events coming up, and I would encourage people to attend those. And if we get more information about the legitimate, but just be careful, okay?
Do you have anything like a victim services that people can donate to the victim services of Butte County Sheriff to help in the meantime?
You don't want to donate money to a government agency because that creates a whole lot of other issues in terms of getting it out. But when we can get more information out, we will, okay? Last question.
I was just wondering if you had more information on those events that you mentioned earlier. You said there was a 5:30 event, and
Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to have our community relations coordinator put that information out on our Facebook page. That way it can be shared, it gives everybody an opportunity, and then I don't mess it up in terms of telling you something that's not right. Folks, I'm going to leave you with this. Number one, thank you all very much for your patience. Again, I apologize for starting late and apologize for some of the technical difficulties, but I'm sure you can understand we're trying to provide the best information. And honestly, we're all quite tired. We've been working a lot. Number two, recognize that what we told you today is based on the best information we have. We may get other information that causes us to go back and change what we said or provide an updated information. I don't intend to have another press conference tomorrow. At this point, what we would do is provide updates through media releases. So that's the mechanism that we're going to employ going forward, unless something significant transpires that would result in us doing a press conference. And again, and most importantly, please keep all of the kids, both and their family members, in your thoughts and prayers, recognizing that they are the true victims here, and we need to keep the thought of them in the forefront of our mind and pay less attention to the guy that perpetrated this act of violence. So thank you all very much.
Sheriff, briefly, could you just reiterate the suspect's name and any fake names he may have used so people can contact if they've
that's it.
crossed?
Good point, Sam. Can we go back to his and we can post this online. So some formatting issues there, but it's Glenn Litton, age 56, and he also used Michael Sanders. Sam, I think because this isn't displaying correctly, we'll put it out.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay? All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Sorry.
Thanks, sir. No, where's that?
Will there be an increased police presence at Oroville Schools?
Say again, please.
For how long is there going to be an increased police presence at Oroville Schools?
Yeah, I think,